Hello computer, welcome back, restored to normalcy at long last. We are back to a state of unbefuddlement or something. We're back, we're here again. Hello, welcome everybody. Hi, we're back, and today we're under the water. My streak reset to, oh damn, well, 07. I hate normalcy. Well, we'll see how it goes. This is perhaps an aspiration and a claim that I'm unsure. Yeah, Massachusetts is not a normal state. Massachusetts is some kind of alternative realm. I don't know about this. My natural state, I would say, is within the bounds of the walls of the computer. I'm thinking something like this. Hello everyone. Hello. It's Today, I don't know. We're going a little bit crazy. Honestly. I don't know what to say about it other than this. The elusive stack pop. Indeed. We're pop D'ing. Don't you like using a bare board computer? I think, well, the merits of this could perhaps be debated. Hello everyone. Can we say hi? Who's here? Who do we got on here today? Hello. Thank you so much for coming by, everybody. We have an interesting piece of business today. I think you might know about it already if you were here during the hotel hell last week. Hello to the pre-gang. Welcome in Zulfix. Excuse me, I've forgotten how to talk after not using my voice properly for so long. Hello Party Cat Laugh Out Loud. Welcome in Sun Demoniac. Welcome. Welcome in F Mega. Hello. Welcome in Venerock. Welcome in the 0x539. Welcome in Devs DE. Welcome in Prod Z Pod. Hello Caddy Shot. Welcome in. Who else is here? Woote. Welcome in Compiling J. Welcome in SSCHR15, also known as Chris. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that, homie. Hello Zofty. Hello Ron Moo. Welcome in. Hello Bridgewater. Welcome in Fizz Buzz. Welcome in Pixel Sorted. Hello. Welcome in Prowl Cash. Welcome in Sight Soul. Welcome in Liquid Cake 1. Thank you for colon. Welcome in Steeled Shield. Welcome in Masica. Welcome in Chaotic Quixotic. Welcome in Nerd the Ninja. Welcome in Taimisi. Hello. Squid W. Welcome in Christopher. Welcome in Dream Deck Up. Welcome in Ikatono. Yes, today is very topical for you, Ikatono. I hope you don't take offense. Well, I guess you wouldn't. This is sort of a positive. There have been negative squid-oriented broadcasts in the past, I must say. Today, I think, will perhaps be a more positively squid-oriented broadcast, and we'll see about that. Hello, Waflex. Welcome in Machka6. Welcome in Control O. Thank you for the resub. I haven't seen a single... Yeah. Hello, Ascento. Welcome in Bacon Wrath. Welcome in Rebel Elder. Welcome in Sen_Shizuko. Welcome in Miu Lily. Hello, and happy birthday again, and congratulations on the stream debut thing. I hope this exceeded expectations. It seems you have a good. This is good. I was very happy to see the thing. It's funny, Miu Lily. Everyone seems to share the same birthday now. They're putting everybody on May 12th these days. They have every person on Earth on May 12th, or at least 3 of them. I think it was your birthday this day. It was Feral Harupi's birthday, who is a streamer friend, and also it was Maud's birthday yesterday. So we have triplicate birth. Hello Cabbage_McGravel. Hello Real Nyson. Hello. Who else do they got on this? They got somebody for sure. Bacon Wrath, if I didn't say so. Hello Edge Zors. Hello Violet Marmalade. Welcome in. Hello Cicada Nostiro. Hello Sema Friend. Hello MX Alex, the inimitable MX Alex. Hello Azriel_IO. Hello Anj Kicks. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate this a lot. Thank you, friends. Who else? Who else is here? Hello Tired Algorithm. Hello User_Undeclared. Hello H Ryugo. Hello who else? Yes, VPN scenarios here. Hello Nicola R. Hristov. Hello, we're all on May 12th. Hello Mudane. What the Ekathump is a treasure train? What the fuck? We're doing, I don't know what, this sounds vaguely intimidating. Are they adding new things to the website again? Are they fucking it all up for everyone once more? Hello, Blazy Knights and Mudane and Squiddy underscore wins. Oh, this is topical. This is indeed topical. Hello, Shy Lily Wave to you as well. We just missed out on one, perhaps. Who knows? Who knows about these things? I would. Can you disable these? Actually, I would if I could. Hello, Stoic Mana. Welcome in. It's good to see you. And Doc East is here, and Abstract Noise as well. Hello, everyone. Hello, computer. We're here yet again. Yet again, the gods have seen fit to conjure us up. And you know, we must, you know, who are we to defy them? I think. Who are we to defy them? Can we move over to main? Can we move over to the main area? Hello, Psychic Refugee as well. Thank you for the 100 streak. This is wild. This is wild. This is wild business here. Oh hi. They have us on here again. Hello again, computer. Psychic Refugee. Oh, Debian, I just brought this up because I thought it was funny. It was a funny coincidence that we have SQUID consumption. We have SQUID consumption based free and open source independent and distribution agnostic system installer for Linux distributions, right? It's on here with no cap today. Today there's no cap. There's no ball cap. There's no jaunty little paperboy cap. There's no any other sort of cap, and there's no capitulation either. Party cat lol. Today is 100% driving forward at high speeds. No surrender. I refuse to surrender. Boost programming skill. I don't know. I think it's likely that it doesn't. Nico Tinami. I think it's likely to just be a somewhat one of those serials that is kind of a little bit. Wait, did we die? Did chat die? What the heck? Why is it not? What? Huh? Received user notice? Received user notice on the chat room? What's this? What's this? Can I restart the chat room? What's this? Have we immediately been, after our declaration of victory, have we immediately been placed into some sort of hellish purgatory? No, it seems it just needed a restart. I don't know what that is all about. Which is sending me some sort of user notice. Help, I'm being perceived. Hello, Masika, also, thank you for the resub. And hello, Stoic Mon. We're all here. We're here together today. No, wait, it died again? It died again? It received one message from Psychic Refugee, and now it has died once more? This is not good. I do handle, well, I'm unsure exactly what this is indicating. Now we're not even receiving an indication that there is a notice. This is somehow instantly upon like being like, okay, today we're going to do this or that or this other thing, we are consigned to some sort of hellish climb. I don't know about this. Is it time for the defib paddles? Is it really dead again? It received one message by that's really concerning, actually. This is really a little bit concerning, I would say. Why is a clone doing an impression of a clone? So it's receiving one message. It's able to receive one message every time. That's not very good at all. that's really not too good at all, is it? Are we able to do something about that? How do we I guess we could. We actually do have a solution kind of in the bank. There is a solution kind of in the guild bank already. There's the binary bus that we did before. Oh, I think I know what might be happening. Is there perhaps some sort of annoyance? Connection reset by peer? Could not connect to bus at Shiro. Okay. We are going to... Do you have some sort of factotum? I have never set up this for ERC or any other Emacs native client. Everyone just gets one message. Hello, Villavan Chateau. Welcome also. I think we may need to restart the message bus, which may break a variety of other things. So we will have to see about this. This may demand attention. I wonder why that is the case. Why is this the case? Do we know why this is the case? And is it the case that hello Kokupsi and Mr. Code 9000 as well, welcome in. This is concerning. So one thing that I'm considering that may have happened is maybe I did not properly shut down. Let me check this really quick. In order to get the chat when I was traveling to Boston, I connected via Tramp to the machine that usually runs the chat thingy, and I ran the usual process over on that side of things. Perhaps this was not shut down properly, and this has led to some sort of incident. But I think that's unlikely. That seems very unlikely to me, at least. I'm unsure what that could be. What else could it possibly be? Hello, Timidus, as well. And well, man, we are really instantly thrust into some sort of hell. I got an ad for Gamer Mints. Hello, computer. Hello, Kotaru Complex. Hello, Kotaru Complex. Welcome in. They're doing Gamer Mints now, in addition to powders. So they're congealing the powders into some sort of form. Hello, Atlas 77 as well. They're pressing them. Okay. I'm going to try to restart the message bus. I think we will do this. Can I do this over here? If I go like this and I sudo system control restarts big bus exp dot service. Does that do anything for us? Gamer powder now with added microplastics. Okay, we've died. It's caused us to die. It's caused a beam of instant death to emerge from the screen. Colonq's extract? That sounds horrid. That sounds horrifying, to be honest with you, Mike. Does this do something now? Okay, that seems to do something. What about this? What about this? Does this do anything? Is this anything? If I were to go into here and I were to say wconnect, and I were to say that in the chat room, if I were to say test, that sends a message. If I were to say test 2, it also sends test 2. If I were to send test 3, it's also going to send test 3. So that is a very good sign. This is the first time something of this nature has happened, and that's a little bit scary for everyone. Can I resummon myself from the abyss? Bring it up. What about test 4? Hello, dumb moss. I mean, that one's, it's going to remain to be seen as far as that goes. We'll have to save that one for the next incident, perhaps. Hello, dumb moss. So I saw. Have you been reading Book of the New Sun, dumb moths? I saw a drawing of Dorcas, and I assume this was, perhaps this is a different Dorcas. This is maybe something from this was my assumption. I hope you are enjoying it. If so, this is very good. I love it very much. It's so good. It's so good. I actually we have some, I don't know. When I was on my little trip, I think I mentioned before that I had been reading some Jack Vance, who is one of the inspirations of Gene Wolfe in this. What happens with test 5? Well, you don't even want to know about that one, Spotnag. That's one that I think is going to be off limits for us now. Hello, welcome back. We're here again, starting the third one this week. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's really good stuff, and it's the kind of thing that only gets better on a reread. And yeah, and in a command line window, yes, we're in a little terminal here. But I read this thing, computer Tails. Well, we're so off the chain immediately. How are you all doing, by the way? Hello, hi. I don't mean to instantly go into some sort of tangential rant. Hi. I hope you're well. Hello. I'm very glad to be back. Off the call stack exception. Yes. So this is important though. It's important. I read these guys. I think this is the one. Yeah. I read the full collection of these. So like it's a bunch of short stories that kind of got shunted together into a novel, and there are various guys in this, and this goes fucking crazy. I don't know how to describe it other than it's just really good. It's really good. It's very strange. It's I think it's, I don't know. It's the, like, I don't, it's just so wild. Especially the last bit. What is picaresque? The adventures of a roguish but appealing hero who lives by his wits in a corrupt society. This is the large middle part of this is this about this character Kujal the Clever, who is just I guess the conceit is he's just a big asshole. He's very polite and like clever, and like It's called Dying Earth. It's like a collection of a couple of things from yes, these. I think there's like I just got like a single edition of the whole thing. Hello, a buff seagull. Welcome in. It's old stuff and it's good. But what particularly struck me is like there's this whole like basically the setting is the Earth in the far future when the sun has almost burnt out. Like they mentioned the sun is like flickering all the time, like it's going to turn off like a lamp, right? It's just and it like lurches around kind of. And the whole Earth is in a state of just craziness, right? It's just things have collapsed, and it's mostly controlled by like these insane immortal wizards who live in these big mansions and they just like do whatever they want all the time, and it's just very strange. It's so strange, but it's so good. I don't know. Michael Moorcock's Eternal Champion series not long ago. I've heard good things. The Dark Sun setting is that, yeah. Well, I mean, the Dark Sun for 2E is a little bit different from this. It has a little more of a serious feel, I think, right? And then it's more of like a, I don't know. It has its own merits for sure. For certain. Lamp, yes. Okay. Hello. Are we cogent now? Are we functional? I think we are now behaving. I think we are now behaving properly. How do we do anything anymore? Can we get back to business? Where are the points of contention? Bring up the docket, please, computer. Hello, Desu Used. Also, welcome in. We're back here again. Back beneath the waves. We've had a couple. Apply to Streamer University yet? Oh no. What is this? This seems like a bad omen. Hello, Jacow also, and a buff seagull if I didn't say so, and Despero as well. Like seeing a legend from eons past. What the fuck? Oh, it's Kai Sanat. Teases his Streamer University. So, I see. Streamer University now accepting applications. 100. I see. This seems like the opposite of what I want to be doing with my time. Log in. We could log. It would be very funny, I think, to do something like this, right? And like, but I think it's. I don't know. I think honestly the more like yeah, like it's like a joke thing. I don't know if it is Exor Xavier. This appears to be somewhat real. Hello Exor also. Like this seems like they have John Beast in this. Is this a joke? It might be a joke. They do list sex education as the top notable course. So that is potentially what's docket.org. It's it kind of our plan. It dictates our plan for the world. Spotnag largely was the most bare bones course. Yes, these one like I think this is perhaps different from this. Normally when people say I'm selling a course, this is yes, and it's org mode. So it's not .org as in like a domain. It's org mode as in org mode, which is as a file extension, which is this fellow here with the unicorn on it. I'm selling a course on how to be a cat. Yes, it's these things are good though. I'm sure it will produce good. I don't know. For me though, I really don't know how to like. I honestly want to be as far away from the streamer phenomenon as possible while still doing it. I don't know. Is this sensible? Maybe this is an inherently insane aim. But like whenever I'm like around like streamers and things, it just makes me like it's scary, right? It's scary as hell. Like the people there's a level of energy here that I don't think I can match. Hello Sentai VT as well. Okay, what the fuck are we doing before I get lost and ramble about nothing for 6 hours? What are we doing today? What is the plan? They've left us with a plan today, computer. They presented us with a little bit of a plan. The plan is similarly to last year. The year comes around again. It is currently the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2025. Some of you may know about this. There is a game jam that happens twice a year. You have to make a game in Lisp. This is the conceit. Any sort of Lisp is allowed, right? They mention all sorts of things, including a new custom Lisp you've created just for this game. hello must underscore broke underscore. And normally I would never, you know, do a game jam just because I lack the capabilities. My skills are limited in this respect. So we will be, it's 50% of the deadline and you're 0% done. Yes, exactly. This is how it goes. We will be doing this. We will be entering the Spring List Game Jam 2025. And we will be doing this via a Game Boy Advance game. We decided this last time. We really need to like lock in and finish this GBA stuff. It's important. The metaculture puts me off too. I mean, this is, you know, who knows about these things? It probably is good and I am the one who is bad. But like, at the end of the day, right, there's no accounting for one's personal tastes, I think. You have to do what you have to do. This is what we're doing. Yeah, we're doing this, and we're working on the GBA thing. If you don't know what the GBA thing is, this has been, you know, it's been. Can we navigate there? And can I actually pull the latest and greatest? It's a Lisp. We've embedded an assembler for ARM. We've embedded an assembler for ARM. I've been watching for a year. Yes, perhaps. Perhaps, actually. Yes, you've been here since April 26, 2024. So it has been more than 1 year now, Zofty. Oh my god, yeah, it goes so quick. It's going so quick now. It's hard to believe it's been a year. I've been doing this for like fucking 2.5 years now. It's very weird. What is pound dollar sign? What is this 1 year stream mentioned? Is this the case? Huh? You've been here for almost a year, my friend, as well. Am I able to load this and run it? Can we load this and run it? We've loaded it and run it now. So what we are doing is we are attempting to produce an Emacs Lisp program that spits out a Game Boy Advance game, right? This is our intention, right? And the goal is, I can't find the don't forget to like and subscribe clip. Yeah, I think I know what you're thinking. I don't know. Man, all that shit's just so, it's okay. I think the main thing I just like, I don't know. The thing that is like the most like one of the things that is the most trying about the internet in 2025, and probably since for the past 10 years, although I'm just starting to notice it, is like everybody like and subscribe. Everybody wants something, right? Like it's like, and it sort of colors all interactions people have online in sort of an uncomfortable way, right? It makes it kind of weird, right? It makes it a little bit like, I don't know. It changes the face of the thing a little bit, like, right? Like when you look at a blog post or something, like you have to like start thinking like, okay, is this blog post just because the person liked the thing and wanted to make this, or is it like because they're trying to promote their thing that is like some kind of like, everything is like quote unquote content in the, yeah, it's all transactional, right? And I of course am not immune from this, right? Like obviously, like I'm trying to like do my little thing. I'm trying to like smash my little dolls together in Emacs, and right, like this is something that is, it's difficult to escape from. But at the same time, like I would like to at least be aware of it, right? It's like I don't know, what a strange thing. The Web3 is already here. I hate content, I love friends. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Everyone is chill until proven otherwise. Yeah. It's like tricky, right? Like you have to like, I don't know. And I wish you didn't have to do this, right? Everything's a grift, right? It's like, I don't know, man. Like what? Like things can just be for fun. Also, thank you, anonymous gifter, for the gift sub to I Want Boobies. I mean, you gotta, I don't know. I think I respect this. I respect this ambition. It's a natural part of the human experience. Maybe I don't know. I think there's nothing bad about this at all, actually. True. Okay. So we've been doing this a little bit. I have been doing this over the weekend. I spent most of my time at the convention. We were at Boston last we spoke. I ended up not really going to the convention very much at all. What if I mean, this might not be part of your human experience, but like, I mean, it's certainly not universal. Few things are. As part of my years-long thing so I can launch my new brand of mushy peas. Yes. This is good. And the fact is, if you do have an ulterior motive, I respect this. I will just tell me about it. Just tell me, Colonq, I have an ulterior motive, and I will be like, I salute you. I salute you. I know you don't, Liquid Cake, but like you know what I mean, right? As a, you know, it's well known that I have utmost respect for cons and scams. How was PAX? PAX was, I didn't really experience this too much. I kind of just so we got there on Thursday night, got some food or whatever. I went with Maud and Maud's brother. So this was, who may have made an appearance on the stream. I don't know how much was audible. We showed up. We've been going for many years. It's been like, I think actually like almost every year since we met, except maybe there was a break during COVID at some point. But we've gone like 6 or 7 times to PAX East. For my own game is just a bit. I mean, this is good. This is good. Hello, Safer Q. It's good. It's good to do. I'm not passing judgment on this, but I'm just, it shapes interactions in an interesting way. Hello, Fluted. But we showed up. I streamed on Friday and I didn't go to the con. I've sort of lost, I don't know. I don't have much interest in con activities. I'm sort of a disgruntled old man is kind of my main character. My leguminous ambitions. I see. Is a pea a legume? I guess it is, right? It's maybe like the archetypal legume or something like this. I'm just very grumpy. I'm very grumpy, and I don't have much. I don't know. Perhaps I should restore some of the wonder that I once had for these things. But even I think at the very first time I went to PAX, my thoughts were largely, oh, this is very busy and uncomfortable, versus like, I don't know. Like there's a lot of just like, there's just not very much that I think is super interesting. I like going around and seeing the indies. Like what PAX is? Why the heck doesn't autoload EL just use load file name for this code? You mean this here? I'm doing it this way specifically to, I don't know, just to make sure the thing is getting reloaded. Must search within for whimsy. Yeah. PAX is, it's just very commercial, right? It's like what does PAX look like? Can we like pax.org, right? PAX is Penny Arcade Expo. It's something about webcomics. They're doing something with webcomics, and what it is basically is they have a big giant room full of booths, and also some small rooms with panels, right? This is like typical convention sort of thing. The panels are like, I don't know. I'm not super interested in most of them. There are occasionally a thing full of nerds. I mean, there's a lot of this. There's just an insane amount of people. Like it's probably like the most people I've ever seen within like one field of view, right? Like within like one like look, right? It's like the most people I have ever seen. Because you can like look over the whole thing, and it's like probably like fucking 20,000 people or something. It's crazy. It's diabolical. So like, I don't know. Like these largely don't interest me. Like there's some things, like there's like speed running stuff and stuff, but like I'm like, I don't know. I tend to just be uncomfortable. Like I'm never like super motivated to go to these things. And then the booths, right? It's like half like what is the breakdown on the booths, right? It's like, I don't know. There's like indie games, right? There are AAA games, lots of these. Hardware stuff, Alienware, etc., like gamer hardware, right? And then there's like people selling shit, and the shit that they're selling is mostly also like they sell like loot crates and stuff basically, and like I don't know, like it's a lot of like I don't know those damned indie games. So this is mostly where I'm interested, but like. So I tend to walk around these and like see what they're doing and poke around a little bit, but like there's not too much. So I think I only spent like maybe 2 hours at PAX this year. I barely looked at anything. Maud spent a lot of time with her brother, but I went in briefly. Like I walked in with them on Saturday. I got up early on Saturday to go in, and I was able to like I walked around for like 30 minutes and I got like so like, oh my god, there's so many fucking people here. It's so loud, there's so much noise. And I was just like, okay, I gotta go do something else. I'll see you guys later. And then I just like left and like walked into Boston and just like walked around Boston for like 3 hours, which was very, very cool and fun. And it was raining, and I just did that mostly. And then I came back because they were like, hey, come back and see us again. Thank you for the streak, Controllo and Crazy Kitty. The same with London Expo. Sometimes I go there and walk around the artist alley, then go, oh yeah, right. It's like this. Then I came back for like another like 30 minutes or so, and it's like, or maybe like sat there for like an hour with them while they were like getting lunch. And I was like, okay, I can't do this again. This is too much again. Okay, we're leaving again and going to wander around Boston for more time. So I spent far more time just like wandering around than doing anything really. But I had a lot of fun with this. I like walking in the city a lot. I like walking in the rain and stuff like this. It's pretty good. Hello, Kieram __. So overall, I think a good trip. Mostly, you know, it's mod likes this, so it's good to do this. Come back and see us again is such an emotionally charged phrasing. I mean, I understand it to some degree, but like I did just disappear repeatedly and just go wander around. The paper was sent to review. Well, good luck with this, Blackbird1128. Good luck with this, and I hope you get it. Got scared. Yeah, I just don't do well with when there's like a ton of people around. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough, right? It's like a tough. It's very loud and it's stinky. It's stinky a lot of the time. There's an odor. There's a stench, and it's like I don't know what the, you know. And there's just not much I want to see, so it's like I'm just gonna we're gonna hightail it out of here as quickly as we can. The gamer sent, yes. Hello, 10x programmer and Mookie Sticks. Human fumes, yes. It's like this a little bit, right? I know it's almost unavoidable given so many people. Hightail, cool. We just got here. Hello, Big Game Mikey. Well, I mean, this is I would never run off on you all, computer. So yeah. And so yeah, that's the thing. Largely, that's largely the thing. Boston review. We can put a check mark on that one. That's what we call a check mark. Familiar with the stink? It's tradition. Honestly, I've found that, I mean, perhaps to break a stereotype, at the cons I go where there's lots of V type people who we hang out with. Largely, those people are like kind of have their shit together. I don't know. Perhaps this crushes the illusion, right? But most people in this space are like older. They're mostly like older, like in their early mid 30s, and like also generally just like have their act together a little bit, and are doing pretty well. V greater than gamer confirmed. I don't know about this. I mean, it's hard to know because it's like, I don't know. At capable of reaching a con may have a slight. This is true as well. This is very true as well. Liquid Cake One. There's an inherent bias here, but in my estimation, at least the ones who I've met are in a pretty, you know, they're doing pretty well. Turns out they're all 30. Yeah, I mean, this is just the nature of the thing. Everyone ends up being 30 after enough time. You just, you know, everyone ends up being this way. Yeah, damn. I only have 3 years left. I got like 2 years left now. How profound. Yeah. Brighter Malfin, please be better at the bazaar. Wait, is Brighter Malfin 36 years old? Is this the case? Oh, to be 30 again? Yeah. Man, all of this is shocking. Info lookup symbol doesn't know how to look for ELIS symbols if called from an Emacs C source file. I see. On my last year before 30. Oh, the bit is that is Northern Line. I see. I was going to say. Anyway. Sorry, we're sipping. Hello, Mr. Subtleties. The dirty 30 comes from, I mean, it's probably nothing to worry about. I mean, it just happens, right? I think people are, you know, age, it's just how it goes, right? Maybe I'll be singing a different tune on my deathbed or whatever, but I think it's just, you know, if everyone else is doing it, like I'm, you know, I don't know, like I feel like most of the anxiety like surrounding like becoming 30 is like what do people worry about with aging, right? Like, oh, my health will become poor. Well, my health is already kind of poor, so like I mean, this is nothing new. They get worried about like, oh, I'm going to have wrinkles and gray hair. My hair is already gray as fuck. My hair's gray as fuck, and I have like, right, like this is, I don't have any sort of cosmetic concerns about this. And like what else? What else? Oh, I won't be able to live my youthful lifestyle where I'm going out on the town. I'm going out on the town every day, and I don't go out on the town anyway, right? So all of these things together really are just like, I mean, I'm only getting the experience, right? I would be, you know, I think my peak is going to be like 45 or 50 even. Excited this will be, yes, it's good. The anxiety song is playing in your head. I front loaded it so like 14, so I'm good for now. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Thank you to whoever subbed. It's doing the thing. Also, what is wrong type argument window live p window 27? What's that all about? What's going on with that down here? We're getting a lot of those. Health IQ. I don't know. I mean, perhaps on the average, but you can always beat the averages, right? These things are possible. Hello, Chlorgall and Geets. Also, must be a dead window. Yeah, I don't know what it would be. Perhaps something to do with the fact that we restarted the bus and we don't typically use so. Hello, 37. Natural log of 37 as well. Oh, it's fluted. Thank you. It's hard to believe it's been 5 months fluted. What the fuck? We shout out Dumb Moths too. Dumb Moths is like, I don't know. Dumb Moths is like my number one streamer now. I don't know how this has happened so rapidly, but like I'm like the world's number one Dumb Moths fan at this point. The 70-year-old I know suggested that your 40s are likely the peak of your life. You probably have your shit together at this point, and your medical issues likely haven't yet even properly reached embarrassing, let alone crippling yet. Yeah, what the window was. I mean, it's not opening up any. I guess we could probably chuck something that shows a backtrace in somewhere, but we're going to just deal with this for now, I think. Yeah, I think this is possible. Look, I mean, of course, it's all up to the individual, right? You could be, I don't know, a popular location. I mean, Salad for S was here just several moments ago with Big Game Mikey. They were here a minute ago. An internal window. I mean, it's a window in the sense of like an Emacs window here. I don't know. It's definitely something we're doing. I don't know what it would be. It's probably the gizmo cycling. Oh, you know what it is? I think we probably haven't. Can we tag window? Also, I'm getting a lot of like lag on my inputs. Like when I move, like there's a lot of like weird. We'll see. I'm looking at the E-list manual. So what's today? Why have we come today? What's the idea behind this? Hello, Diana Morphs. Welcome. What is the purpose? The purpose is Springless Game Jam, and the method. Hello, thank you for the follow, Diana Morphs. The method is Upside Down Cake, and the game is Calamari. We're going Squid. I don't know why we're calling it Calamari. I think this was some sort of pun coined by someone. Internal node of the window tree, not a leaf, but a split window. Yes, I see. Okay, we're running DRM too. Squid Games. Yes, we're going a little bit Squid Games today. The intention behind Calamari is to make something that at least roughly captures the gameplay experience of Dragon Quest 1. I think called Dragon Warrior, right? Dragon Quest 1. Do you know this? Are you familiar? Are you familiar with this? Dragon something like this. I don't know. I'm not going to you know. The does it go? Does it go? Can we see GDQ of this? I don't know. Maybe this is apropos. Where does apropos just mean I say this all the time and I just mean appropriate. I don't know if this is real. We probably looked this up before. I want to make a thing where you can walk around the world and there's battles. Not even all this, right? I just want to make a thing where you walk around the world and there's battles. You're battling, right? You're battling. Unslug yourself, Colonq. Thank you, Ultra Stim. Welcome in, Ultra Stimulation. Like this, you see how there's battles? You see you're walking around the world with your little guy, and then there's battles, right? Perfectly cromulent way of saying appropriate. Yes, I think so, perhaps. Hello, Nympheus. That's not Dragon's Lair. Hello, Infernoid, also. What is Dragon's Lair? What is this? Video game series? 1983? 1983, Rick Dyer, ex-Disney animator Don Bluth. I see Laserdisc technology. This is something else, honestly. Cromulent. It's pretty good, I think. Although it's one of those words that I don't know. It's kind of been played up a little bit, right? People love when you say cromulent. People are like, okay, this guy. What's this guy on about? He's saying cromulent out here. It's hard to justify. It's a hard choice to justify. With words, it's difficult to like. You got to strike the balance where if you're saying crazy shit all the time, people are like, okay, like what's this all about? But if you have to find the right balance. With N curses in C, over in the Nether, oh well, very good. Apropos of is appropriate too. So there's a noun rather than an adjective. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. I guess we're saying it in a noun sort of sense. Okay, bro. They'll say how gauche. Yeah. Like they'll be like, this guy's talking like he's some sort of steampunk character. Debug on message, yeah. Okay, we're sipping. Debug on message is a tool that I frequently forget exists, but it seems probably very good. Hello, Ultra0_. What is up, Slime? Greetings, Sludge. Greetings, hello, Sludge. Welcome in, Sludge. It's good to see you. I'm doing pretty well, Ultra0_. I'm feeling so good today. Today I'm really thinking. Right? In terms of the recent LLLL sessions, today is going to be a really good one. I'm thinking. I don't know if you're feeling that as well, computer, but I'm starting to feel like things are getting really good. SoundCloud in 2017 to 2019 era. I don't really listen to music, Ultra0_. It's sort of, I don't know. I don't, it doesn't appeal to me. Slime Girl Cavern for this? Yeah, maybe so. We'll see how it goes. Anyway. What does Calamari do so far? What does it do so far? Well, we can display a little world. We have world. There's a world type behavior. You see it? It's not very much to look at just yet. There's a little thing. Do you see this? Do you see this feeling good? Yeah. You see there's imagine this you have to use your imagination that this is grass and this is rocks. This is this. This is this, and this is rocks. Hello, Gold Tech. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. And we can edit them even. If we were to go in here and we were to say something like ASprite, or maybe even we were to say ASprite assets tiles.png, we might be able to do very interesting things. We might be able to do things like, what if we were to draw on the grass? What if we were to draw on there a little bit? Can we do that? What if we make some little pixels? Let's get some little, like everyone knows this is what grass looks like. It's got like a little bit of a pattern like this. Minecraft invented this, and it's good. It's a good thing to be doing. And what if we make the rocks? We can put a little face on them, right? Maybe something like this. We can be like, hi, hello, it's rocks, right? You see this pixel art and thought they meant a single pixel, something like this, right? I mean, I am artistically motivated, I would say, largely. Hello, Not a Furry Yif Lover, welcome in. I hope you're doing well, Not a Furry Yif Lover. Hello, Mr. Rocks himself. Yes, if we close this, we go back to calamari.el and we run this once more, then they'll be in the video game. No, they won't be. What's an issue? Are they here? They won't be. Did we not? Oh, we have to manually rerun assets. That's the thing, because I don't reload them, I don't reload them casually in order to avoid waste of time. That's embarrassing. How embarrassing for me. Can we MGBA QT this? See, now they got rocks in here now. They put rocks in here and grass and they have a little face on them, right? This is pretty good. And this map also is here because it looks like this. If we go into calamari assets.el, actually if we go into calamari world.el, look at this big array. We got this big array going on here, right? Do you see him? What if we wanted to, we can put different rocks. We can put different rocks in. We can insert a different sort of rock. We can make this a 3 even. We can even put this into a 3 sort of configuration, and we can then do this. We can rerun the video game, and look at that. Look at that now. we have alternative sort of configuration of things. And this is, of course, not very much. But the interest, and we've done all this before on the GBA, if you recall. We've done this and more. The interesting thing about this is that it's all in thumb now. We're actually doing it the right way instead of the wrong way. Re-release the GBA, it's perfect in every way. It really is a beautiful fucking system. Hello, Boz Z. The finger pointing to the end of the road. Well, I don't know, I guess. This is they call this lore. You have to read the item descriptions to figure this out. Load file name to resolve your paths. I'm still unsure what you mean by this exactly. Oh, you mean oh yes, to use load file name for the you're trying to run this yourself. And I'm saying F canonical here, right? But what I should be doing is I should be basing this off of, I am doing this in the I think I changed to doing this in the assets at least. I'm doing a little bit of a, it's sometimes weird to do because you have to do, like, you don't have load file name set if you're just like running the buffer with a val buffer, and which I do quite often. But I think this is the necessary surgery I want to be doing. So perhaps I should be making these, like, what is the error if I try and run this in batch mode currently? If I say Emacs script calamari.el, it's going to, no, it just works. It does just work. If I'm here, if I'm in this directory, at least it works. Does it not? It probably doesn't work if I'm here, right? So it's somewhat, but I think I'm satisfied with that probably. Like this breaks, yeah, but that's, you know, it's fine. It's probably fine. Can I make it? I can probably make it work in both places if we do that thing though. If I go into, but then I'm gonna have to worry about like loading. It's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying to do it. We'll you know, it's fine. It's fine. What is the wrong way? I don't even remember what the right way was, honestly, at this point. So this is our intention, right? What do we have here at play? What is at play right now? I have spent so much time fixing bugs. I'm sure more bugs will continue to be. Oh, thumb. Yes. Oh, yes. So the wrong way is doing it with ARM. The right way is doing it with thumb. I thought thumb would merely be like, oh, we do this if we need it. Thumb actually exists because of the Game Boy Advance. I did not know about this, but thumb exists because Nintendo was skeptical about ARM. This is a piece of the lore that I was unsure about. But I was reading. There's this guy. There's this guy. I think it's Copetti. There's this Rodrigo Copetti who writes these really interesting, like, nice write-ups about old consoles, like technical breakdowns. They are very approachable. Yeah. And thumb, they mention here that can we find the thumb guy? I think it was in the citations. Yeah. They cited a thing, like a talk on YouTube. There was a thing that was because they didn't like ARM. Yeah. Where is the, can we find this? It might be in one of the other things. Instantly bookmark the website. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. They mentioned on here, when Nintendo took a look at ARM's latest design, the ARM 7, they weren't pleased with it. The size of ARM's instructions meant that hypothetical gadgets comprised of 16-bit buses with limited memory and storage, all to save cost and energy, would make the CPU inefficient and bottlenecked. And this dude, Dave Jagger, designed thumb on the train leaving this meeting or something, and he mentioned this in this YouTube talk, this talk at Google. I had not put the pieces together. Like this is like for the thing. I really just should have done thumb from the start, but I guess we need both, right? You do need to write some ARM code, like, because the thing starts in ARM mode, and we need to do a little bit. I could have done that by hand. I could have just written the machine code, but we have done a lot of work on the thing. Well trained to write thumb, tbh. Yeah. So we have a lot more thumb stuff now. The way the game looks currently is if we look at calamariengine.el, I've kind of broken it up into some files as well. We're trying to be a little more organized with this one, right? I think since we are trying to write a game in assembly now, right? discipline is going to be highly important. Usually I'm fairly undisciplined in my programming on stream, right? We kind of throw shit all over the place. We're kind of haphazard a lot of the time. This is going to demand significantly more discipline from us, I think, right? Just in order to like keep things straight in our head, just because it's so, yeah, this time will be different. I'm sure it'll end up being an unholy mess by the end, right? But we need to last long enough that we can get there. We need to get over the hump. Excuse me. Hello, Findustries. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome in. Please, can we shout out Findustries? If you don't know Findustries, you should really take a look at this. Findustries is doing really remarkable stuff around here we call it Gizmo. This is kind of our main word for like stream gadgets and things. We call this Gizmo. Findustries has a really remarkable Gizmo that's like linked to a multiplayer Steam game. It fucking rocks. It's very cool. To the raiders, hello. I'm LLLL Colonq. Hello. Welcome in. Hi. I'm a guy made of letters. I'm a guy pretending to be letters, pretending to be anime. Today we're writing a Game Boy Advance game. We are attempting to write a Game Boy Advance game from scratch for a game jam. And by from scratch, I mean we are writing the game in assembly using an assembler that we made. And the assembler is very buggy and awful, and it's also embedded inside of Emacs Lisp. So this is going to be a lot of this. Right now, like the point to which we have gotten is we can make a little map and we can put it on screen, right? We can if I run this fellow here. You see we have a little map here, right? We have some textures, right? This map is described in our source code like this with a big grid of numbers, right? You see if I change this to a bunch of twos maybe, right? I can say, I don't know, like something like this maybe. Something like this maybe. Will this go? Let's see about this then. Thank you for all the follows, everybody. I'll say hello in a moment. And if you like what you see here, we have a Discord and an IRC. That's where we hang out. And please again check out Findustries, who is very, very fucking cool and does good shit. You see now it says hi, right? This is a Game Boy Advance emulator, right? We just made a new ROM. So what we're trying to do, I think, is we're going to write a little RPG. Something kind of like the early Dragon Quest, right? Where you walk around and there are like random encounters and you fight guy. It's gonna be we're not going to be super ambitious with this thing, right? But we're going to try our best to make a thing where you fight guy. And the intention is that it's underwater themed. I don't know, right? It's like you're a little fish or squid or some sort of other similar fucker, and you encounter other beasts of the sea, and there's some sort of combat maybe. I don't know. Perhaps the combat is rhetorical, but I don't. Who knows with these things. Welcome in though. Can I say hello to everyone? Welcome in Kelanthony and Sigyn Rekart's daughter. This is a powerful Icelandic name, if I'm not mistaken. Hello, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. And Hayu E1, welcome, and thank you for the follow. And Goldman 4500, hello. And Canuck attack, and Teacups and Honey. And Crosters98 and _Shmee and Shadowcat Jen and Skara EXE and Lady Tamira and Findustries and Moo Bell and Entity 368 and Muffin Dutchy and Hazel Baby 3 and everyone. Hello, hi, yo, and Owlcat, hello as well. Entry code thumb should work. I mean, I think the entry point, it starts in ARM mode, so you need at least a little bit of ARM to get into thumb. Some fun, yeah. This is less computer science and more just like we're fucking around, right? I'm a hobbyist, right? Essentially, I'm someone who just like enjoys the computer a whole bunch. I like poking at things. Gotta go grab some food. Well, we will take care of them. Oh, we got to do I'll take it from here. I've been kind of workshopping this a little bit. I've been trying to workshop like cool catchphrases and stuff that make me seem charming and like I don't know. Let me know what you think. So and enjoy your food. Hello, wind up boy as well. You don't have to pretend. I know it's yes. I'm glad I got the name correct. Sigyn Rekart's daughter. This is I read. What's the book? what's the book? I have not read very much Icelandic literature, but I did read a few years ago. Thank you. Oh yeah, I was sorry. I was just going to say I read a friend got me a novel called Svartfugl, which I think the English translation is The Black Cliffs by Gunnar Gunnarsson. So I don't know, the I've had some exposure to the Icelandic naming pattern through this through old Svartfugl, which I'm probably also saying wrong. Okay. Yeah, so we're doing this today. What's the goal? What's the plan? It says this is a good author. Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad you liked it. I like quite a few like Nordic authors, at least. I like probably my absolute like favorite poet is this fellow, this Norwegian fellow. And of course, I've only read translations, but I like the translations quite a lot, and I think I would probably like the originals as well. Some of his novellas are also very good. Hello, Shiny Eevee boy. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Newt Hampson. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Okay. So what must be done, right? We have done relatively little so far other than fix bugs and things. And we lurking while writing. Well, good luck. Thanks for the recommend. Yes, I think it's very good. It's very good stuff if you're into this sort of thing, into poetry. We have a little engine, right? The engine mostly just serves to set some settings, right? I have built a thing. Someone commented in the past, I think it was Talon1024, commented in the past that, damn, you should really write some higher level abstractions over some of these things instead of just like constantly writing out these annoying like manual bit mask things and trying to remember what they mean. So I've built out some stuff that are it's kind of awkward. But I've built out some convenient like elist macros to build the things that like set certain flags. They're like this, right? The Hoyt author known as Gege Akutami, known for the hit manga Jujutsu Kaisen. I know about this. I think my wife was watching this briefly. She I don't know if she ever finished this thing. Also, hello, thank you for the follow, Suave Honey and Hazel Baby and Shiny Eevee Boy. Watch it now. I don't really tend to watch too much shonen. I don't know. I don't watch very much anime at all anymore. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is a deficit of attention or something these days. I feel like my attention span has been crushed by the grinder of the internet. But like, I don't know. Maybe it'd be good if I did. Maybe it'd be good. You need at least one ARM instruction. Yes, because you need to put an ARM instruction in the header real nice. And we've done all this, right? If you look at our thing, right? If you look at calamari.el, the header that goes at the start of the cartridge, there's ARM code that lives at the very start of the header, right? You need to put like a branch to your actual main in like one instruction or whatever in 32 bits. Thank you for song. Thank you. Wait, did Newton die as well? Actually, it did. We're not seeing our overlay. Let's boot this up. Let's boot this bastard up a little bit. Hello Elysium Plane though. So, what's our goal today, right? And I keep talking myself in circles, right? Where are we now, and what is our goal, right? What do we have, and where must we get, right? I turn this down a tiny bit, a smidge. Where we are at present is we have like the basic engine, right, that does, display setup, and we have some ways to control this a little bit. And we have a basic game loop where we can update and render, right? And we're trying to break this up a little bit so that we can update and then we wait for vblank and then we render hopefully during vblank, which is what you're supposed to do. Hello Exodrifter _ also welcome. Hello friends. I hope you're well. Don't listen on my phone yet. I'll look soon. Exodrifter _ currently, yes, please, no, you have no rush or obligation at all, Real Nice, but I hope you can find something fun I hope looking at it is fun if you're going to do this. So right now we're not rendering much. We're just calling this render chunk center thing every single frame. And this render chunk center guy lives inside of world.el. And what he does is it's a function, right? So you call it like a function. And you give it an address, right? So you'll see when we call it over here, if we go back over to engine.el, we're doing this thumb call thing, and we're saying thumb call render chunk center data chunk 0, and data chunk 0 is a symbol, so this resolves to an address, right? So we pass it an address, and this just basically does kind of a funky mem copy, right? So the chunk is an array that lives on the cartridge. It's 32 by 32, and the elements are bytes, where the bytes are going to they're going to indicate like what tile is there. So it's a 1024 elements array, and we need to put this into VRAM inside of the thing where we like control the tile map. So we're putting this in screen block 28 on the screen, and the entries in the tile map are all 16 elements long. So we have some little helpers to like write like for loops over ranges, and we just do this stuff, right? So all we're doing right now is it's very simple, right? We're basically copying. All we're doing is we're throwing a 1024 element array on the cartridge. We're copying this into a 2048 byte array in VRAM, and then it gets displayed in VRAM because we've set the appropriate flags, right, that tell it where it is, where to look in VRAM, right? This is not super interesting yet. What we would like to do with this, and the reason for this whole chunk abstraction, is to have a big open world that we can move around in, that we can scroll in, that we can like navigate a little bit. That's the idea, right? Also, hi, bad cop. Hello. So how do we get from here to there? And that's going to be the mission today. No map editor. The map editor for now is going to be, I don't think I'll do this, but I'm going to probably write a little elisp thing that loads this from files for testing purposes. And then we're going to make a random generator in elisp that generates these chunks. And that's going to be exciting. I think I want to play with some of the stuff that like, I don't know like what the right thing to do is there. I kind of want to do like a big dungeon almost. So maybe we'll bring to bear some of the techniques that we used in Oob, like which is like kind of a space partitioning sort of thing almost, right? Where we make a tree, right? And we like the nodes of the tree are like splitting a certain area in half, right, or something, and then we get down to a certain level and we make rooms and we connect them across we connect children in the tree across this sort of thing, right? This is very, very doable. We'll think of something fun, and there we're very uninhibited because we're just writing Lisp, right? The eventual goal is to generate the levels at generation time, right? So at compile time, basically, we're going to be generating the levels of the game, the world of the game. For now, I'm happy just testing with like this. It's fine. So what we'd like to do, and I think my main objective today is, first of all, like so let's go to the docket. What are our goals, right? First of all, we would like to be able to scroll the map. This should be pretty easy because I think it's chunk. The intention is that chunks are 32 by 32 tiles, and the largest possible tile map is 64 by 64. So the intention is that since a chunk, and the screen is smaller than this, right? The screen is 240 by 160, right? Which means that the screen is cannot display an entire chunk. And the intention is that since a chunk is more than half of the screen, right? You can how do you say? Like we can scroll smoothly while only loading like a certain number of chunks. I guess this is the idea, right? You'll see how it goes. We talked about it a little bit last time. But for now, first of all, I would like to scroll the map, right? Just one chunk, right? So I want to make it so we can take user input, we can press buttons on the D-pad, and we can just scroll basically what we already have, right? So like we can see this map, and we can move around. I mean, there's 64 by 64 tiles, right? Which is I don't actually know what the NES does. It's probably maybe comparable. I know very little about the NES. 60 and the tiles are 8x8. I think Nintendo basically just like did very similar designs with slight modifications for like all of the graphics hardware in their early systems feels very similar. Like I don't know, they have like, there's of course differences, but it feels like there's a very familiar taste to it. I wouldn't be surprised if I started working on the SNES or something and it's very, very similar. The GBA is probably like the culmination of all that though. I think like, I don't know very much about the DS, but my understanding is that the DS is basically just like 2 GBAs, right? Like it's similar in architecture, and I wouldn't be surprised if like the 2D stuff on the DS is very similar to the GBA. GBA games in Lisp, yes, well, somewhat. It allows us to write GBA games in a flavor of assembly that is kind of scripted with Lisp, Big Game Mikey. So I don't know if this is within the letter of the law, but I don't know if it's within the spirit of the law, but it's probably within the letter of the law, I guess, which is the best. I don't know, maybe the best kind. So let's think about scrolling first. The next thing we'll think about, I think, is loading multiple chunks, unloading chunks at runtime. Hello, Goofy System. Welcome in. What's up? I'm doing really well. I'm doing like, I feel so good today. I feel like I am getting a little bit amplified. I don't know. Things are going really, really good for us, Goofy System. I've recovered from illness. We're no longer dying. We're no longer in the pit. Whose is this? This is Crazy Kitty. Thank you, Crazy Kitty. So, So this is the second element of the whole thing. Boston Review. Yeah, it was good. It was very wet. I was sick too for like a whole week. Yeah, I've had like the weirdest illness I've ever had in my fucking life system. I was sick and I'm still like a little bit sniffly and stuff. I still don't feel like fully 100%, but like I was sick for like 3 straight weeks. Fixed hardware maxes for polys, like sprite limits exist in most systems. Yeah. I don't know. It'd be fun to look at the DS's 3D stuff. It's this is kind of cool. This is a cool thing. I think we'll probably play with this eventually. But like I've been sick like more than, I don't know. It's been like I haven't been like severely ill, but it's definitely like the longest one of these things has lasted for me. We shut up bad couple, so does it go? It goes. So this is the second piece of the puzzle, right? So we want to like load multiple chunks, and we want to have multiple chunks in VRAM, but only partially, right? So ideally, I think the way we're going to do this is we're going to have like, I guess like since we can read directly from cartridge, it's not so bad. Probably what we'll do is we'll keep track of the coordinates of the player, right? So when the player is moving around, they're aligned to the grid, right? So there's kind of 2 layers of coordinate system here, right? There's which chunk you're in. So there's like a chunk X and a chunk Y. I too am under the airs of illness. I see, Big Book of Bug. I'm very sorry to hear this. I hope the move is going well, Big Book of Bug. I hope you recover soon. So the player, for example, has like a chunk X and a chunk Y, and they also have like an inter-chunk X and Y, right? So like say you're in like chunk 5, 5, 5, 3. The top left corner of that chunk is like, you know, coordinate 0, 0, right? Like, so it's kind of like this. There's like local and a global coordinate. And we want to keep the surrounding chunks of the player loaded so we can smoothly walk from chunk to chunk. The chunk thing should be totally hidden from the player, basically, right? They should be getting loaded kind of in the background. So when you step into a new chunk, right, what it does is it loads the surrounding chunks, the more significant bits of a more ordinary position. I mean, sure. I mean, actually, probably this is maybe the easy thing to do. We may represent it this way. We'll see how we're feeling about it. It may, you know, who knows? It's probably easy to convert between either representation, honestly. So this is the intention. This is the intention that when you move around, right, we keep the chunk you are in, and then the 8 surrounding chunks that you could possibly see, depending on where you are in the current chunk, all loaded into VRAM. I woke up to eat a potato. I see. Well, please sleep well. Sleep well. So these are our objectives today. If so in the long term, and then bonus objective. Randomly generate chunks in a cool way. I think this will probably be our like. I don't think that's what does the word aperitif mean? I don't think it means. Is this like an appetizer? This is an alcoholic drink taken before a meal to stimulate the appetite. Is there also a digestif? Digestif is what we're thinking of, which is an after dinner drink consumed to aid digestion. This is sort of like digestif, right? This is so if we get this done, we're going to go deep into generation. Our fruit and cheese course, yeah, something like this. We're getting some cheese with our wine. So yeah. So first off, scrolling the map, right? And to scroll the map sensibly, we're going to want to have user input, right? We're going to want to like read the gamepad and figure out what's happening based on this. We have done this before. I think the way this is done is you just read a certain register on the system. I think in fact we probably where did we do such a thing? We probably did it in Cave here, right? We definitely did. Here this is kind of old bit rotted code a little bit. Where are we getting user inputs? Here we have a similar system where we were like testing like map building based on how do you call it? Ostensibly just read some stuff. Yeah. So where does he go? Where does he go? Where are we reading? I think we are potentially reading in wherever we're calling updates. I would imagine. Where is update player? Where is the thing? We have this button press guy. He has since been obliterated. Button pressed has faced obliteration. Where does he live? There probably is a guy called like arm button pressed now. If I have to hazard a guess. Oh, he's here. He's here. I see. So what this guy is doing, it seems like there's just this reg key input guy. Which do we have this guy in our symbol table? Reg key input. So this guy just lives at 4000200. And he's 16. He's or 4000130. Excuse me, I'm offset by a line. And he's 16 bits long. I think it might be LLLL. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hello, Yellowberry HN. Welcome in. We're here. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit like all over the place. I'm just so excited to be like feeling good and be back in my zone and like be talking to the computer and like it's really good. I feel like this is just like yeah. NES PPU and name table is 32 by 30, and they steal the last two rows for the attribute table, which encodes 2-bit palette numbers for each 2x2 tile block. I see. They do a different thing here. Of course, the colors are different. This is awesome. Well, I'm glad you think so. Hello, Kalanthony and Mikolai Moe. Hello. Hello, hi. So all we're doing here, this is kind of like horrible. I think this is potentially horrible. Hello, OSR Burns. Also, welcome. I wonder what the OSR in your name is. GBA has far more colors, and there's like different palette modes that are controlled by. You can control them either by like there's a couple of things you can do, right? There's an 8-bit per pixel mode, and then there's also a 4-bit per pixel mode where you can control like which section of the palette you're indexing based on a thing in the tile map. Show up so I don't go insane. Encoding AVIs into various outdated codecs. Well, good luck. It's very good to see you, Yellowberry. Ashling to Mama Goose. Hello, low effort ZZZ. Also, welcome. Okay. So this whole fucker is, what is BIC? What is BIC in this setting? What are we? I mean, this seems like we're doing I would assume this is like some kind of we're applying some sort of mask. Is this like a? I don't actually know what this is doing. Can we look at ARM assembler? They got Gmail and servo. Oh, in the servo renderer, I did not see that. That's kind of sick. Where is BIC? This is some sort of data processing operation. I don't know what he does, in fact. Leading geese south for the winter in an ultralight. I see. This is good, maybe. So we just need to read this thing, right? We just got to read reg key input, and this will probably be like one. I've been finding thumb to be much nicer to write by hand than ARM. ARM is so like, I feel constantly like whenever I'm writing ARM, the instructions can do so much that I constantly feel like I'm fucking up. Whereas thumb, like, there's very little like complexity, I guess, right? They don't have like these elaborate like shifting and offsetting things, and there's not conditions on every instruction and things like this, right? Like thumb, it's just like, okay, like it feels like it's just very simple, right? It's like, okay, shift the thing here, you know, like add this. It's super basic. Okay, I think we'll yoink this. Do we have this? Where does this button masks guy live? He lives in constants.el. And I guess this just gives us the mask for every guy. So fundamentally what we need to do is we need to just like read this reg key input. We need to bitwise and with one of these things based on which button we're reading. And then we need to how do we say? We need to like adjust some variable for like our current scroll position based on this, right? Based on you know, control some increment or decrement some variables based on which of right, left, up, and down we are pressing. And then we need to like in our render function, we need to update whatever control register that scrolls the background based on those variables. So this will be a little bit of a task, but we can get it done. It's funny how these things that would be so trivial in something like C or like they become like, okay, we have to think about them a little bit. But this is maybe not the worst thing. The simplicity of thumb gives ARM its power. Yeah. Regular ARM instructions are complicated. It catches a lot of people off guard because they think RISC and simple, but those don't necessarily go together. Yes, for sure. It's been an interesting journey getting up to speed on this stuff. Because I had the same impression, right? I was like, oh, ARM must be pretty, you know, but it really is not. I think really it's less simple and more consistent than anything, right? It's yeah, I don't know. And actually, like, I hadn't thought about it too much, but like it seems like so it's sort of like there are various like trade-offs you could make probably in designing one of these instruction sets, right? I have not thought very much about CPU design. I would love to eventually, probably we will design some little fucker in VHDL or something and play with that. But like the ARM, it seems like they have leaned heavily on the side of simplicity, consistency, I guess, like ease of decoding is what I would kind of guess, right? There are some things like x86 it's like so involved, right? I imagine it's like pretty expensive to decode this, right? Whereas like ARM, like it's so consistent, but it's wasteful, right? It's wasteful of the space that they have, right? Like there's a huge number of things like on ARM they attach a condition code to every instruction, right? And like this is like a cool thing, right? But like the condition codes, like they include like where are the cons, right? Like there are like I think they mentioned in one of the ARM talks, right? Like I don't is it even specified here? There's like a never condition code, right? Like I think maybe it's the one we're ignoring here. Like there's just like a huge amount of space just that's basically no ops, right? Because this is on every instruction, right? There's just like a condition you can put on things where it's just like I never will run this. never execute. Yeah. Yeah. So it's funny, right? Like it's like that's very wasteful if you're considering this from the sense of like well, I want to squeeze as many instructions, as many things as I can into 32 bits, or I want like as much space as possible for like immediates and things. But it kind of makes sense to just like be super consistent in this way when it comes to decoding. Maybe I don't know. That is a 4 bits. Yeah. Hello. Low. Thank you for the streak. Low effort ZZZ. It's just one of 16 values. Yeah, but still, like when you consider like the total space of like all the instructions that are encoded, right? There's like a substantial amount that all basically have like identical functionality because of this, right? The I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, everything except those mass load store instructions seems fairly regular. Yeah, I mean there's weirdness on a lot of the way that offsets are encoded in a lot of the things. Real nice. And there's a lot of things where like you have like a shifter. I don't know how standard this is. It surprised me a little bit coming from writing x86 or whatever, right? But you have like there's like a shifter that you can, so the space of values that like you can encode in offsets to certain instructions is not like obvious all the time. It's not just like, oh, you get 8 bits. It's like, well, you get 8 bits, but then also there's like this 4-bit shift or something like this, so you can kind of represent this greater range of things. Barrel shift, yeah. This is the one. Additional instructions and registers for conditional logic. Yeah. Like it's just cool. I'm not saying this in like this is very cool and interesting. Certain classes have condition codes. This is ARM v4 DSPX PLCR. This is everything. I think everything has a condition code here. Every single thing. It's always like the high 4 bits of every single instruction is this. Yes, if you might be familiar also with 64-bit ARM, which I think is a substantial departure. This is in like old 32-bit ARM. But I think it probably is similar in most of the 32. I don't know. I shouldn't speak on things I don't know about. So okay. All of this being said, hello Mog. Also, can we write some helpers for us? Where's thumb helpers? We know that if we're doing this, can I also move these constants out of here? These could probably be better served in over here. These are probably a little bit better over in the other area. Hello Mog, and thank you for the boost pixel sorted. It's good to see you as always. Going back to ARM1, all has that lineage of conditional instructions. I see. Yeah. I also learned through some of this. I was reading about this a little bit. I learned that thumb was divisive, which is kind of like they thought this was like a horrible design sin, which is kind of cool, right? It's like this is like killing the elegance of the machine, right? And it's like maybe like it's dude, this is like the dirtiest hack possible. It's kind of funny getting this inside perspective on it. I really enjoyed that talk a lot. Okay, so we already have a little helper for doing basically 4 loops in thumb. I think we're gonna want helpers for other conditionals as well. I would really much rather think in terms of ifs in whiles and fors than think in terms of branch not 0 and things like this and comparisons. Yeah, look at Giselle. Yeah. Skips those mass load stores specifically because they have many times more register accesses than other operations do, which makes it impractical to implement a CPU that takes the same time for every operation. Yeah. I know little of RISC-V. This is something that I think we will inevitably write an emulator for, because apparently it is, at least allegedly, it is easy to write a simulator. So like, yeah. Pizza related frustrations. Is this the case? Can we shout out Mog as well? So like we're gonna want an if, right? And luckily, given our new business that we have here, it might be kind of easy to do this. Hello, Sun as well. Hi, Sun. No one actually seems to think it's useful. Yeah, and also like this doesn't exist anymore so much, right? I don't know. Probably was. They were doing all kinds of shit with Java back in the day. Like they were doing the smart cards and like I don't know. Like I'm sure there was I'm sure it's kind of a cool thing, right? But like also kind of an unholy. I don't know. It seems like you would maybe be better served. Like I think it ran into like weird shit where like it was like it's kind of hard to change the hardware like this, right? So they ran into situations I think where like some of the things that like Giselle could accelerate were there were like new innovations in the software, and then suddenly the software implementations were faster than the hardware implementations in some cases. So it was like you had to like know like this is I don't know. It's scary stuff. Like tying yourself to such like a high level thing in hardware. So generate a branch based on the value in the register C. If C is non-zero, execute the code generated by T. Otherwise, execute the code generated by E. This is what we'll do. We kind of have a very nice, if you recall the Game Boy days of 1 year ago when we were doing this, we wrote some really ugly macros for doing stuff over there, and this is where we're starting to get into the advantages of all of the bullshit we have written. Can I look at the where's the Game Boy guy? Where's our condition? Where's our condition stuff here? In the Game Boy guy, we did these like unless things, right? And what they would do is they generated a relative jump, but it was just based on the length of the body that you gave it, right? So this is kind of awkward for a number of reasons. It's awkward because like you have to be able to know the length, and we did some really annoying tricks to make that happen. And you also need to like there's a so if you go over the size of the immediate that you could pass to this JR, this is suddenly like very broken in a very annoying and subtle way. Our thing is currently still broken by large immediates, but we'll get a warning about them at least. We have this whole system now of scopes and local labels that has been helpful here, although also is occasionally buggy, right? We have this scope thing, right? Also this guy, this thumb 4 guy should probably be where are we actually using this? You'd probably be more careful about him. This guy probably wants an additional emit around his exterior. We go here. Yeah. So this it's set up in such a way that we can kind of make local labels that we can jump to, and they're replaced with the appropriate relative address, but they don't like interfere with each other, right? Like we could have multiple nested for loops like this, and I think it may be buggy, but I think these loop labels should not interfere with each other according to the way we've designed this. So this is pretty cool, and we also have a way to easily get scratch registers. So before on the Game Boy, we were doing all of our register management in a very, 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 very frustratingly manual way, right? We were just like deciding, okay, we're using this register here and this register here. Let's hope they don't interfere with each other. And it made it annoying to like write helper functions because it's like, okay, we don't know what registers we can use. It's kind of like when you're writing a list macro, like the gensim problem, right? Like you don't know if you're going to like collide with names. We have built up some infrastructure now that makes it a little easier to handle this, right? We have this like notion of a scope again, and we have a notion of like a fresh register, right? So like when we say fresh constant, this is like grabbing a register that like, hey, we think this one is free in this scope, and then like kind of scratching it out for the duration of the scope and say, okay, don't use this one again, right? So like calling something like this or calling this thumb 4, if we use this in different places, the code that it generates might use different registers for the index and the bound. But like it should always try its best to avoid interfering with the registers that are already in use. And also this is cool because like it'll give us a nice error when we run out, right? I've been doing a lot of work to improve the error handling in general, because this has in the past been like kind of a nightmare. But like, so we have kind of nicer stuff. Maybe I can show this off a little bit. Well, in a moment. How many registers does the GBA have? Well, it depends on which mode you're in, Wind Up Boy. So there's both the ARM mode here. Also, hello, Coos, if I didn't say so. There's the ARM mode and also the thumb mode, right? So ARM is like the full 32-bit instruction set. Thumb is like the more limited guy, and we're using thumb now. We did a lot of stuff with ARM in the past, and we took kind of a 6-month period to re-implement a ton of thumb stuff. So we're in thumb. In ARM, there are 16 registers. You have R0 through R15. In thumb, you have half of those. You have 8 registers, right? You have R0 through R7. So, and they are shared, right? You can kind of switch between these modes, and there are some things in thumb that let you access the high registers. But in practice, we have 8 registers here, 8 32-bit registers. This is our limit. Thank you for the streak, Sen Shizuko. I'm really glad you have been liking the thing, or I hope at least, Sen Shizuko. It's great to see you. Okay, so how do we do a branch like this, right? How do we do the thing? Well, presumably, right? We can just like hello NBDY __ as well. Hi. We can maybe try something that's just like we have the thing in the register already, right? So I mean, I guess this is sort of awkward, right? Because a lot of the time when we're comparing things, right, we're not going to just have a value, right? This is a very C mode of thinking, right? Actually, I wonder what C compilers do. Like, they probably the good ones probably do the right thing here, right? The thing that is natural to branch off of is not a value in a register. It's a flag that's been set, right? You can't access them for most instructions. Yeah, maybe so. ARM is sort of interesting in the sense that like even the program counter is just like one of the registers. Like in ARM mode, R15 is the program counter, and this is just a general purpose register. You can freely do arithmetic on the program counter, I think, if you wish. And like there's no innate notion of a stack pointer, but there are conventions. But there's like the link register that, like, you know, this is just not exactly. I mean, like, sure, right? But like you can it's in the same kind of mold. Have you heard about the E2K architecture? I have not heard of this. Watcher0 _ kind of has a big side effect. Yeah. Okay. Do you program an elephant with blue eyes? Hello, Ali from Solly. I'm unsure about this. This is some sort of riddle about I don't know. This is perhaps someone wiser could say. Hello, Ali from Solly. So I think we'll do it this way regardless. It becomes sort of, we'll have to think about how we're going to implement. You don't know Terry Davis? I don't keep super up to date on these things, I guess, right? I'm aware of this, I guess, but I like I know about Temple OS and things, but I don't really stay on top of the memes, I guess. Or like I don't know a lot of the lore, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I try and just like stay in my little pit. I don't know. I don't branch out too often to like with blue eyes. Yeah, I don't like how do you say? I'm very conscious of being like caught up in memes. Have you written an interrupt routine? I mean, in this place we literally have, right? We do have an interrupt handler. I have never on x86 though. Okay. How will we structure? I think we'll structure it in the same way, right? Like this is, we can just compare to 0, right? Like this is, let's emit some code here, right? Let's say first off, compare with immediate, whatever register is in C. Downloading memes is too. Yeah, I don't know, right? It's not I don't know what it is, but I think over time I've like, of course when I was young I love all of this stuff, right? I love You know, I want to feel like I'm in the. I think getting older, I've become less. You're not young. I mean, I am young, sure, but like when I was like 15 or whatever, right? The enjoy your introspection. Thank you, ABC123. Hello, I hope you're well as well. And hello, Markinov. Thank you for the follow. Less than 4 hours. Yes, we've kind of dove into things today a little bit as we go, but time will see if this persists. Like, I just like, I don't like. By meme, I don't mean like image or something like this. Although I don't like this very much anymore either. But I just mean like, I don't like, I don't know. I don't know how to convey this in a way that isn't like weird. I just like, there's so many like narratives that are happening all the time online, right? There's people going this way, there's people going this way, then there's people like saying this thing and people saying that thing, and like, oh, did you hear that X said Y and X is good and Y is good, and like, it's, you know, people have varying opinions about this stuff, and there's all sorts of stuff, right? And I just think like, I think where I've gotten personally is I just like don't care about any of it anymore. Hello, Purecoin. Also, I have not been following Eurovision. And like, opinions are fine. I just mean like I don't care very much about like these takes and things, and like whether who is right and who is wrong and who is like lost the spark. Maybe so, but I think it's like I would kind of view it as I've regained something of a spark, right? I want to just like do my thing, right? Like versus like I like, and I mean, this stuff is enjoyable, and I like, you know, it's certainly entertaining sometimes. But I don't want my own, like, I don't know. I don't want my own stuff, my own life to be tied up in the spider's web, I guess. Maybe this is a thing, like I don't want, like, I don't know, right? Like, it's good to not be so entangled in things, I think. Maybe I don't know. I'm saying this in a very weird way, so I apologize. But like, okay, we're gonna want a little bit of a branch here as well. We're gonna need to be doing a little bit of branching. So let's start by like, what's the natural state of this, right? Like, how do we structure this in a natural sort of way, right? Probably the thing to do, right, is we need like a couple of branches here, right? What's the usual way? If we have both a then case and an else case, we can probably news versus X11 means it's kind of difficult to form an opinion without some place to download news from. Yeah, I want to make and do cool shit, right? I don't want to be tied up in like the, and I encourage this for you as well, right? If I can like say one thing, right? Like, what is the, like, everyone has like a point to the thing. I don't, like, the one point of this is like, you can do cool shit, right? Like, you can do stuff and it will be fun. And like, yeah. You don't, like, it doesn't, like, things don't have to be so complicated. Things don't have to be so like tied up in like what is best or what is worst, or like, oh man, did you guys see that, like what's it like, did you guys see that how that this thing is written in Rust base, or did you guys see that the thing is written in Rust crin? Like, all of this is essentially, you know, it's pointless amusement at the end of the day, right? It's just for, and you just don't have to care about any of that. It's not relevant to you or to me. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't mean to rant about this, right? And I certainly don't mean this. Like, I don't know, man. You can be free. You can be free. Hello, Stampy159. Welcome. Like, so if the thing is 0, we're branching to the else case. Otherwise, we're in the true case. What's the true case we got going on here? What's all this? We should probably actually say the so true. Do we want this to be optional? No, it's an if. We'll make a separate guy for when and unless. I kind of like them being named differently. This guy can now just be fun call. He can be fun calling a little bit here. What's he up to? What's he up to on this fun call T? What's the other case? What's the other case we got going on? The Rust code isn't at all idiomatic. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's, you can just have fun. Like this is now else, right? Phone call E. Phone call E. Let's actually break it up like outside of the emits. They can do their own emitting if they really want to. And then this can be phone call E, and this can be UGBA emit done. And after we do this guy here, we can do a little bit of a B done. Oh shit! No, we're back. Sorry. We can do a little bit of a B done. That sure looks like an if else to me. Maybe. What's your complaint here? Invalid. Oh, of course. We're calling it. We need to call them then and else. Actually. I always forget we don't get tea in Lisp. Lisp they don't let us drink tea at all. Typest is written in Rust. I don't know what that means, but it's very cool regardless, even if I don't know how to make use of the programming language part of typest. This is like a typesetting guy, right? Perhaps a C library and unexpectedly mutates an input. Yeah, who knows? I just mean, like, at the end of the day, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm not conveying the thing I want to very well, but maybe the gist of it comes across. I think I'm trying to become immune to memes. I don't want to. Bro said nothing. I don't know. I don't think nothing matters at all. I think a lot of things matter, but I think it's like I don't know. I don't know. We're shooting the shit. We're shooting the shit a little bit. Does this look right? Is this anything? What about getting input? Producer versus consumer vibe, something like this. Yeah, like you can just do your little thing, and you don't have to be beholden to this. The extern, you need to do unsafe. I mean, you fundamentally cannot do checking on external functions like this. You'd have to, like C doesn't provide enough information. I mean, there are ways you can do things that are similar to borrow checking on C code. Typically, these things are static analysis tools that require like substantial additional annotation. The thing. Hello PLSS also welcome in. It's good to see you. Please piss. Oh, so I have to say it. It's necessary. People who are up in arms about the binary coded XMPP thing. Yeah. This exactly right. Like, there's basically no reason to ever be up in arms about hardly anything. Everything in C. I mean, these things differ. Look, if it mutates, like easy peasy. Yeah, I mean, the problem with this is the looking bit is difficult, right? The looking bit is tricky, right? And in particular, like, you know, if you could do this, there would be no problem at all. We could all just write C, or, you know, I don't know. Yeah, these things get tricky. In April 1st joke. Yeah, like, people just gotta chill out a little bit. I don't know. That's my take. I think we all just need to chill out, man. That's maybe the. Thanks for teaching though. Yes. So, like, fundamentally, any FFI is going to be unsafe in Rust, because unsafe means you're relying on your own brain instead, right? You're saying, like, trust me, bro, right? You're telling the compiler, hey, trust me, I'm gonna do what I'm saying I'm doing. Haha. And, like, that's essentially what you're doing all the time in C, right? You're saying, okay, trust me, man. This pointer does point to something that I have not read, right? This pointer like does point to something that is within, you know, according does according to whatever the rules for this in whatever the rules for this are in the standard. It points to the same. If I'm doing arithmetic, I'm keeping it inside the same object. Haha. I close standard in then printf. I wonder if this is actually like is this super evil? I feel like this isn't super evil. This probably just, like, complains at you in a pretty normal way, right? This is just like, OS level stuff. Although maybe I don't know. It certainly probably isn't like a language level fucker, right? Like, standard in is just a number. Type shit I wouldn't do. Yeah, probably for the best. Where is Okay. Can we make a fellow? Can we get a fellow on here? Written in lolcats. We're doing lolcats now. On their own time, it's good. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, right? But and the thing is, like, I don't know. Maybe I like view like. Maybe I'm just like a bloodless mass or something, right? My blood doesn't run as hot as it used to. I just think I don't get mad very much, right? Hello, Curiousus, welcome. Like, and of course, this differs for different people. But for me, I think all of the hot blood has been drained, right? There's almost nothing that will make me mad, right? There are things I think that I would make me confused or like, I don't know, amused or like, I don't know. What's another word that rhymes with this? Make me feel used, or something. But like, there's nothing that ever like prompts this like, I don't know. Bemused. Yeah, this is good. This is good too. They call him Cool Blood. I don't know. Like, it's just I don't get super. Yeah, better way of anger management. Yeah, like just considering the thing, right? There's little reason, I think, in my perspective, to be upset about computer, right? He's of the night. Yes, exactly. Men call me Darkstar these days. It's just like, and like, I don't know. I'm maybe a little too like, the way I like to think about these things is like, is it useful, right? Because of course I have tastes, right? I like this functional programming shit. I like what I like. Everyone's going to like something, right? But like, I think is it useful if I like go on twitter.com and start making epic memes about it or something, right? Like, is this useful for me? Does this get me anywhere? And like, I think the answer is like pretty unambiguously no, right? Can we call this thumb key pressed? Thumb key pressed. We have to think about what we want to do with him. There's some freak on the internet who's like, COBOL, my love. Yes, I mean, this is fine. I'm good on them for it, right? It's no skin off of my back, right? Like I don't even know about these things. It's funny. It's funny. Nowadays, internet is oops all 4chan. I mean, it's not even this, right? It's not like not it's not even oops all 4chan. It's oops all like the like I don't even know what, like the perception of like what, like it's oops all people pretending that they're behaving like what they think 4chan is like or something like this, but like what they think, like which necessarily makes it like the worst possible. Like I don't know. Can we we have to decide whether we want to pass in a register and put this in the result, or we want to. I think we probably want to pass in a register, probably. That seems nice to do. Let's say it like this. Generate code placing a non-zero value in register R if key mask is set, right? This is what we want, right? We already have this key mask sort of guy. We'll say UGBA emit here. And what are we emitting? What are we emitting? We are emitting. We need to first read the register, right? I crash my tender fingers upon my chest and roar a mighty meow. Yes, true. Same. Yes, it's like this, right? Like I don't know, right? COBOL frontend made it into the latest. Yeah, I mean, there was someone on the Discord, actually. Who was it? Jay Franco, I think, who was doing a lot of COBOL recently on the Discord, IRC area, which you probably know about. It's cool, right? Like, there's rarely something you can rarely, like, I don't know. It's sort of very gauche to complain about someone doing something, right? It's like any, like if someone was like, I'm getting heavy into COBOL this summer, right? It's like, hell yeah, right? That rocks, right? Like yeah, COBOL functional. I think very far from this. I know very little about it though. I think it's mostly verbose. It's mostly very verbose. Can we say like UGBA thumb get 16? Can we hit him with a bit of a get 16 situation here? But we may want to be in a scope actually. We may need a little bit of a guy to play around with here. It's possible for us, I think. Nice for the functions it's in. It's the, yeah, I don't know, like Algol 68 didn't make the cut. It's certainly a funny guy, right? It's certainly a funny guy. What's this guy's shape? To pass in the symbol table. Symtab is used to look up the appropriate register address. You are Symtab. You are what we are loading you. We are loading you into. We're putting you into a guy. We're putting him into a guy. I guess we just load him into R. We can get away with this maybe. We load him into R, and the thing that we are getting is reg. What's his name? Linker. Bring up linker. Reg key input. Reg key input. Put him in R, please. And then from there, right? We need to and this guy based on the mask. The problem is the mask does not fit. The mask does not fit the bill. He is too damn large. He's too, like, the mask, this mask can be 16 bits. We're not going to be fitting in 16-bit immediate into a you know, a 16-bit instruction. This is simply impossible. This is simply against the law. So we'll call this thumb fresh constant guy, which will get us a register that is conveniently available and put him in it. And this will eventually boil down to putting him in the literal pool. Yes. And then here, I think we can just say, we can hit them with an and, right? Is it called straight up and in thumb? Where's the thumb assembler? Is it and? Bring him up. It is. There is and that takes an ALU operation that takes 2 registers. Presumably it ands the contents of the 2 registers and puts the result in the first one. We're gonna hope that is how it goes. Is that how ALU op goes? We take, it's like this maybe. It's like this maybe. Cool. Well, we're gonna believe it. We're gonna believe that for now. Let's say and R MR. We call that an MRRL time actually. Okay, cool. Cool. So how do we go from here? Let's test this stuff out a little bit. We have this brand new if guy and this brand new key pressed guy. Can we do stuff with them? Can we get them going a little bit? Where do we put them? Where do they go? I think they probably go somewhere like let's go back to calamari engine.el maybe. Cotton Eye to Joe, yes. So right now we're doing some funny business, like we're incrementing a bunch of variables. Let's only increment a variable if we press the key. Let's increment a guy only if we press the key. Can we do that? That's probably easy enough, right? Instead of doing this whole like little array thing that we're doing here, right? What if we were to say something along these lines? What if we were to say, and let's go ahead and we'll just use the full if guy for now. Let's say UGBA thumb if, and the condition we're going to be using here is, how do we want to do this? How do we wish to perform? How do we wish to perform? Another thing to consider here is that this is kind of incorrect. This is a little awkward because, I guess it doesn't allocate anything. Oh, it's probably fine. It's only used it. It's not getting any new registers. If we do something like this, let's just say, let's say pressed is UGBA fresh, right? And let's say UGBA thumb e pressed K sims pressed, and we need to pass in one of these masks, right? The masks are in constants. They're in button masks. We should actually make the guy look this up in button masks, right? We're gonna say A. We're gonna say A here, I think, right? So if we go back over to thumb helpers, right? We will say, instead of saying mask like this, let's call this button. Let's call it key is pressed. And we'll say, what is mask? The mask is just A-list get UGBA button masks. Hello, Crazy Stewie. Welcome in. And Cheen Machine, too. They got the Cheen Machine in here. What the heck? Hope your stream went well earlier, Cheen Machine. Hope it's good. Cheen Machine is a good friend and a talented artist. If we look this up, if we look up key in there, and we let's also say or error unknown key, this guy. All right, we'll do it like this. We'll do it this way. You have several buttons you want to accept any of. Well, in that case, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, right? I mean, worst comes to worst, we could just, probably what I would do is I would just make this be a pass in a list of keys and then get all of their masks and or them together or something, right? This is acceptable, but for now we're just going to want to check one at a time, I think. It's easy to adapt if necessary. Rest time. Oh, I mean, when that happens. Oh yeah. I mean, we can do it very easily, I think. Regardless. Okay. Do you mean rest time in the what do you mean by this? Do you mean in the sense of us resting here we implement this, which is how I interpreted it, which seems unlikely in retrospect? Or do you mean like resting in a game and you want to break out of the rest? Or do you mean I'm having difficulty with interpretation. This is me. I'm bad with this. If we say pressed, then rest. Oh yes, yeah. It would be you mean rest like this, which is what we would do. Yeah. I'm hearing boosts, but I'm not seeing boosts. Yeah, who is what is this? Event? Hello, Kalinoscopy. Welcome. Oh, I see, because it's a hidden boost. I'm missing all of the hidden boosts now because I'm not seeing the menu events so clearly. I'm missing Mickey Noon. I'm missing, this is a public boost. In Kalinoscopy, I'm missing everybody. They're taking everybody off of this now. I don't get to see anything anymore. It's troublesome. Okay, so in the then case, we'll probably do something like this. That seems fine. In the else case, we'll just do this for now. Will this serve? No more registers are available in update. Well, that's something to say, but I think we can just claim all of the, like, this function doesn't have arguments, right? So we can just claim all of the callee saved, or the caller saved registers, and be like, we're using those too. Go back to calamari.el and we run this fucker. Let's see what happens. Can we run him now? If I say c debug GBA now, and we boot him up, get him on the screen. Hello, Fighting Annelids. Also, afternoon. It's good to see you, Kalinoscopy. Hello. Welcome in. We are in the thick of it. I'm in the. If Maud was here, she would start singing the. It's a KSI thing where you're in the thick of it. I'm in the thick of it. I'm like, etc. From the ring to the pen to the something. I don't know about this. Hello, Mr. Ed Makes. Also, hi. Something of that nature. Yeah, I've heard this. I never remember exactly what it is. But they are talking about it from time to time. Let's look at the registers. Let's also look at the memory. Let's also, we need more space here, honestly. Can I look at the disassembly here too? The thick of it song, but I mean, this is just, it's from online. They were doing, it's from the era when everyone was doing online songs, right? If I search for In the Thick of It, KSI, it's really good stuff. It's really good stuff. It's not good stuff at all. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know. Some ores are done during assembly, I think. Yeah. So can we as part of literal expressions? So I missed this question. So when we're in binary, how is something like an ore executed? From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king, where's my crown? That's my bling. Always trouble when I ring. Very true. Hello, Bastani Yaki. How is something like an ore executed? Imagine if I read some bits that represent an ore, that some physical representation of that operation must exist in the CPU itself, since the bit. Yeah, I mean, so this is how it works, Big Game Mikey, right? What a program is. I mean, I don't follow this either, Colonq. This is just phenomenon. This is just a phenomenon. It's a, you know, some things are unavoidable, perhaps. Well, I guess not in this case. The what, like, a program is just data, Big Game Mikey, right? Like, you have to think about it this way. A program is, it's just data. It's just like a bunch of, you know, all memory is, right, is basically like, or at least a way to think about memory, right? It's just a big array of bytes, right? You have one byte, you have the next byte, and you have the next byte, you have the next byte. All a byte is a number, right? The computer, at least in the architectures that we work with, there's no like special. A program is not special, right? You could throw a bunch of random numbers in memory, and there's no distinguishing this from a program other than interpreting what the numbers mean somehow, right? What the CPU does, right, is like what the hardware does is it reads from memory. It reads a number or a couple of numbers, right, and it interprets those numbers somehow, right? They call them, this is what it does, right? It, like, certain bits of the number usually mean certain things, but ultimately all it's doing is it's saying, okay, this number means do this, right? This number means do this thing. And like, you know, like, and we can demonstrate this even, right? Like, if I look at perform magical tricks, the thinking part of the rock. Like, can I get all this out of here for a moment, right? We can look exactly what an OR is, right? If I say UGBA, yeah, the numbers don't have any meaning. They're just numbers, right? The CPU has, you know, understands the numbers, right? It has some internal understanding of like what numbers map to what operation, right? It's really kind of simple, right? It's like a certain number means a certain thing, right? So like, we can get the numbers, and that's what assembly is, right? Our assembly that we're doing here is we're turning like human readable representation into the numbers, right? So if I say, I don't know, or R0 R1 or something, is this the right shape, right? This turns into 867, right? These are like decimal numbers, right? Like, this is like what it is, right? These two bytes, right? Two numbers between 0 and 255, right? The CPU interprets these numbers, and like, yeah, it has internal rules, and it does something based on these, right? And it's just an array. It's just a big array, right? This is all that it is. And what that interpretation is, right? What that association is between, okay, a big array of numbers and what you do. I mean, binary, this is something that's often confused by people, I find. Binary is merely an implementation detail, right? there is no difference between a binary number and a decimal number. This is like this is just how you interpret it as a reader, right? The computer represents numbers with binary because this is just how it's represented, right? But this is there's no like everything is represented in this at the end of the day, right? It's all right? It's all this, right? If you want to know how to interpret the numbers, right? This is essentially what instruction set architecture is, right? You've probably heard of these, right? This is the ARM thing that we're working with right now is one of these. Like x86 is one of these, right? There's different versions and extensions, and it gets complicated. But like fundamentally, what an instruction set is, right, is how the rules for how the CPU interprets the numbers, right? Again, it's just numbers, and all of the meaning of the numbers is decided by the CPU. Without the CPU, it's just kind of dead, right? It's just nothing, right? The CPU reads the numbers and does things. So what we've been doing a lot when we're writing this assembler is we're looking at documentation for these sorts of numbers, right? So if we look at this document here, right, which we've looked at a whole lot in the past, right? This is let's look at the one that has thumb actually, because that'll be more illustrative, right? If we want to know what OR is, right? We can look in the manual that the manufacturer, the designer of the CPU provided for us, right? And we can see that in what shape is OR? Can we look at the alphabetical list of thumb instructions, and can we look for OR? Where is it? We gotta jump through. We're gonna get a lot of borrow froms. Here it is, right? Logical OR. And it tells us here, right here, this thing, it says 15, 14, 13, etc., right? This is a number, right? This is a 16-bit number, and it tells us what every bit means, right? So what this is telling us is if the CPU encounters something that's shaped like this, right, where it says 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, and then these 3 bits from 3 to 5 can be anything, and then these 2 bits from 0 to 2 can be anything. It means to interpret this as perform logical OR, and it performs logical OR on registers that are denoted by those those bits at the low end that could mean anything, right? So if you put 0, 0, 1 here, that's going to mean that the source of the OR is going to be how do you say R register 1. If you put 0, 1, 0 here, it means the destination, and the other operand is going to be register 2, right? So this is the thing, right? So really at the end of the day, it's all very simple, kind of, right? There's not very much complexity at all, right? It sets flag. Yeah, S in general. This doesn't exist in thumb, but in ARM, there's almost every instruction has like an optional S bit you can set that means set flags. Done on voltages, right? I mean, the whole I know little of this getting down this far, but my understanding is that this is how, like, I mean, this kind of breaks the abstraction a little bit. Bits can be represented by a variety of things, probably. You could represent bits with, little stones and things if you wanted to. QTC1 Seton were ternary state, trinary. There's a ternary computer called Ternq. I see. The proper way to write it is with the S now. Yeah, my assembler doesn't append the S to the mnemonics. It also doesn't append for ARM at least. I also don't append the condition code to the mnemonics. I just pass them separately. But this is fundamentally a detail of how do you say, your assembler syntax, right, which is a higher level thing. Yeah, I don't know. So I hope that helps. Logic low and logic high respectively. You don't need to understand what those are exactly. It's a hardware. Yeah, exactly. Right. It doesn't like matter, right? Like this is something in software, we're working with bits and bytes. We're working with bits, right? Well, how the bits are represented is not exposed. Mostly. Maybe sometimes it is. Marbles, coin flips, puppies, everything can be made bits. Yeah. What is the computer computing today? We are working on I still don't understand what is happening, but I like listening to you. Okay, bye. Thank you, Kalanthony. That's very kind of you to say. I hope we see you again. We just talk about shit a lot here. Yeah. We are computing Jock BR today. We are in ARM again. We are in the Game Boy Advance minds. We're trying to make a goddamn video game. That's our goal. That's our aim. It's a different house of mages down there. Yeah, and sometimes you have to cross purposes if you're doing one of these things, like you have some pins involved. You're on the Raspberry Pi or the Arduino. Yeah, we got into the main course fast quick today. Yes, I'm kind of excited about it. I think largely the degree to which we get into the business very fast is it's kind of like can we what's the meat ratio? What's the ratio of meat to other? I don't really know if it's potatoes or candy. But here for the business, hello, Janthippy, hello. Like some days, right? Some days I'm like not doing much programming between the stream, right? So for example, if between you know the last stream and this stream, right? I'm outside, right? I'm chilling outdoors, right? I'm hanging out here. Hi, it's me. Right? I'm reading my little book. I'm going online, right? Like this sort of thing. See ya. Goodbye, Despero. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you around. We're gonna get there. Right? This translates to yap. We're talking about shit, right? On the other hand, the weekends were like I'm slouched down inside on the keyboard all weekends, right? Tapping away on the project. This means that during the stream I'm gonna be it's this double. It's this double. Yeah. So it goes like this a little bit. And because I was very, I don't know, I've been thinking about this a lot. So I need to get it out. We have to convey the thing. Yeah, I mean, this is good too. Please ask questions, right? It helps me, right? I am far from an expert, right? At most, I am a motivated hobbyist. So like explaining this stuff, like it's almost always, I've found in my experience, the best way to like for me to learn a thing is for me to try and explain it to others. So this is good, right? It's good as fuck. Big game Mikey. Hello, Cypher Lunas, also welcome. We shout out Cypher Lunas. But yeah, this is good stuff, right? And ARM is kind of the one last point, right? ARM there's different ways, there's different styles people associate the numbers with a meaning, right? ARM is kind of the simpler way. They call this a RISC, a reduced instruction set computer, I guess is the word for it, right? ARM's encoding is a little less horrible. It's kind of like it's always just like, they give you the same number of bytes. It's always just like interpreting either 16-bit numbers or 32-bit numbers, and they assigning some meaning, and it's very kind of regular. Something like x86 is like hell compared to this. You're in a nightmare reality. You're moving into the nightmare dimension where the instructions are of all kinds of different lengths, and there are thousands of them, and they have horrible names, and like they do very specific things. And yeah, this is definitely an advantage. But it can make certain things cumbersome as well. But like this is there are very different styles for this. 16 thumb mode is AMD x86 like. AMD is they call 64-bit x86 AMD 64 because I think AMD released their standard first, maybe, or something like this. But it is, yeah, AMD 64 just means x86 64, and all the processors that AMD makes and the processors that Intel makes that go into like your desktop computer or a laptop or something, these are all the same instruction set. I mean, there's differences based on like their version, and like the extension. There's like extensions to these things that do different things, and like it comes from IBM. I don't know, there's probably a long and like x86 has a long and storied history coming from, I guess I don't know. It's ancient. This is ancient business, right? I don't know where this is. This like the 8080 in the original? I don't know. Like yeah, with the same, the one time Intel had to implement AMD's instructions with the same opcodes. IBM just chose 8088 for the PC. Do GPUs have instruction sets as well? I know a lot less about this, Jantip, but I mean necessarily, I think, right? This is just like the general way that a programmable computer works. I don't know if this is well documented. Fake words invented by the deranged. Yes, there's some fuckers in the AVX, the realms of ADX. There are some real fuckers. How do you say? But like I wonder if there's anything like GPU instruction set. Usually when you're working on a GPU, you're not going this low level. I would assume these are like proprietary things that like, but like presumably people who reverse engineer drivers have to learn about these things a little bit. Yeah, Nouveau does this reverse engineering of this thing, right? AMD even provides the specification at this point. Oh, it's called R700. Oh, very good. Okay, yeah, it's Curious has the right thing. AMD has open source drivers. Yeah, I thought GPU was as low level as, well, GPU. I mean, low level is kind of a, you know, kind of I don't know. Maybe a low level is a weird phrase, right? This has sort of nothing. Like ultimately, it's a computer, right? It's a processor that runs code, right? It has maybe a slightly different model and slightly different trade-offs have been made for a GPU, but like both a CPU and a GPU, they're machines that, you know, you give them bytes and they interpret the bytes, right? This is it. But like, so I guess there is R700. Maybe we're not finding it here. R700 instruction set. Yeah, it's designed to run in parallel. It's a guy with a whole bunch of cores. Reference guide. R700 family instruction set architecture. Okay, yeah, here we have it. Here's the document for this guy. They used to be fixed function, but shaders came about there. Yeah. So this sort of thing, like I don't even like, I have not thought about this very much, but I assume that a fixed function guy like probably doesn't have this, right? It's just done in the hardware or like done in microcode. I know little about this. Work is hell these days. I'm sorry to hear that, Ezreal.io. I hope it gets better. I welcome in. Like SIMD to the max. Even more reduced instruction. Can we see the instruction related terms? Sure. We have I see it's mostly 128-bit instructions. Some 64-bit instructions as well. Like, what do we actually have available to us? What do we have available to us here? We have a bunch of state, we have a bunch of registers. Like these are, you know, it's computer, right? It's specialized computer. Like where is we have control flow programs. I see. Yeah, but like you can presumably understand this given enough study, right? The thing is documented. For something like NVIDIA, they've had to reverse engineer these things, right? Because the driver does all of this, right? GPU drivers tend to do quite a lot of shit, right? Like GPU drivers like have compilers in them, basically, right? Like you can give, if you load up your you know, if you go on Windows, right? You're on Windows, like you can like the drivers natively support OpenGL, right? On Linux as well, right? Like there are driver implementations of OpenGL, which means that the driver is doing a whole bunch of shit, right? Like the driver knows about like GLSL as far as I understand, right? And the driver handles like the compilation of this thing down to whatever its internal in whatever code it needs to actually upload to the thing, right? Optional, yeah, sure. Well, like you know what I mean. Like they support these guys, right? Or like Spear V, right? Typically, if you're gonna write low level code on a GPU, right, like Spear V is maybe the thing to do these days because it's like reasonably portable. I don't know. So yeah, interesting. There's interesting things here. I don't know if anyone is actually writing. Maybe some of the AI people are doing this. I wouldn't be shocked by this, although I don't know like the lay of the land over there, right? In terms of like people going really hard at it, right? But that seems like a place where it's maybe rewarding to like use this shit directly if you can get away with it. Maybe if it, I don't know. Maybe it's not worthwhile compared to just like, maybe it doesn't get you much, right? Compared to just using CUDA normally or whatever. They use Python. I mean, yeah, largely, but this stuff is backed in turn by stuff. Heard about DeepSeek? Yeah, I think that's the one I'm remembering. Right? They were doing something funny. Write that code. The competent ones write this. Yeah, I don't know. RockM uses raw instructions. I see. Okay, this is like, there's definitely like use cases for this probably. Okay. Back in the habit. Where were we? We were trying to test this. I see. We've left off at sort of a cliffhanger here. I apologize, computer. This is how rude of me. If we were to go, let's consider a little bit of a situation here. If we were to drop this here, if I run this, we do see the level. If I were to look in memory, if I were to break this, if I were to look in memory at var test, the value of var test is currently 0, right? Var test should remain 0 as long as we're not pressing the A button. I don't actually know what the A button is bound to in my MGBA configuration, in fact. So that may be a little bit interesting. I'm going to try and press a whole bunch of buttons. If I press, I don't know, Z, if I press X, if I press 1, I press 2, those seem like likely candidates. If we kill now, it's still set to nothing. You don't have a controller, not plugged into this machine. I wonder what the binding actually is for this fucker. How can we determine this? Do we have any way to determine this, in fact? I guess I could run the previous game. I guess we can go in here. If I say MGBA QT, if I MGBA QT cave.gba, what's the button? It's none of the ones I was pressing, so that's maybe a good sign. What if I press? I guess this doesn't use the A button. I'm only using the arrow keys. I wonder, it's probably just the default bindings, right? If I look at keyboard, what is the A button? It should be, it's X. It's X. Okay. Let's hope that it's X, I guess. Can we drop this? I mean, I guess there's no way for us to tell here. What I mean, I would we need to run it in the debugger so we can get this view. Let's look here again. Are we looking at the right zone? Where is the guy? Where is the guy? This is your realm. Oh, you've perished. You've perished. We need to restart you. We need to restart you. Debug GBA. Pop you up. Is this vibe coding? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I hear that term a lot lately. I think this usually means, if you're not teasing, I think this usually is like people driving the bus with the robot. Hello, the Schmill, also with good vibes. Yeah. Vibe has kind of become a weird word, as we've observed in the past. It's gotten a little bit. He's gotten a little bit cumbersome. Okay. What if we were to step through this and see what's happening here? Where is this likely to occur? Overloaded beyond all reason. Yeah. If we go here, if we continue to here. Okay, now we're in a little bit of an area. Riding the bus with the robot. They let the robot drive, and they become a little bit of a passenger, which is fine. Sometimes you need this, but I don't know. Not for me, I suppose. We're in update now. We're in update. What is update supposed to look like? What's he doing? What's he doing? Here's where he is. We do this key press business, right? Let's narrow him and look at registers also. I don't actually know how these key presses are going to work with the debugger, but we're gonna see, I guess. If we what am I doing? I'm looking at registers. Here we go. Okay. If I step by, I step by, I step by, I step by. What are we loading into R3? We're loading in var tests. We're also loading in. That looks like load up vibes. That looks like, to me, the register that we're looking for. That looks like the key guy. Hello, Devil Blanket. I don't know if I said hello. 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 I don't want to be rude. Hello. We read from the key guy in this next instruction. This is going to be a key guy read. So if I, like, what do I mean, presumably it's not going to read my input because, you know, I'm not pressing any keys. If I press steppy, if we hit him with a steppy, we're getting 3FF. Oh, is this such a situation where it's inverted? Is it inverse? I know this is the case sometimes with these guys, where it gives you, it sets the thing on. Well, that would not give us the result that we are observing, but it could be interesting. Hello, FN_Lumi, welcome. Well, clearly we have this guy. When we move this guy into 0, right? For A, we got some programming going on here. We do a little bit FN_Lumi today. We're kind of getting. I'm really intending to do this thing. Okay, well this guy's. We should be running him. We should be running him. Oh, do I have the thing inverted? I might have the thing a little bit inverted, potentially here. What's he doing? What's he doing here? We're comparing R1 to 0. Sure. Let's step by. 0-bit is pressed. Yeah, okay, well that's good to know at least. And so we should be incrementing this. What are we doing instead? We're jumping to B4, which is the end. This also jumps to the end. How is this? How is if? Do we have our if backwards? Is our if a little bit confused? We're comparing it to 0, and we're jumping to else if it's equal. Are we going to do that jump? We shouldn't do that jump. So we should be. We're in the then case now. Oh, we're never writing it back. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that fits. Okay, cool. That fits. Yeah, that fits. Okay, that's gonna improve. Actually, writing the variable back is gonna improve our situation a whole bunch, I think. That's really gonna improve things for us. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. What else do we gotta do? Let's make this if guy behave. He's annoying me in his lack of properly handling when there's no else case. So I think we're gonna make this an and optional else. An optional else, and then when there's no else, we just don't have to do some things, right? We only need to emit this branch when else is non-nil. Right? We only need to emit this branch. I mean, we only need to do any of this when else is non-nil, right? That's the only point of any of this stuff. And also the func call else here, right? So if we don't do any of that, we should be in a good way. We go back to Calamari, we regenerate the code, and then we use our handy debugger restart feature that we built on Emacs, so we can easily get back to where we were. If we break now at update, well, let's just run the thing and see what happens, right? If I look at memory, if I look at memory here, if I look at our tests, right? See, it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I'll take off. Goodbye. Good luck with the list game jam. Thank you, Ezreek. I appreciate this a great deal. I thank you for coming by. It's good to see you as always. I hope you have fun. Hello, El Jello. Also, welcome in, man. Thank you, friends, for coming. I don't know. Thank you for coming by. Okay, we should be incrementing like crazy now. We're incrementing once per frame because we have inverted the expectation. The expectation has been inverted. If I unpause this, and I go here and I hold down X, I'm holding down X now, you see it? And I kill again. It should not, it increments still, but it's only the bits. Let's make it more obvious. Let's invert. Let us invert. Which means we need to negate the thing, basically. I think it's worth, I think this is of course kind of inefficient to do, right? It's sort of backwards in a way. We're being a little bit wasteful with this, but I think it's worth it to have the convention that like we're using non-zero is true, 0 is false. That's kind of nice. I like living in a world where that's the case, so I think we're going to keep it up. So here we're just saying and RMR. Can we negate that now? I think that's maybe not hard. Is this just MVN? I think this guy means like move not, right? So maybe this guy is there a better way to do this? I think maybe not. What are the mnemonics we have available to us? Yeah, I think this is the one. Oh, and now I remember. I think BIC is just like move to your like. I wonder if we could look. We should look him up in the document. Where's the document? Get ready for takeoff. Where's the can we get the document on here? Alphabetical list of ARM instructions. Do you have them all? Where's BIC? Bit clear ARM v4 doc, because that's the processor that we're using. We are programming for ARM v4. Logical bit clear. Bitwise and of the value. Oh, I see. The GBA. No, it does not run an ARM v7. It runs an ARM 7 TDMI. You have fallen, I think, Jock VR, for the classic snafu. The classic snafu, which is the hell that is the ARM numbering scheme. So the processor that the GBA runs is the ARM 7 TDMI. This is the name of the processor. Which is ARM 7 processor plus 16-bit thumb plus debug plus multiplier plus enhanced ICE, right? But this processor implements the ARM v4 instruction sets. So there's the CPU model is ARM 7. The instruction set is ARM v4. This confused the fuck out of me when I was starting on this. And I still get it mixed up all the time. No, you should not feel shame in this. They should feel shame for this. It's diabolical. It's diabolical. So yeah, who really knows at the end of the day? So I think MVN is the guy that we are looking for. Let me find MVN. Move negative. Write a negative value into a register. Oh dear, are you doing? It is one's complement, right? So that seems appropriate, right? You are just negating the bits, right? Logical one's complement, which is just negate, I think. Not negate as in negative. V2's complement. This should just flip it, right? I think. Okay, cool. This massive blunder. I don't think so. Can you emulate ARM v7 instructions on it? I don't know the differences between ARM v7 and ARM v4, honestly. I'm unsure of the lore there. Like, I mean, I'm sure you can, right? Like if you wanted to. It's probably not even that hard, right? Like, but you'd have to do quite a lot of busy work regarding the maintenance. There would be significant overhead, I imagine, with anything like this. Okay. Back over to good. Let's restart this. Get MGBA up here. Get the memory display here. We're already looking at var tests, right? So now if we run this, we should not observe this increase. Oh, we are literally exactly observing this increasing. Did we regenerate the program? Did we not recompile? Is that our issue? Maybe that's our issue. Let's see. We run this. Okay, we are still increasing. What's the flaw? What's the flaw? Keep backward compatibility with Game Boy not so advanced games. Well, Game Boy not so the original Game Boy is, I mean, first of all, like this was new at the time, right? Like the ARM v4 was like the new guy, and ARM 7 TDMI was like the new guy at the time. ARM v7 did not exist yet, right? ARM v7 is a newer fellow, right? This is, you know, but so they were picking a new chip. The original Game Boy is not ARM at all. The original Game Boy is a totally different thing that's closer to like it's like kind of like the Z80. It's closer to the X86 lineage, maybe the 8080, right? It's not quite Z80. It has less registers, but it's close. It's a chip called the Sharp SM83, and this guy. So in order to maintain, but of course you might be thinking like, wait, you can plug a Game Boy game into a Game Boy Advance, right? Because you can in fact do this, right? You can just put him in, right? Can I find the site again? The reason why you can do this is because the GBA also includes that chip. Can we find there's a nice diagram. This is like the hardware for the GBA, right? You'll notice that there's the ARM 7 TDMI CPU, but then there is also a Sharp SM83 CPU, which is the exact thing used by the original Game Boy. And I think probably they reuse the same, like there's like a mode you can set for the PPU that lets you do. I think there is a bit that, like, you can read that tells you if you're in a Game Boy Color game. So I don't know. There's a whole thing. Hello, Backton Elite. Thank you for the follow. I think when you're in GBA mode, you can still use this fucker for like audio stuff. I have not learned very much about that yet though. But I think you can use this as like an audio coprocessor. Maybe you can do. There's some things you can do. I don't know for sure. But yeah. This is his shape. It's really cool. He did that, to be fair. It's a pretty smart move. Yeah, it's a cool thing. And backward compatibility fucking rocks. And the way it works is there's a switch, right? Like there's a physical switch. The cartridges have a different shape. And there's like a thing on the, I'm actually looking at a GBA right now. There's like a little notch on the, if you look at a GBA cart, there's like these notches on the sides. And that like presses a physical switch that tells the thing whether it's in the, might be thinking of the Sega Genesis. No, I think it is like there is a physical like shape thing, right? And they say shape detector switch here. It's like it's based on the shape of the carts, the GBA versus the. Oh, maybe you mean about the audio thing. I don't know. Include the Sharp SM83. I mean, they include the last thing generally. Hello, Cool Coding Cat, right? They don't include the like. This is probably the reason why the DS, for example. I suspect, does this guy also have a write-up on the Nintendo DS? Can we find? He has very good write-ups in general. Do we have one of these guys? Nintendo DS, yeah. With Switch 2. No, I don't. We've just been talking about the old consoles. Yeah, the DS has both an ARM 7 TDMI and an ARM 946 ES, right? And I think DS games tend to use both of these, but like they also included the GBA's CPU in the DS, right? And this is cool. Like, this is the reason why I was always confused. Yeah. A friend tried to plug Tetris for Game Boy into a DS and it didn't work, right? Like it's the DS can play Game Boy Advance games, but it cannot play original Game Boy games, right? It doesn't even, the cartridge won't even fit, presumably due to this little notch thing that they have. You'll lock your Switch 2. Yeah, this is fucked in general, but like this is just the way that the winds are blowing, unfortunately. This is highly unfortunate. It's probably not using both at the same time. What do you mean by not SMP? I mean, I think the DS does use both of these guys. Like for yeah. Yeah. I don't yeah, anyway. The DS can definitely like do really interesting stuff though, right? Symmetric multiprocessing. Probably not this. I don't know if this even applies in the. I mean, it's certainly not symmetric given that there are different CPUs. How to make a community console? Yeah, it's not symmetric, so this sort of lacks any possibility of this. I think. You could maybe do the same things. Hello, Gen Dude, welcome in. Wasn't really possible to write your own ARM7 code when doing DS dev and can only use the provided blob. I see. Well, yeah, I know little about it. If you homebrew it, you can do whatever you want, of course. Yeah. I really wonder through this whole process. It's been making me wonder a lot about like what the official experience was like using like the official SDK and things like this, right? And like I may have to try and learn about this more at some point. But like the there's funny stuff, right? Like apparently there's something like the like I think like the only way Nintendo encouraged you to like interact with like the saves on the cartridges was like through some little API that they provided in the BIOS, I think. Because like there's like the bus size is really small. I don't know. Like we've basically gone through hell, right? We are enduring like the most I mean, it's not the most annoying possible process because there is documentation, thankfully, that we are using very heavily, right? But we are using like minimal software, right? Like we have written everything. I think the experience in practice is probably a lot closer to just like writing C. Combined with like getting used to the PPU stuff. Yeah, but I don't know. I was hoping to pre-order a Switch 2 so I can get one that would hopefully have. Yeah, just that's probably the thing to do. Just pre-order and just throw it in a box and never connect it to the internet. And wait for the inevitable thing. I don't know. I guess I just don't care enough at this point. There's relatively few Switch 2 games I think I would want to play that are. I barely play Switch games. I mean, I guess I just don't know what you mean by SMP in general. This seems like a very specific, like high-level term potentially. Big Gay Mikey versus something that's like specific. It seems unlikely that this sort of thing would be. I mean, I wouldn't put it past. I don't want to speak on it like authoritatively in any kind of way. But like, this just feels like I mean, I guess it's not. This is a. Oh, this is a little. This is like having identical processors. Yeah. So I think this probably is excluded, maybe. It's not the thing that they're doing for sure. Switch 2 looks mega pricey. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, there's enough games to play forever, right? Like I gotta start going backwards. Yeah, I mean symmetric. Kind of a thing of the past anyway. Yeah. This is it's more like a co-processor, maybe would be the term for this, right? You have like a in the same way that your GPU is, right? Like your GPU is like a kind of a thing that runs alongside your main CPU, but is distinct hardware. This is the kind of thing. I was afraid we were about to run out of games. Yeah, they are making new ones, Party Cat Lol. So your worries are, if you've already run out, your worries are you can put aside your worries for now. I don't know. I'm very unmotivated by these things. I don't play many new games anyway. Yeah, that's a relief. Yeah. We can all stop worrying about it. Can we walk through this fucker then? The numbers, they're going up. LSCPU on your phone sometime. The numbers are increasing. Can we see why they are increasing? Why is the numbers increasing? Can we go? What if we were to break? What if we were to say break on updates? What about that then? What about such a thing? Can we see what's going on there? Can we look at the registers as well? What if we were to step through this a little bit? What if we were to continue and we were to go into this a little bit? Let's see. Okay, we go through our header, right? We load this We load this. I gotta go, guys. Have a good one. Thank you, Tired Algorithm. I hope you have a good day. Please, thank you. Hello, hello, welcome home. Hello, hi. I'm doing well. Oh, can I do this also? We gotta make sure we're doing this. We gotta make sure we're doing that. For real, for real. There are 3 kinds of CPUs on mine. Coprocessor can be confusing terminology because there are processors which have a coprocessor interface that you can then have systems where you have multiple discrete general. Yeah, because there's things like they'll talk about like a floating point coprocessor, right? This is like a very different shape of thing. Hello, welcome. You okay? Hi, I've been saying hi. Hello, hi.
Oh, you got the sweater on.
Yeah, we're sweatered up today. We're in here sweating. We're in here sweating for this. I fully intend to sweat for this. Okay, please enjoy. Please enjoy. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Love you. Bye. Okay. Can we keep stepping? Okay, we have 3 FF. Are we not negating properly here? Okay, we and this. We and this with 1. We negate this. Oh, that's not right. Oh, that's definitely, we don't want that at all. I should have known. I should have known. Obviously, this is not checking for 0. This is we are bitwise negating the whole. We want logical negation. Excuse me. We would like we should be no, I'm well, thank you. We should be negating beforehand. That's what we're doing. This is our apologies. That was weird and gross. We should be negating before. Independent processors, you can have those which are directly connected to each other on the same bus, and others which use a custom interface and have their own buses. Yeah. This gets into things I know. I still have kind of a murky understanding of what a bus actually is. I kind of understand that this is like kind of the width of the thing, right? The number of, like, I assume there is some kind of hardware here, some kind of thing that actually does like multiplexing. That seems like a word that maybe makes sense between different devices. Hello, Dolphin Burb. Welcome in. The robot is driving the bus. Not here. Not here. DS is just a bit more asymmetrical. Yeah. Hello, Dolphin Burb. Where are we doing the? Where's this? This should happen. This MVN should happen. Do this here instead. Well, let's do it. We can do it. We can do it here. We can do it here a little bit. Negate the thing first. Negate the thing first and then AND it. XOR this with FF. Is this what I want? I don't think this is what I want. This will set a bunch of bits, right? This will set all the bits that are, you know. XOR semantically is, if you XOR with something that's a high bit, it's going to flip that bit. No XOR? Yeah, damn, it's over. What we really want is we just want to negate it, I think, and then mask, right? Maybe I'm missing some kind of nice trick, but this seems normal to me. This seems kind of normal to me. Maybe so. Maybe so, maybe no. You could XOR with all ones. Oh, XORing it, actually that probably is right. Yeah, what you're saying, XORing it with FF, this actually probably is the right thing. I'm thinking of it backwards. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. That seems normal, right? Like, but I guess this like we're going to be doing that as a separate step anyway, right? So this just saves the same thing. Like XORing with all ones, like, I think this is fine, right? Because we have to do the AND anyway. I guess we could pre-compute a different XOR mask. I don't know. This is fine. This is fun. This will do the trick for us, I think. I'm pretty certain. Eeyore and Thumbspeak. Yeah. Let's just go here. Let's go back to good. Restart him. A bus is basically a set of wires that connect the different components. I see. Okay, yeah, this makes sense to me, right? And I kind of have an understanding of, like, there's a different width attached to the various guys, right? Like, maybe this this memory has a 16-bit bus attached to it. But I don't understand like what it actually like it seems to me, right? Like it's not just wires connected to everything, right? It's not like an n squared kind of situation where everything that talks to everything else has to have a connection to that thing, right? That's crazy, right? Most things just have like one connection to them, and then various different, sometimes multiple things can talk to them, right? So clearly there's some kind of like dispatching that's happening. It's a single shared wire. I see. A bunch of them. So is a bus literally just like how do you like distinguish like, I don't know, maybe I'm I really don't understand then. Single set of lanes, right? So let's say I have a CPU, right? There's a protocol. Okay, that's what I'm missing. That protocol bit. That seems like something that is relevant. And is this protocol in the Hello Pangora? Is this protocol? This is in the Is this in the CPU? Is it just wires and the CPU does this? Or like what's the who coordinates this? Who is the driver of the bus? Who's yes? Okay. Who? All of them? Like I wonder, like I just know very little about how hardware works, right? Like I don't really know how memory works in general, I guess, is what I'm coming to realize, right? Like if I have like I don't know, 32, if I have a little memory guy and this has 32 pins or whatever, right? And I wire this up to my CPU that has 32 pins, right? How does the CPU tell the memory what address to read? And like, it's way more complicated. I don't even understand. I think even in the maybe less complicated sense, I guess there must be some protocol there, right? There's like a right that has to send one way and then receive the other way. But yeah, looking old. Yeah, I should do this for sure. Commodore 64 Programmer's Manual. Does this have? They've changed things, but this is the basic idea. I mean, sure. Like, and I like see these wires, and I have some sense of like maybe what this, like, who is? I don't know. There's different types of memory. Yes, that too, of course. And I'm sure it differs. There's a read write pin. Modern memory protocols are wild. Yeah. Fun little 25-minute video I saw yesterday. Oh, is this good? Is this good? Oh, I think it might be. Oh, okay. That's probably. I'll check this out for sure. Dealing with memory or just the CPU, or are we dealing? I mean, it depends on what you mean by memory management. If you mean this in the software setting, I mean, you're dealing with RAM for sure, right? Like if you have like a variable in C or something, this almost certainly lives in RAM. I mean, your compiler might optimize it out and it might live in a register. Like you're talking about RAM. The CPU has very, very limited storage, right? It has registers basically, and then there's some cache, right? Which is often the important thing for, performance. Like, yeah. A CE chip enable pin and a read write pin and miscellaneous others that may be involved. Yeah. Okay. This makes some sense, I guess. Can we go up to this guy? We run this. We break this. We look at this. We have not incremented the number. The number remains 0. We run this again, but I press X a couple of times. I'm mashing X. Now the number is 3F. If I run it again and do not press X, the number remains 3F. So we can read inputs now. Very, very good. Very good. Hello Chromo Sundrift. Welcome in. It's good to see you here. Hello. The CPU datasheet starts at this. I see. Every other cycle belongs to the video chip. And yeah, I would have to. I think I would have to try and make something like this. It would probably be very instructive for me to try and do some hardware stuff and like, I don't know, lay this out like because you could like presumably build this, right? If you wanted to, really. Like, you can probably buy like some cheap chip. I could probably buy a Z80 if I wanted to, right? Like, and wire this up on a breadboard. Yeah, this is what Ben Eater does, right? Like this would probably be very instructive. We should go this way at some point. A cheap chip, yes. Okay. You can't source the SID. I'm unsure what this is. What is the SID in this context? There are SID emulators. Excuse me. The original Z80 got discontinued recently. This is a sound chip on the C64. I see. Okay, I understand now. This is if I wanted to build a Commodore. Good evening, Colonq Nation. Hello, Remblanc. Also, C64 is 6502. Yeah. But I'm sure like one of these things, right? We could find, and like it's mostly like, I'm less concerned about this. I'm more concerned about like how it's all connected, right? Like how it comes together. I guess I'm concerned about bus things, right? I would like to get a better understanding of what bus is, right? It's just wires, yeah. But there's a protocol on the wires, right? It talks a certain way, right? Things talk to each other in a way that is. I would like to know a little bit more about how that is. Unfortunately, and it seems like maybe the best way to do that is to get a bunch of wires and hook some stuff up and look at them.
Record your name.
Like your name now. It's more simple than you think. The CPU is the arbiter, yeah. And I'm sure like I could probably like, I don't know, a bunch of muxing and demuxing and tri-state. Yeah, I don't know what this means, right? Like I kind of assume there must be some sort of multiplex. I don't know. Is this what mux mean? Is mux short for multiplex, or am I capping? Is that what this is? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. And multiplex, basically, I know this, right? This means you have a kind of a control signal, and you have data, and you have a couple of data signals, and you're using the control thing to switch, to kind of select one of them. Is that the case? Right? I know a little bit about this, at least, right? It takes a couple of inputs and a selection thing, and it picks an input, right? This is like, this is if, right? It's if. You need a traffic control, so who reads who and who writes on the shared wires of buses strictly managed. Yeah, that's the thing I don't understand, right? Like the details of that. And maybe there's no like, I'm sure there is endless. I could pick up any hardware textbook and learn about this. Classic TTL logic chips to do chip selection based on address bus values. The usual bus configuration is just a bunch of address lines and a bunch of data lines. There's something that controls the bus, the CPU, and it sets the address it wants to interact with. A line to say if it wants to write or read, and it writes or reads the data lines. I see. I guess this makes sense then. There are some logic gates on the C64 board that drive the CS inputs on several chips. Muxer will select something it takes. Yeah. Defining characteristic of von Neumann machines. Anything connected to the bus ignores what's on it if the address bus doesn't match the address of the peripheral. Yeah, okay. So this is similar to like I've made things and called them bus, right? For purposes of like, and presumably you could have components that are like not address line based. Maybe, I don't know. Like when we were doing the GBA emulator, the Game Boy emulator, excuse me, stuff before, right? Like can we go in here a little bit? Like CPU doesn't always control, but typically does. You can still have DMA and multiprocessor systems where bus control becomes more complicated. Yeah. But like I was like, I was like, oh, this guy should be called bus just from what I know about this. And like we made a guy that has like a bunch of components, and the components kind of like know. They kind of like know, like the joystick is like, oh, I know I'm looking for this address in particular, and if we're not in this address, we don't do anything. Or like the RAM, like we know that like if we're reading from this address, I don't know. So like I kind of have a sense for like what it has to do, but like just the details of it are, yeah. Different retro computers did it a different way. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's interesting stuff regardless. We gotta load it. We need to make us like. This is. We will eventually write a CPU, I think. A simple one, maybe. I mean, certainly a simple. But this seems like a really good exercise in in VHDLing or whatever, because presumably like I could get an FPGA that does this stuff, right? Like presumably that's a thing. Like I can, if I get an FPGA, like does it just have like a bunch of pins on it that I can plug into things, right? Not another 10. I mean, this is not super long, right? Like it's just like, I feel like this is like a month thing. Chip select input indicates that it's the chip that's meant to handle the read write. Yeah, like I can probably buy an FPGA and it has a bunch of stuff like IO pins, and I can probably program that to do something, right? And like maybe we can think about implementing something like this. Like I wonder what that would take, right? To like get an FPGA and get some like, I don't know, whatever. Like I don't know what the simplest kind of memory we can get is, right? I know there's all kinds of different things, and they probably differ by the protocol, right? Like I've heard there's like EEPROM. I hear people say EEPROM, and EEPROM has like a serial protocol, I guess. I don't know, but like it'd be fun to explore. Has a lot of the stuff you need, yeah. But it'd be like really what I want, I think, Chromo Sundrift is to like connect things that are disparate components and just try and like learn about it this way, maybe. Static RAM. For a bus with a 16-bit address, you can wire the bottom 14 to both some RAM and some other ROM. Ah, yes. Okay, this makes sense, right? And it makes sense. Like this, I get this. I get this. Program a RISC-V CPU and an FPGA. I like this kind. Yes, I don't know. I mean, we just want to understand. This would be best. From the CPU's perspective, that'll mean the bottom 16K of addresses in the ROM. The next, yeah. Okay, I get this. And this is kind of like, it's the sort of memory mapping stuff you do, right? And you might have a smaller version of this on certainly the Game Boy is doing this, right? And you probably have a smaller version of this on the cartridges themselves if you're doing like fancy cartridge mapping stuff. Check out Ben Eater's video. Yeah, that seems like probably what I need to do. Either way, we've managed to read a user input, so that's a good sign for now. What if we wanted to scroll around? Is that a possibility? Can we scroll around? Fascinating discussion. No, this is robot. Sorry, robot. We'll have to ignore you for now. Can we get scrolling a little bit? Let's make some variables. Let's make a couple of variables here. They're going to be 4 bytes long, I'm thinking. If you just connect the bottom 14 lines to RAM and not connect the top 2 to anything, the CPU will see the same RAM space mirrored on each block of 16K addresses. Yeah, I think this actually comes up on the original Game Boy as well, because there's like a region of memory. Can I find this? GBDev memory map. There's a region of memory. I think it's this HRAM, IRAM. Yeah, a bunch of them have a lot of mirroring going on. Is this the? It only says it in the one spot. Is it here? Is it here? Echo RAM. Yeah. Is it this guy? There's definitely like regions of mirroring, I think. I don't know. There's more work to do otherwise. Yeah. And that makes sense. And I guess that makes sense. You're just ignoring certain. Yeah. It's this like, yeah. Okay. I think thank you very much for all the help, everybody. I think this has improved my understanding, but I think in order to like nail it down, really, I'm gonna have to make something, right? We're going to have to actually do some stuff. Let's call this var. I don't know. What are we doing here? I mean, we can just directly manipulate the scroll probably for now, right? Rather than doing anything here, right? We don't really need to duplicate our efforts. Oh, maybe we do. Maybe it's worthwhile to like. I think we're not supposed to set certain things in VRAM outside of VBlank. So let's call this like, I don't know, scroll X, scroll Y. Maybe something like this. Who was it that said if I cannot make something, I do not understand it? I mean, it's probably true. I mean, this is maybe even definitionally what understanding something is. At least things that can be made, right? Like, I don't know. I guess there's like distinctions that can be made. 68K less machine. Maybe. I mean, the I don't know about this. We got a long way to go before we're there. Scroll X dubstep. Yes. So let's control those guys. What are we doing here? For now, this is not like long-term code. We can also take off this else. We don't need him anymore. We have optional. We've arrived at optional else. Does this still work with optional else though? Actually, can we test that real quick? Did not find symbol else. Oh, we should probably. Yeah, we need to actually do that. Let's go back over to helpers. Where are we doing those? We have to do this. This is why it needs to be 2 whens. This is why it's got to be 2 whens here. Because we still need the else symbol. We'll just get elided because it'll be the same as done. Back to Calamari. Run this. Link the ROM. Go back to run C debug GBA. Type continue. Wow, we're here. Look at the memory. Look at the memory. 0. Run this quota out of memory, but I'm thankful. Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Remblanc. I thank you so much for stopping by, as always. I hope you're having a good time. I just love. I don't know what it is about this stuff, right? Like I didn't think. I don't know what it is, but I love these streams are almost always my favorites. I don't know what it is. I really like the GBA stuff and the low level stuff in general. I think this has been a really enjoyable thing. It's yeah. 2 buses, 1 for CPU and 1 for PPU. Yeah. I gotta get a better understanding of this, primarily because I want to make carts. I think that may be my first hardware-ish project. We gotta explore some PCB shit because I would like to. The Game Boy Advance carts that I can find for purchase online are much more expensive. And it seems like this may be the turning point where it's time to start printing these guys. It's time to make some PCB orders potentially. But we have to figure out some of these things, right? We gotta get a feeling for it a little bit. Dual ported RAM. I'm sure there's all kinds of unholy stuff. No rust. Yeah, I've seen this. In fact, some of my original explorations of the GBA stuff a long time ago. I did a little bit of stuff for the GBA in C years and years ago, Crazy Stewie. I think it was when I was first playing with Nix, and the tutorial I found a blog post about their setup to get the tool chain, and they were using Rust, and I didn't know Rust yet, so I was still like I had to kind of adapt it a little bit. But you can definitely do it. I think Bevy even has people are doing Bevy stuff on the GBA. For us, I don't want to do it this way yet. I'm kind of enjoying our extreme, not invented here sort of mode. But yeah, get blank carts printed, and yeah, I mean, I already have a device like this, Colonoscopy. I have a GBX cart RW, which can read and write saves and ROMs from Game Boy and Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Color cartridges. And you can buy blank carts. Right? I was doing that for the Game Boy before. I just want to make. I wonder if there's a GBA cartridge open source design GitHub. Is there? Oh, there is. Oh, there is OpenCart GBA. Oh, there is. But we'd have to do it ourselves. We'd have to cook it up ourselves a little bit, I think. It wouldn't do. It wouldn't do just to right? I don't know. You can probably get it fabbed. Yeah, I'm sure we could. We'd have to. It'd be fun to. We'd have to we would learn so much, right? I think. I assume. Hello, Plyro. Welcome in. What about you? Kiss me? That's shocking. Oh, we're getting links to fearsome realms. Thank you for the resub, my friend. I hope you're well. Put extra VRAM on the cart. Yeah. I'm sure they do every. I mean, this is why we would like to understand, right? I would like to do these sort of unholy tricks, right? You need to have sufficient understanding of everything. You need cross-cutting understanding of the whole shebang, and this is what we desire. This is what we desire. Okay, so we're going to be started. We need to adapt this a little bit. How does the scroll work? How does the scroll work? Do we have any documentation about this in the backgrounds? We need to know how scrolling works. I don't think we've. Is there off? Oh, there is. Oh, so there is. We have BG0 HOFs and we have BG1 HOFs and VOFs. We have for each background. In fact, we have both a horizontal and vertical offset register, and they are 16 bits. Do they contain? It's sort of funny that these are 16 bits. We need to. I feel like we may need to know a little bit more about these guys. This may demand understanding. Because 16 bits is a lot. In fact, 16 bits is. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense because the maximum size of a. Like what's 64 times 8, right? Like you can't really fit this in a. In an 8-bit. So I guess it makes sense. It feels a little bit strange, but like I think it works. Okay, let's go to thumb helpers. Let's make some guys that control these, right? Only uses 9 bits. Yeah, I mean 9 bits kind of makes sense given the maximum size of a background being 512. So that kind of works. Let's call this thumb BG scroll horiz. We can do a little bit of it. Well, no. The thing is, we're often going to want to set this based on. Well, we'll do it. Let's do it. Let's do horizontal and vertical. Sure. We'll call it just. We'll call it the full thing. So what are we going to do here? I think we'll probably want to take in a register here. Right, give me a sub. Oh yes, I just this was a while ago. Please, we can't have you seeing ads. This is intolerable. We gotta do it. Let's say like this, right? We'll say set. Well, let's also say IDX2. Set the horizontal scroll for background IDX to the value in register R. Right? That seems sensible. Look up the register. Look up the control register in Sims. He's sneaky like that? Yeah. It's a bad habit of mine. So for this is pretty simple. This is mostly just a thumb set 16, which will already handle the register business for us. Sims, and then we're gonna do a similar format thing to this, right? I have turbo. Okay, sure. I'll avoid this in the future, I suppose. But it's bad habits. Can we go back to the linker? What's the linker telling us? Are we even defining these right now? We aren't. We have never scrolled a background in our life. We've never scrolled our background in our entire life. This is concerning. How concerning? Where do they live? Can we go back to gba.org? They live near the BG. These guys, right? They live around here. This neck of the woods. We don't even have 2 or 3 here. What are we doing? What are we doing here? What's this then? This can be C. This can be C. This can be E. The battery, right? Yeah, it does have the battery badge. This is what it gives you. Okay. We do want BG0 HOFs. And also BG0 VOFs. Yes, I do the turbo thing also just because I'm on Twitch so much that it's I don't know. I am really bad at looking at ads. I find it totally intolerable. I only see them when yesterday Maud and I were like watching YouTube, and it's like astonishing how many ads they subject you to. It's crazy. They expect you to watch these like half of the. I will go to considerable lengths to avoid seeing these. If I can. It's 1A. Is that how math works? 1C and 1E. Okay. We have BG3 Hoffs and BG3 Voffs. Is madness now? Mute the video and open and pip on channels. I see. YouTube can have not ads. Yeah. It's I don't even know. It's it's not the best. It's unfortunate that this is the model. So let's increment. Can we do this in a different kind of way? You have to pay considerable lengths. What if we were to do this in a different sort of way with it? On these guys? We can also do this, I guess. What if we were to say var scroll x? And what if we just treat what if we just put these next to each other and you said it? You said it? We could just put these in like an array, basically. I don't know. That's kind of good, maybe. We can make them like synonyms for each other. It's maybe fine. Is that what we're doing in linker as well? Yeah. Like Here we're doing symtab add. I see. Because we're hard coding the addresses for GrayJ and SmartTube. Since the NES only has VRAM for 2 nametables, games without extra nametable RAM often avoid scrolling both axes at once because they would have to partially update nametables for that to work. I see. I think it's much simpler here, at least, which is good. Okay. Well, let's just say we have scroll, which is we'll make scroll x scroll. They'll be placed adjacent. They'll be placed adjacent to each other. We'll deal with that. Okay, back over to the engine, right? If we just get scroll x, the address of scroll x, what's his deal? What's he up to in here? What's he gonna be doing? In this case, let's say we're pressing left. In this case, we want to decrement. We would like to decrement from scroll x, right? So we're going to do kind of like, I think we just have dec. Hello, Mistress Kel, also, and Rihanidi, welcome. Thank you for stopping by, Mistress Kel and Rihanidi, welcome. Similarly, we're just gonna write a bunch of these ifs, right? If we're pressing right, we want to do the same thing. We want to increment this thing by 1, right? Similarly, if we're pressing up and down, if we're pressing up or we're pressing down, if we're pressing up, we want to decrement this, but it's not adder now. It's adder 4, right? It's cons adder 4. Cons adder 4. We need to offset the thing. And this kind of just like prevents us from having to load 2 addresses and literal. I don't know. This is maybe nice. Maybe nice to do. Maybe nice thing to do. Does this work, or do we run into obstacles? It does seem to work. Hello, Quantum Bohm too. Hi. Hello everyone. Hello. It's this. I should say too, if you're new here, if you're listening in on the background and you like this stuff, you can check out the Discord IRC, which is the place to be most of the time, at least. That's where we kind of hang out in between this and the other, in between this and the next thing. It's pretty good. Hello, Failior, also welcome. Hi. Hello. So back over to business here then. Do we have good running? No, we don't. Can we run this again? Let's run it again. Wasp banner ad get done. This was a while back, I think, maybe a month or so ago. If you have an ad you'd like to submit, you're welcome to do so. We have this guy. Hello Code Nightly as well. Thank you for the lurk. Okay, if we look at some variables now, if I were to look at, let's see. Let me look at bar scroll X. This should tell us the first four bytes are scroll X, the next 4 bytes are scroll Y, right? If we continue, if I press up a little bit, you'll see that this now looks like D6 FF FF FF. That sure looks like a negative number to me, right? If I continue and I press down a little bit, maybe a little bit more, we're now in the positives. Now we're at 19, right? Similarly, if I press left a little bit, we're now in the negatives on the X coordinate. If I then go back and press right a bunch, hold this down a little bit, we're back in the positives. So, okay, we can move some variables around based on pressing the keys. Cool. Can we actually scroll based on this? Is that possible? So let's go back to our helpers. Let's finish writing that routine, right? That where's thumb helpers, right? This guy here. We wanted to finish writing this BG scroll horizontal felt. Oh, this is ad from I see. Can we open this? I think I might have missed some of them in general. Can we get this? Big gay Mikey wanted.webp. I think I can just put this into source wasp assets banner ads. Oh, I'm naming them with underscores. Let's call it big gay Mikey underscore wanted.webp. That should work. They didn't know if it would sell. If it was even sensible to only put 2 kilobytes of VRAM on the Nintendo family computer. Yeah. I think Nintendo has won a lot by making underpowered systems. This sort of seems like a trend to me, right? I didn't really realize this until recently, but like the original Game Boy was also like extremely shit for the time, right? Like I think and it won kind of based on secondary advantages of this, right? The fact that like it didn't eat batteries or so, like, you know, and probably also game library and endless other factors that are hard to you can never pin these things down, right? Software beat hardware. Yeah. But like the GBA is like a shitty computer, right? Up to the game. Do you mean the GameCube? The GameCube probably is like comparable to. I don't know enough about the details of the thing. They kind of hopped off at the Wii, right, and started doing different stuff. Hello, Plurshy. Welcome in. Hi. I hope you're well, Plurshy. We are in the Game Boy Advance minds today. We're having some fun. Had an NEC Turbo Express, which was in the same generation. The original. There were other handheld devices, I think. And that had better stuff, but I think they were much more cumbersome with relation to power and things, right? I think I wonder actually, when is the Game Gear? When is this? When is the Game Gear? This is 1990. When was the original Game Boy? This is 1989. So this is slightly afterward, but the Game Gear had a color screen but like munched on batteries. Is the 4th generation the one? Can we see a list of... Does this give us a list of handhelds on here? This is like the main fuckers. Can we get handheld, guys? Handheld systems. Comparison of handheld systems. There was the Atari Lynx also, which came out the same year. Game Gear next year, and so I guess the Game Boy was the first one, but it was... Like, it's definitely shitty. The baby 3DO, yeah. The TE is amazing. I sold mine a few years ago as I just wasn't using it. Yeah. Game Gear screen always looks so small on that body. Yeah. Man, I really want to play with I know I'm gonna butcher the name. Aussie Kirka, who has been coming around here sometimes. I think they're doing like some Wonder Swan stuff. I know so little about the Wonder Swan. But this thing just seems very like look at this. Look at how it looks, man. It's so good. Like the and it has so many buttons on it and the shape of the buttons. V30 CPU, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think this also was like a similar, like trying to be cheap. Hello Sandcork, also welcome. Hi. Only one AA battery, right? Like this is nuts, right? 40 hours on one AA battery. Like even compared to the Game Boy, right? This is like do they mention the Game Gear comparatively? Right, the Game Gear is six AA's for 3 to 5 hours. Wonder Swan 1 AA 40 hours. This is closer to the GBA kind of deal. A similar device recently. You can get them by the dozens from eBay, and because they're pretty popular in Japan, that's how I got all mine. Yeah. Damn. Serial. Colonq, you were born in the late 90s, right? Yeah, I was born in 97. So this is all of this is like this is all before my time, sort of. The first game console I ever had was the GBA SP. I've already said it, right? Boy Advance SP, this guy. In fact, in this color, this I still have this. I think it's at my parents' house. I have this blue version of this guy. Yeah. He's a good one. He's a classic for sure. It's funny how all of this stuff happens so rapidly, right? Like it's so like I don't know. Over the span of like 10 years, right? It's like 10 like out of like 10 this is like 15 years out from the original, which is like a long time, but like I don't know. Consider like where we were 15 years ago now. It's yeah. For mostly different reasons. Yeah. I don't know. I'm definitely like hardcore nostalgic about the GBA. Like this is like I love this. I love this stuff so much. The Game Boy Advance. Each new generation just blew everything away. Yeah. Donkey Kong Jr. They were doing some good guys. We need a modern GBA level handheld. Yeah. Like I feel this like I don't know. It's so tough now with the phone with like the prevalence of phones, right? Because I feel like the phone has kind of taken on the role of like a handheld system now, right? I never had one of these. Yeah. I had like I kind of just like went through the Nintendo guys for a long time. Analog Pocket had the GBA form, I would be stoked. Yeah. I really want something like really small. Like phone size is like ideal, I think, almost, right? Like they made a really small Game Boy Advance, right? The Game Boy Micro, which I never had because it was like weirdly it was expensive and like it didn't I don't think they sold a lot of these, and like it's also maybe a little too small. Like it's really fucking small. Like this is the cartridge. Like these cartridges are not big. They're maybe like 2 inches or less, right? Yeah, and the DS was already out, and it kind of like, but like something you can really comfortably fit in your pocket is good. Like the original 3DS was good like that. Like I think the original DS, like the chunky one, which is the one that I had, like this guy, right? They did like later editions of this, like the DS Lite, which is maybe closer to the right form factor, but like this guy was too chunky to like have in a pocket. DS Lite was good, and the original 3DS was also pretty good. It was you could fit it in a pants pocket or something like this. In a Game Boy Pocket, I think this is even too big, right? Like I don't know. 3DS, but as powerful as smartphone existed. The Sony PSP, the PSP is also pretty fucking good, and also has a nice design where it's like it fits, but like yeah, it's hard, right? The phone has taken over so much of this, and the phone is just like a decidedly worse gaming thing. I don't know, right? Like it's so like ugh. It's terrible, right? It's There have never been more handhelds. Yeah, exactly. There's yeah, even beyond the phone, there's so many handheld devices that are just like you can get, right, for like emulation gaming or like whatever. I don't know. Hello, attention span. Welcome. It's different, right? And like realistically, like, am I ever going to go out in public and play a video game? Like, no. Right? Like realistically, like, I am never going to do this, right? Even if I do I have like a small Game Boy Micro or whatever, I'm not going to pull this out of my pocket and play this on a bench somewhere. They're all playing Android-based handhelds. Yeah. So like, it's mostly like I have a modded GBA sitting on my desk. I'm holding it in my hand right now, and it has like a nice flash cart with all the fixings, and like I never use it because it's like small and uncomfortable, and I have to worry about the batteries. I just like emulate shit on my computer. So like I don't know. It's mostly for entertainment. They're making a portable Mister. I see. I've been thinking about the Mister recently. I was looking at this the other day, and we were talking about it a little bit in the Discord. Hello, Pete Eater, by the way, too. I am thinking about setting that up. That seems like something that would maybe be interesting, just to like have on my desk and just like switch my computer input, switch my display input rather, and use this thing. I don't know. I haven't decided on it yet. You could back up your saves if you use RetroArch or whatever. Yeah. You can get a modern battery for GBA. Yeah, I have a GBA that's modded with like a backlit screen and also a like a rechargeable battery. So I just have like a micro USB port on it, and I just plug into that and it charges. Gaming on planes is ideal. Yeah, I do this a lot on phone, right? But like also like it's the phone is just more socially convenient is the thing, right? The damn phone has become like you'll people will look at you like you're a weirdo if you pull out the Nintendo Switch or whatever, right? Like, I don't know, like this comes across poorly, I think, in a lot of settings, right? If you're sitting on the bench waiting for your job interview, right, that you probably don't want to be pulling out the Nintendo Game Boy Micro in order to play some Wario Land 4, right? But like, it's just socially convenient to have the telephone, right? You pull out, you're sitting there waiting for your job interview, and you pull out the phone and you're playing Final Fantasy VI on RetroArch. Like that's totally allowed. No one will look at you sideways because they expect everyone to be looking at the phone for, they expect you to already be looking at the phone for 16 hours a day, right? No one's gonna bat an eye. So like, it's just like, I don't know. You need an emulation device that looks exactly like a phone, I guess, which maybe is just a phone, but like, yeah, play games on your hacked calculator watch. Yeah, maybe soon. Wouldn't be if I was emperor. Yeah, it's damn. I have been having a much better time in my, like, of course I don't really go out in public, but I still like go around my house sometimes, and sometimes I need to be portable, right? Like the main use of the phone for me is like I have to get up and go walk to another room. I have to walk to make dinner or something, and I can stay connected, right? Because of course 30 seconds of disconnection would destroy me. Imagine a portable computer. Yes. So but like I uninstalled all of the scrolling the scrolling software from the device, and it has improved things for sure for me, I think. Okay, we have this guy. It's no longer this. It's kind of like a Hofs. It's kind of like a Hofs now, I think. And if we say R there, I think that maybe does it. And what if we say scroll vertical as well? And what if we were to say, what if you pull out a Steam Deck? I mean, this is just beyond the pale, right? This is you're pulling beyond that. The Steam Deck is a fucking beast. The Steam Deck is on the, I don't know, maybe I'm feeble, maybe I'm frail and weak, and like I have tiny hands and things like this. But like the Steam Deck is at the limit of comfortable portable use, right? The fucker, he's like a foot long, right? It's like a foot long. It weighs like 25 pounds. You turn it on and it spins up like a factory. It's like it's making whirring noises, right? There's little like it sounds like an episode of fucking Inspector Gadget when you turn it on. Like it is a cool machine, but it's huge, it's bulky and loud, and like I'm joking obviously, but it's like it is inconvenient. It's much larger than I expected it. PSP is maybe good, but you'll still like it's about the social problem, I think, rather than the in terms of actual portable. Maybe I just shouldn't care, but like I think a lot of the time, like, you know, if I'm out on the streets, right? If I'm out on the mean streets, I'm just roving around like I tend to. I'm going for an 8-hour midday street walk. I don't give a fuck if I pull out my Game Boy Micro, right? That's totally fine, right? But like if I'm you know, doing something in the workplace, if I'm doing something where, like, I don't know, I'm going to the job, which I guess I'm not really doing too much anymore, right? But if I'm going to I decided to stop going to the job, but if I were to be going to the job or something, right? I realistically care about this. And maybe in an ideal world you wouldn't have to, but like we you know, you have to take the world that comes. You have to take the world that comes, and like, I mean, I don't care about these things in their own right, 0x539, but I would care about this in the sense of maximizing my odds, right? Sometimes you have to play the odds a little bit, and if I'm worried that the secretary of the office I'm working in is going to judge me and think I'm a dork for playing the Game Boy Micro in public and be less likely to be, you know, rule favorably on me in the future if necessary. This is like the kind of thing where I want to play those odds, right? I don't know. Maybe this is evil, but like sometimes you got to play them. I'm not paying for Switch Online. The Game Boy emulator on phone like 10 years ago. Yeah, I still do this. I mostly just do it on planes, but I have RetroArch on my phone. You sometimes boot up some gaming. Boot up some gaming from time to time. How's the jamming going? It's going decently, I think. We're, you know, there's much to be done, Prowlcash, but we're doing our best. We're doing our best, I think. Let's go back to Calamari. Let's go back to Engine even. In render now. Maybe we want to be calling some of these guys. You have Emacs on your phone? I don't, but I do have Vim. Yeah, we've been, you know, this is important. We've been talking about hardware. I have Termux on my phone, which is like it's like terminal emulator plus shell plus like little environments. I think you get a package manager and stuff for Android. And this is pretty good. I have Vim on there, and also like SSH and like Git and like my password manager and like various other things. I need to eat. Thanks for teaching. Plus, at some point, do a CPU in Minecraft. Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, NBDY ____. Enjoy your meal. And again, Discord IRC. I mean, the thing is, if I install Emacs, I don't want to like my Emacs config. Like, vanilla Emacs I cannot use. Like, this is I would be more useless than, like, you know. Yeah, I'm sure there are builds of this. It just would not be, like, mostly I just want something to edit files with in the terminal, and like I think Vim is, since I'm already know these key bindings, this is gonna do the thing. A Steam Deck handheld PC. I own this Hans CCT, but I do not use it very much. By virtue of not going anywhere. Like I bought this. I set it up with everything. I set up things real nice. Like 6 months ago, when I was in my obsessed with Vagrant story for PS1 phase, I set up like the whole thing. Like we got the nice PlayStation emulator set up, got all the controls going good, and then I just never did it. I never played it because it's just like so much less convenient than, I don't know. What's this guy called? Helpers? What's the guy we literally just wrote? Thumb BG scroll vertical. iPad mini has somehow become my main gaming machine. Imagining myself editing something on my phone, I already feel sorry for myself. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't ever really program on the phone. I don't think I've ever meaningfully done this. It's so uncomfortable. I have several times used the phone in order to communicate over the Discord IRC when traveling, or to check the IRC while traveling. The way this is done is I have Tailscale on my phone, so I have I'm on like the same VPN as my desktop. So what I can do is I can hop on the VPN. I can SSH into my desktop from my phone, and then I can run Emacs client on my desktop to pop open like a terminal frame of Emacs, and I can just navigate to my already open IRC buffer, and this is quite cool. I was on the train recently, and a few seats in front of me was a person with their laptop open watching some anime I didn't recognize, but it was so lewd it might have actually been a hentai or at least fringe region. I wish I was unfazed as that guy. I don't know. I mean, there's some degree of, you know, I sort of, so I would say attention span. I sort of agree in principle, right? I think it's appealing aesthetically to be unbeholden to the expectations of others, right? Like this is a very solid thing. But at the same time, there's probably some level of, I don't know, social harmony that is worthwhile, right? There's some degree of consideration you have to have for other people's comfort, and you know, just to have things run smoothly, probably. There's benefits to this. I think this is another lesson that's been hard learned for me growing up, right? There's benefits of politeness, right? Politeness is really good a lot of the time. It's, you know, and it doesn't always have to be like, oh, the man is keeping me down, man. Like it can be like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like, yeah. I mean, the best you can do probably is, as 0x539 says, be aware of these things, and I don't know. Free of shame is your end goal in life. I mean, there's different, you know, people can, you know. I think if this is what you wish, this is certainly fine. Can we do some shit here? Are you called fresh? We're keeping it fresh now. Let's say you GBA thumb get 32 maybe is what we want. We're gonna be getting 32. This seems to be a bridge too far. Yes, perhaps for me as well. There's no need to feel shame about Final Fantasy IMO. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't feel shame about it, real nice. And it's not so much this. I just feel like it is at times tactically inappropriate, right? It's I too, I think, how would you say? I think there's a difference between being ruled by shame, which is sort of has this implication of being like this uncontrollable emotional response where you're like, you're doing this thing and you're feeling so negatively about it yourself that you have to stop, right? I think there's a difference between this and being aware of the consequences of your actions, right? Like, I think I strive to not feel shame as well, maybe, right? I think this is, but being aware of like the fact that others may expect shame in this given context and their reaction to such, right? This should be this is worth considering. Your primary portable gaming device, probably just the telephone at this point. But I don't really go anywhere. Is the thing, Hans CCT, right? I largely travel, like I leave my house like maybe 4 or 5 times a year. I mean, I leave the house, I walk around and stuff a lot, but I leave like my home area in a car or a plane or a bus or whatever, like 4 or 5 times a year. And when I do, I just like am not doing this too much. For the PlayStation 5 generation, yeah, I don't know. At the same time, I think most of the games I want to play are old anyway. Let's get this into temp. The thing we're going to be getting is var scroll X. Let's make this horizontal. Temp. Similarly, var scroll Y. Scroll vertical. Okay. Does this work? This will be the moment of truth, my friends. First haircut. Oh, good luck with this. Good luck with this. Expedition 33 is very good. I've heard about this. They're talking about it. It's like French Persona. It's like they made Persona but French. Not dwell in the shame when I make a mistake. Yeah. I see. We have no reg BG0 Hoffs. Do you have a different name? Did we name you something else? Don't you exist? Aren't you there? Huh? Is Calamari Sims evil? Thank you. Thank you. He should really return to totality, I think, but he'll remain nasal for now, I think. For today, at the very least. Okay. Why are we not picking this up? What's the deal there? Cannot find symbol reg BG0 Hoffs. That doesn't seem right to me. That really doesn't seem right to me at all. Like, isn't he there? Reg BG0 Hoffs. He's around, isn't he? Right? Like, if I were to go into here and I were to say you GBA or like you SimTab lookup K Sims this guy. Oh, he's not there. Why is he not there? Isn't this his name? This is him, right? He's not there. Huh. Huh. Oh, we didn't redefine oh, this isn't. Oh, I see. I understand now. I understand everything. Everything is understood. Okay. Hello A squared pi. Welcome in. A squared 31415 even. Hello. Hello. Okay. If we rerun this, we type continue. Oh baby, we're scrolling first fucking time. Right off the bat, we are scrolling. This is the first time we have ever scrolled. Okay. So we can see the whole chunk now. You can see, wow, look at that beautiful smooth scrolling the hardware gives us. Very cool. We are being very wasteful because we are currently re-uploading this whole thing to VRAM, or at least the whole tile map to VRAM every frame. But you know, you win some, you lose some. Thank you, hardware. Thank you, PPU. Okay. So what's next? You might notice that there's all this pink. Said PP, the penis processing unit or something. I shouldn't descend to such language, I think, right? There's all this pink on the outside, right? In fact, this is currently just like the top corner of the thing. Right? This is currently the top corner like this. We can't upload that fast? Yeah. They call it a PPU still? I think they do. Pixel Processing Unit is what this actually stands for. Yeah, I think they do say this. Although I don't know what they do. This is just what they say in the GBA docs, right? I have no official wording from Nintendo or anything, right? They call it what they call it, as far as I know, is like where's address 0x4 million hex, right? Like this kind of thing. So right now we're just putting this whole guy in the top left corner of the tile map, right? We looked at this before, didn't we? We drew this out the previous time, right? What this is, right, is this tile map picture processing unit. Yeah, it might be that here too. Maybe I'm misremembering. This is a 32 tile by 32 tile region, right? It's 32 by 32. This is more than what fits on a given screen, right? The thing is, though, our background can render. He can render up to. I wonder, does this just wrap around? Can we see? Oh, he does. I mean, he naturally does just by virtue of the size of the thing, but I think he wraps around in an even smaller way. I assume it just wraps in general, right? Like the size of the thing, it just wraps broadly. But it's interesting to know. Like if we pause here, I suspect the value of our thing is like interesting, right? If I go back to good, I look here. Yeah, like these are both like big negative numbers. This is a small negative number. This is a big negative number. Like it's not just like integer wraparound doing this. It's just like the thing naturally like wraps around, I think. So the way this background works is that it's a 64 by 64. We've configured it to be a 64 by 64 tile background. Where have we done that? Why is that the case? And what is this business with tiles, etc.? We should explain. We should work through this, right? The way the backgrounds work is they render tile maps, right? So you load up a certain region of VRAM with tiles, right? Which are like actual images, right? They're images that are 8 by 8, right? So they're 8 by 8 images. Each pixel in the image is either 4 bits or 8 bits based on a mode that we set, right? We can actually see that mode. We can see that we're setting this flag in the BG Colonq register for that background 0. We're saying 8-bit per pixel, right? So we have a bunch of these tiles that are all 64 bytes, right? Where each byte encodes like an index into a palette for its color, right? And that image data, we're saying that lives at char block 0, which is just like this location in VRAM. We're uploading it there in this call to load assets. If we look in Calamari assets.el, right, you'll see that here we're doing a copy to char block 0 in VRAM from this data tiles, which is just a thing on the cartridge. So with the -retro flag, this is this thing, right? This is this thing. Then, given those tiles, right, we can build a background out of them, right? So we only have like 3 tiles effectively, right? There's more because we're uploading this whole image, right? But if we open Asprite, right, and open tiles.png, right, you'll see it here, right? We're saying this is where the thing happens, right? See, that's why this is pink, right? We're saying tile 0 is this pink guy, right? Tile 1 is like these are all 8 by 8 squares, right? Tile 1 is this green guy, is the same as invert. See, this is good. And then this fellow here is tile 2, and then this tile 3. They're all just black, right? But they're all being loaded. So that's all that's in the char block 0. In the screen block, we have a big array of indices of these tiles, right? So in screen block 28, which is the thing that's actually controlling this background, and you can see where we load that by, if we go to world.el, we have this function render chunk center that loads a chunk into screen block 28, right, from an address, right? What it is a big array of 16-bit values, right? Where the low 9 bits tell you which tile to use, right? So in our case, if we go back to MGBA, right, let's look at this one here, right? This is tile 2, right? So at this point in the array, there's a 2 in the low 9 bits, and then the upper whatever 7 bits. There's some like flags to control things, but we just have them all zeroed out. But you can like flip the tiles horizontally and vertically. You can do little things, right? You can, if you have a 4-bit per pixel guy, you can select which part of the palette you're using. You can do stuff with this, right? But for now, this is what we care about. What we would like to do, but notice though, we are putting all of these tiles right at screen block 28, which is the start of our tile memory, right? It's the start of our tile map. If we go back to like this, right, and we scroll over here, this tile here is 0, 0, and this is index 0 in the array, right? What I think we would like to do instead, and I think actually, if we're looking at this pink correctly, all these other zeros, this is the rest of the tile map, right? Because we're currently writing one 32 tile by 32 tile region to VRAM, and we've configured, if we look here, we say 64 by 64 tiles. We've configured the background to be 64 by 64. I think there is the pink region here is exactly like the other 3 quarters, right? Like, I think this distance, if we scroll down before we see it again, is the same as this distance that the thing is covered, right? I think that's how this is happening here, right? So there's kind of like, you can kind of think of this as there being 4 quadrants, right? We can picture them on screen like this, right? Right now we're writing this level, this chunk, this 32 by 32 region, all to one of the quadrants, to the top left quadrant, right? And then here, right, here's the next quadrant, here's the next quadrant, here's the next quadrant. We actually want to do something much more subtle, right? What we want to do is we want to write this chunk straight to the middle, right? To the middle of the thing. And then we want to write half chunks along the edges, and we want to write quarter chunks in the quarters. And this is just a matter of copying the right regions of the chunks from the cartridge into the right places in VRAM. Hello, Schlen. Welcome in. How's the game? Hello, I'm doing well, Schlen. We are trying to make a Game Boy Advance game for a game jam. And we're doing it in kind of an evil way. Is that pink? No, it's just a random pink I picked out in A-Spray. It may be, but I just flailed around a little bit. I hope you're well, Schlen. Schlen is a very talented artist, if you do not know. It's slightly evil. It's slightly evil. Allegro's magic pink for transparency. Yes, it may be close to this. I think a lot of things use this kind of pink for how do you say? Like color mapped transparency, this sort of thing. Magenta. Yeah. So how do we get there from here? Where are we going? Where are we going with this? I think let's start by rendering this chunk in the center. I think we've already actually named our guy this. We're calling him render chunk center. Let's do that, right? So what that means is, instead of placing the chunk just in, right, like what are we doing right now? If I go over to world.el, right? What this function does, right, is we loop from 0 to 1024, right? Let's actually say times 32 times 32. Can you say more about the Game Jam in general? The Game Jam is the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2025, which is it's a game. They run this twice a year, and the intention is to write a game in Lisp, which is kind of like a family of programming languages. So it's like this a little bit. What we are doing, what we did last year for this, is we made a Game Boy game. We made a Lisp program that spits out a Game Boy ROM that is then the game. And we're trying to do this a little bit better this year with a Game Boy Advance type thing. So that's the mission, at least right now. We're trying to do some GBA stuff. I want to either this year or next year. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones for sure. I've done in the past a couple of these guys. Hello, Code Toil. Welcome in. Hi. And these are fun. This is like one of the big ones. It's a fun thing. So right now we're just looping from 0 to 1024, right? At every iteration of the loop, we are reading from the address where the chunk lives at that index, right? That many bytes offset into the chunk. We are shifting the address over by 1 to turn this from like an offset in bytes to an offset in words, and we were just writing this straight back to VRAM, right? So this is not really what we want to do, right? Because this is not really considering the 2D structure of the guy, right? We would like rather, I think, to I don't know, to write this into the center of the region. We're going to have to do a little more nonsense. Do you haven't heard about Lisp before? Yeah, this is something interesting if you want to investigate this. If you're into programming languages in general, this is an exciting thing for sure. It's kind of a weird guy. He's he's a little bit different from C++ or C# for sure. But I think it's the kind of thing that's worth learning. In particular, there's in general, I wouldn't worry too much about, like, programming languages are not very important. The thing that's important is like fundamentals and just like getting comfortable. And anything will do the job for this. So I hope you Good luck with this for sure. And if you have any questions, please ask. Right, we are always like we are always like very willing for this. Is this some sort of game mod? What this is, CodeToil, is we are writing an assembly language program using an assembler that we made in Emacs Lisp. So these functions here, this thumb set 16, this is basically a macro, and these things spit out assembly. And we do this to generate a Game Boy Advance ROM, and then we're trying to make a Game Boy Advance game from scratch, basically. So how will we write this to the center? I mean, let's think of like how we would in C. I would probably just loop over X and Y independently, and that maybe is the best thing to do here as well. I think we probably have enough registers to get away with that. So let's maybe try that. I think that seems vaguely promising. So like, if I were to say like, I don't know, like what's the how would we do this, right? If maybe it's better to extract X and Y from IDX though. This is maybe less of a burden. What kind of game are you making? We're trying to make a simple RPG, kind of like Dragon Quest or something. But I think we'll be satisfied with anything that is vaguely game-like at all. Anything that remotely resembles a game will be satisfactory. So let's say X is also fresh, Y is also fresh, something like this. Do we have enough? No more registers are available, so we don't have enough registers to do this sort of thing. LCD can actually handle both timings. What should we do in this case? What should we do? I guess we maybe don't need temp anymore. Of course we can always spill, right? We can always push something and throw a register in on the stack, right? But like we'd prefer to avoid doing this if possible, I think. So what ought we to do? What ought we to do? I think you have to manually spill if your guy fails to. Yeah, I'm not even doing the proper register allocation thing. I sort of built this for the purpose of doing a higher level compiler thing, XOR, but I'm not using any of that because I thought it would be too bug prone for doing this. So I'm doing all the register allocation manually here. I'm just writing assembly. But I have some helper functions to like manage like the registers that are currently in use and like give me any register that I'm not using right now. Things like this, right? Just to make the process a little bit nicer. The WRPG, probably a JRPG. Like really the goal here is to make a thing where you can walk around a map, get random encounters and fight them. Like that's it. Probably no story, no dialogue, very minimal anything. I want a thing where you can walk around a map that is big, that scrolls, and you can occasionally a thing will say, oh, there's a monster, and it pops up a little image of the guy, and you select things from a menu to fight him. And there's maybe some stats and things. This is the limit of our ambition, given that we only have 5 days and that the environment is truly it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for certain. I guess we do need all of this, right? Like it's sort of annoying, isn't it? Does this give us enough? Are we still avoid variable temp? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We have enough? Do we have enough here? Can we prevail? Okay, maybe we can prevail. Let's say something along the lines of, I mean, if we do have to spill, it's not a huge issue, but like I don't really want to if we can get away with it. My turn-based JRPGs to have action command? Yeah. Do you mean like what do you mean by action command here? Good luck with the mission. Thank you, Wind Up Boy. We'll see you if we see you again, but if not, please enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. How do we get X and Y? How do we get X and Y? We should probably make some constants here also. We should probably be saying some stuff kind of like K chunk size 32. That seems like a reasonable thing to say. Let's say K chunk size here, maybe. Something like that. And then we can say things like, I gotta go dip already. It's pretty late here in Germany, but I've been lurking every once in a while. We'll try and chat more often. Thank you so much, Slen. It's very kind of you to say so. Thank you. Please enjoy the rest of your day and sleep well. We will do our very best. Okay. So yeah. This is all true and good. So if we want to write x, right? X is going to be like this thing divided by chunk size, right? I guess we're not going to actually use division. We're going to shift this guy. So like it's kind of like, I don't know. Like if we say LSRX X IDX 5. Is this sensible? This is division by 32, right? Hello Lead and Gin, welcome in. Integer division by 32, something like this. Welcome in, Lead and Gin. It's good to see you. Hello. Hello. We are GBA style today, Lead and Gin. We also need modulus. Modulus by 32. This can also be accomplished conveniently by a bit mask, right? I just don't want to. Yeah, it's just mask. So like we can also get away with that, I think, if we're going to be cool with it a little bit. I guess we can reuse IDX potentially as well. Maybe that's what we want to say. This is also what Y is. Let's maybe just say X is ID. Let's just say X is IDX maybe, and then we can just say and X and what is the thumb and? Is there and with immediate? Is there do we have any way to do and with? I mean, it wouldn't make sense, right? It wouldn't make sense to do so. What's with the 1111? Oh, up here. Hello, another comment. This is the level that we're working with, right? If you look at when we run the game, these 2s are like rocks, right, and the 1s are grass. It's our patented level editing format here. It's splitting a number into 2 groups of bits. Yes, I mean that is exactly it. That is useful. Okay, to load our map, is there no and with immediate? That's kind of frustrating. Let's double check to make sure. Do we have any promising fellows? Any promising fellows? Real-time action. Oh yes, this is like what Expedition 33 does, and also like what Mario does. This is Mario and Luigi. This is very good. I do like this a lot. No and with immediate. No, there isn't. I mean, the immediates, you have very small. Your instructions are very small, right? And they're fixed size. So in general, the immediates are tiny. I think there's add with immediate, which we're calling there may only be add and deck with immediate and compare. MCAS. Oh, it's these MCAS immediate guys, which are only move, compare, ink, and deck. Yeah. Okay. So we need to chuck this guy into some kind of. Can we reuse registers for this? Lots of addressing modes in different operand positions. In ARM in general can do some things like this, but it's much more limited than x86. Because ARM, every instruction is the same size, so there's never like, in general, you have a very limited. I don't know. The immediates are necessarily smaller than the size of a word, right? And this is thumb also, which is even smaller and has even less. Expedition 33, which as far as I'm aware is a Mario and Luigi like. This is like a new game they made, right? Yeah, this is thumb. But even on ARM, this would be ARM definitely has and with immediate though. This guy from France, they're making this in France. Okay, what can we do about this? If I were to say UGBA thumb constant, we were to hit them with a bit of a thumb constant scenario. and we were to put this, let's put it into Y, because we're not using Y yet. This is kind of evil. We're using our registers in an evil sort of way, but it's fine. We're going to try and squeeze it. And the constant we're going to put in is, we want the low bits, right? We want the low 5 bits. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. We want the low bits and the high bits here. So for this, if we just say and xy, I think that does it, because IDX is currently, then IDX is getting smashed. So it's, do we need another temporary? Let's say this is another guy here. Let's say this is another guy here, and let's say this is a bit of a move. Is there even a move? I don't know if there is between register and move. I think you're supposed to say add with 0 is the move. Where's the move? So there is. Oh, we have a synonym for it where it is just add 0. Okay, cool. So, but in general, move is just add this low 5 bits. Yeah, true. Retro systems scared us. It's honestly not too bad. I would say probably Chromo Sun Drifts. What systems have you been focused on so far? What have you been doing? There's supposed to be and there's and, but it doesn't have immediate, right? Like and it just takes 2 registers. There's no like and with immediate, I think. Hello Jatinha, welcome. If we move x IDX here, 6502 stuff starting with Vic 20. Oh, I see. Very cool. Revenge. We're getting vengeance now. Oh, this looks really slick. Cool stuff. My Steam library. Yeah, I've heard this is this kind of game, right? It's like an JRPG, but where there's like active parrying and stuff, and like this kind of stuff, maybe. Okay. Well, this should give us X and Y. This should give us X and Y with the appropriate business here, I think. Right? I'm pretty certain. Wish list, gotta do NES. Yeah, this probably follows if you're doing 6502 stuff. So what do we want to do about it now? We would like to turn this X and Y into something we can, like, we would like to turn it into an index in the how do you say I'm trying to think of the way we want this thing to be shaped. We want to turn it into an index at the center of the map, basically, right? So we have this X and Y. We know how to compute the new index, right? We know how to compute an index in an array, a 2D array based on the X and Y. Well, this is going to be, assuming it's row major like this, it's going to be like X. This is X times the width, right? Which in this case is X shifted left by 5 plus. No, it's the opposite. It's y shifted left by 5 plus X, right? So we can go back to this. But the thing is, we want to add to X and Y first, right? That's the relevant consideration here, right? We basically need to perform this operation in reverse, but before we do so, we need to add, right? Let's comment this also so we're more aware. Let's call this extract X and Y from IDX. Then after this, we want to add things, right? So we want to be at a position that is 16 in, right? So instead of starting at 0, 0, we want to start at 16, 16, right? That'll place this in the middle of the like we're trying to place a 32 by 32 square in the middle of a 64 by 64 square, right? The distance kind of from the top and the left is going to be 16. So, I mean, that's, we want this, right? We want this for certain. We want to, this is probably just, I think they called this guy ink. This is an ink X16. This is an inc y16. And then we want to convert this back to an index, right? And we're just going to put that in x or y probably, right? So how do we do that now? Well. I think first we probably want to. What is the difference between LSR and LSRX? One of these is probably takes an immediate, right? Like what is I guess, yeah, this just takes 2 registers, I think. Like ASR, this is just an ALU operation, right? So it just takes 2 registers. Whereas the X version is a move shifted register that does like presumably like their barrel shifter kind of guy and does this properly. Loading that code into RAM, yeah, maybe yeah. And I don't want to fuck with that, right? All the logistics of switching between ARM and thumb it becomes annoying. Hello, King of Midnight. Also, thank you for the water. LSRX real. I might be calling this something different than what they call it. I don't remember, but this is the one that is the. This is what I am calling it. It is one of the move shifted register and like move shifted register like what's the word for this? I don't know. Instruction kind of feel it's in this class of instruction rather than in the other thing. The opcodes I'm using are sometimes different from like the official docs, I think. Because I just kind of picked these guys. Okay. Where we need to reassemble this. We need to reassemble this. But surely the linker takes yeah, haha. You needed the water? Thank you. Do I sound crusty? Do I have a crust about me? Hello. To be honest, I don't really know what's going on either. Let's put it together. Let's do it. We need to combine some bits, Freefall. We got to smash them. It's time to smash them a little bit. So I think again, what are we doing? We're taking Y. We are taking Y. We are shifting Y left. We are shifting Y left by 5. Right? Because no, it's wrong. We need to shift left by 6 because now it's a 64 by 64 array. So we shift Y left by 6. And then we need to include OR. Is it like this? We need to OR Y. Is it this or is it IOR? What is his form? Higher level on top of this assembler? Yes. In fact, I have written quite a lot of I wrote like a register allocator and like an SSA based guy on top of this, but it's kind of buggy. And I think for the purposes of this game jam, it's just best to do this. We do have a lot of macros for the thing. And so like for things like conditionals and stuff, we're going to get away with not having to write a bunch of annoying stuff. But this is for arithmetic. We are unfortunately doing it this way. I think it's not so bad. I just need to like get my head straight with it a little bit. Something like C, because part of the fun of the project code toil is that we've written everything ourselves. So not only are we using assembly, we have written the assembler. Yeah. There will eventually be higher level things here, but like this is it's for fun. It's for fun. So like you can't complain so much when it's for fun. Is this appropriate then? Does this do the job? Fuck. This might do the job. Is it possible that... Am I thinking about this in the wrong... I think it probably does the job. Sponsored by NIH Syndrome. Yeah. I think this is fine. Does this put the new coordinate in Y? I think it does. So this is going to be a coordinate in... like array coordinates. We need to convert this into an actual offset. To convert it into an offset, let's call this add 16 to 6 add 16 to place this chunk in the center, and then this is going to be assemble the index in the tile map, And then finally, at long last, we will y1 convert that index to a byte offset. Convert that index to a byte offset, and then finally, at long last, offset y contains our index now using fake emoji names. They do use fake emojis when they try to do this. They sometimes don't do a good job. This has always been the case, really. Yeah, math. Hello, Stewie. It's sort of uninteresting math. It's just like we're trying to, you know, beat our head through this assembly. Does this work? Okay, you do run. Interworking in the linker. I mean, I can build this. The problem is there's no like how this works is irritating, right? Because you can't just make a function call from arm to thumb. You have to do a weird little branch, right? And this weird like did we find the squid? I mean, Ikatono was here, so I guess we have found at least one squid. Hello, Ziona Gabo. We are talking to you straight from the undersea trenches, from the deep places of the world. Hello. Does this work now? We're going to see if it works, and if it does, if this works the first time, I am very happy with myself. If it doesn't work the first time, I'm going to be, well, you know, we probably won't worry about it, but let's see. Let's see. Does it render at all? Oh, it does, but we have a little bit of offset. We've clearly grown a little bit discombobulated here, I think. It gets close to working. It gets close to working, but there's a little bit of discombobulation happening here, I think. Our level of coherence is fairly low, which is not going to be ideal. How do we re-entangle ourselves? Magentification, yes. We're just scrolling off the edges. So this is zero. This is the top corner. But like, there's some stuff happening here that's not the right stuff, I'm thinking. This really is not the best. It's not the best at all. Is the gizmo cycling not working? I may have killed my thing several times. Okay. So what's wrong about it? What's going wrong here? Let's step through and debugger. I literally don't know what you would do without the debugger here. Can we break render chunk center? Let's scan for 1 point. Classic. Yeah. Let's go over here. Let's start seeing what's happening on this. So we're gonna step through the standard. This is the code up here. Did it have a debugger? I think it did. I'm pretty sure their dev kit had this ability. I hope so. I mean, you can't do this without a debugger. Are you still at the convention? No, we've returned home now. Free full. We only stayed. We came back on Sunday, so I've been home. I was home all day yesterday. We're back. I hope you're doing well, free full. Let's step by through this a little bit, right? Okay. So we start off. We load this thing into R2. That right? That's 1024. The value in R2 is 1024. That's the bound of the loop, right? We load this thing into R1. I don't even know what we're loading here. We move 31 into F5 R5. That's the mask. Okay. What does this add? R4, R3, 0. We're moving. Okay, that's moving into X. Okay. We move the index. We move the index into R4, which is X. We AND X with the mask to get the low bits, right? Okay. Cool. And we shift R3 over by 5 and put it in R5. That should be 0 as well. We add 16 to both of them. Okay, that's natural. Very natural, very good. What next then? What next? Thank you very much. I do not want to think in load, add with carry, and jump not zero instructions. Yeah, it can be a little bit trying, for sure. Then we shift this left by 1. Or by 6, rather. And then we OR this with R4. Okay. Okay. So this should be the index in our fucker. Is it the case? Is it the case? So what is this number? What is this? What the hell is this number? What's he doing? 0x4. Tell me in decimals, please. Can you bring up the decimal version of this? 1040. 1040. Is that right? Is that right? I'm not sure if that's right. This should be like 16 times 64 plus 16. Well, it is. Okay, well, it's right. So, I mean, that makes sense, I guess. That seems like the right number. What about different sorts of numbers, though? What about... So he's clearly in the right place. I'm worried that... I wonder what this... Like, this sort of, like, line... Let me see what it looks like. What does it... Bring it up. It looks like this, right? It looks like this. But I'm pretty sure that this is maybe the right index, right? How many tiles does it go? It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's 4 tiles, given their elongation, right? It's going 16 tiles. It's going 16. And then, when it gets done with that, it just puts them on the next page, right? This is just like the rest of the row, right? Like, for example, if we were to go over to something along the lines of, how do you say into the world? If we were to head into the world, what if we change all the ends to 2? I should do this in a less horrible way, probably. Hello, Talon1024. Welcome, and Tilted Over as well. I only briefly touched Lisp when I tried to go through the GIMP script tutorial. Well, this will not be too Lispy, Talon1024. We're in assembly largely, but yeah, but yeah, you get it. You've seen this one. You know how this story goes for sure. Okay, where are we? Where are we headed? What is our bearing? What is our bearing today? It's not very reassuring. Yeah, I mean, this is an unnerving image, Party Cat Lol. I don't know. It's how do we submit banner? I just send it to me or post it in the Discord. Discord IRC. Just drop it in there or whatever, and we'll get it. Or just link it in chat or whatever. We're not super formal about it, I guess. I think actually what might be happening here, Freefall, is that maybe our maths are mathsing, but perhaps our expectations are not expecting. What would make sense if this behavior is happening is if we are in fact rendering a 32 by 32 background, but we think we're rendering a 64 by 64 background, right? Wouldn't that make sense, right? Because then it's just we're mathing correctly, but we're perhaps mathing to the wrong array bounds, right? So then it just like naturally kind of happens like this, I think. Maybe so, maybe no. And if we were to offset this a little bit, we can maybe reassure those expectations. We'll see. Okay, let's go back to calamari.el. Let's run this again. Let's head back up here. Let's restart this. Head back over to good. Let's just rerun this. We're gonna have to scroll a little bit here. It's also funny that there's this large region of inky blackness in the corner. Any way to hot reload? Not that I'm aware of. I've kind of built this debugger thing in order to try and do this myself. Void Monka S. Yes. It's very concerning, isn't it? So you can see like those are the ends of the lines. Like this is supposed to be on this line. broken up for this reason. But we would see different results then, I think. Well, I guess we're spacing it out. Are we sure? Are we sure? Are we sure we're properly setting it into the 64 by 64 mode? I guess that's a question to be answered. Let's go to engine. We're saying 64 by 64 here, which corresponds to this BG control thing, which corresponds to this, which I have written down, I think, in my docs, that's what that means. If I go to gba.org, I think we have this written down somewhere. Yes, that 1 should mean 64 by 64 dimensions in tiles. I guess we can also we have another method available to us in the MGBA Qt. The Qt version gives us access to some debugging tools. If we MGBA Qt calamari.gba, makes it true, right? Clearly, yeah. If we go here and we look at, we can do game state views. We can view tiles. We are on 256. So here you can see the tiles. You can see there's some junk data at the end of the tiles. I don't know what we're writing over there. I don't know what the hell that is. But you can see our fellows there. If we view view map. Ah, here it is. Here he is. So he is telling us his size is 512 by 512, which should be the one that corresponds to 64 by 64. The problem is we're writing these into very inappropriate positions. Oh, are we just... No, I don't think we're capping. I've decided that I don't think we're capping. Why is it like that? I think maybe our math is fucked. Our math may be fucked. It could be the case. So consider something. Consider something. Before it was still in 64 by 64 mode, but we were getting a square. Why was that? Even though we were just contiguously writing indices. That doesn't make much sense to me, right? We were just writing every index. And you would think that would instead lead to like a narrow kind of rectangle with things offset in a weird way, but it did not in fact do so. So maybe it's the case that there's some kind of weird internal, like maybe it's in fact, instead of one long 1D array, it's like four 2D arrays. Kind of think of it like this. I don't know for certain. That seems believable though. Let's I guess look on. Oh, it tells us the addresses. It tells us the addresses in map adder. Okay. It tells us the addresses. These are just incrementing linearly, right? We go here. There is fuck. Look at this. Look at this. There's fuck. Look. I'm clicking this one. See? Can we magnify? Let's magnify it to be big. I'm clicking this tile here. Hello 715209. I'm clicking this tile. It says map adder 600E03E, right? As soon as I click over here, which I think is probably it's probably X coordinate 32. Like if I click the one right before it, it's 3C, 3A, incremented like you believe, right? As soon as I click the one after it, it's 800. Right? This is not 2 bytes after that one. This is in fact quite a lot of bytes after that one. So I think that's my theory currently, that it's kind of like instead of being one 2D region that's 64 by 64, it's it's four 32 by 32 regions, one after another. That's sort of horrible. Does that make sense? Like, where's the last coordinate of this? It's 7F. Oh my god, it is. It is. Holy moly. Okay. Well, it's not terrible. It is sort of terrible, actually. It requires us to do an annoying amount of math, probably. Like planar mode in VGA, maybe. I'm not familiar, but that kind of makes sense. I know there are settings somewhere for sprites where there's like a 2D versus 1D mode for the object mapping. I wonder, can we find docs about this? Can we find an explanation for this online in the documentation? GBA dev backgrounds. Flatwoodsmonster.com index ID. 8675309. I don't know if it's is this backgrounds. Okay. Background map entry format. The tile map, which stores the layout of the tiles on the screen, begins at the tile map address found for a particular background determined by this. Okay. Selectable size. Oh my god. It's true. We should have just read the thing. Yeah, it's for text for 256 by 256 by 512 backgrounds. The formula, so it's even worse than what we thought, right? Because it doesn't just behave like that for things that are for the one that's just tall. It doesn't do that. I guess it makes sense because it's purely based on the horizontal. It's based on where the rows are, right? For text mode sizes 512 by 256 and 512 by 512. However, the map is 64 tiles across, and these are stored in blocks of 32 by 32 tiles. This means that to calculate the map entry that would appear 33 tiles or more across the background, the following equation should be used. But only if they are 33 tiles or more across the backgrounds, right? If they are less than this, we should still use the original equation. So we just need to determine which quadrant we are in, which basically is a question of we need to perform some comparison on X. Why do they call it text? What do you mean by this? Oh, text mode size. I don't know why they call it text mode. Oh, perhaps I should be doing this instead. What is rotational background map format? And this is also nice in that we only have to have 8 bits for each entry. Hello, Raven Trail. Thank you for the follow. And these do not divide tile maps into blocks. What is this rotational background map format thing? What the fuck is this? Scale, rotate back. Oh, I see. So here it is. These are ones you can scale. You can do that, like you can do transformations at them, right? And the palette is in the same place. You wanted to rotate things, I guess. They have a lot of limitations. Yeah, so probably we do want to be doing this. Okay, these are tile-based they're called text because they descend from the usage of tiles to display characters in text modes of a PC or workstation, apparently. Cool. I guess we're just gonna do the right thing. Is there a way we can do this that is not horrible? Can we avoid horror? Hello, Spherophoria. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Thank you for the raid. Can we shout out Spherophoria? I hope you're well. How is the controller going, Spherophoria? If you're new here, hello, friends. I'm LLLL. I'm Guy letters. Guy, comma, letters. We're working on a Game Boy Advance thing. Today was a disaster. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I'm sorry to hear this. SDL controller button mappings? Only as a user. I'm sure... Is there evil nuance? Is there horrendous fucking nuance to this that no one should ever have to know about? I wish I haven't. I see. I don't know very much about how any of the Linux joystick stuff. Figuring out which number is which is a disaster. I see. Okay. Well, I hope you've sorted it out at least. We have made things scroll. You might notice that there is currently a little bit of hellish interleaving. This is on a Game Boy Advance emulator, by the way. We've been having some success. We're trying to write a game for this game jam, the Spring Lisp game jam. I don't have it open anymore. This fucker, the fucker. And we're doing, like last year we did Game Boy. This year we're doing Game Boy Advance. We're finally kind of bringing our thing to bear, and we are encountering some interesting idiosyncrasies with the way that the tile map is stored. Set the bindings in the UI. Yeah, these things do tend to be a little bit. This is a very different scenario, but I have a thing where some parts of my setup are dependent on certain device numbers. So if I unplug and replug my mouse, my Windows VM stops working unless I reboot or like reboot the VM and change the device number in my config. These things. This is unrelated, however. But a similar pain point. Yeah. So is there a way we can do this without branching? Right. The problem here is that we expected this to be one 64 by 64 array, right? But it is in fact 4 32 by 32 arrays. Right? No, it's not. It's two 32 by 64 arrays, I think, right? Yes. There is no such problem in the. Oh, there is a problem in the vertical as well. Fuck. There's no problem in the vertical only if you're using. This is so fucked. Only use SNES 9X. I think this is a good one, right? ZSNES is kind of old and crunchy. SNES 9X is like one of the good accurate emulators, right? Oh, I should say also, if you're new, you should come check us out. Come hang out. It's the place. I don't know. Like, okay. So we need to determine which quadrant this guy is in, and then based on that, we can determine the actual index of the pixel. Is there a way we can do that without causing immense pain? Can we switch the stream mouse cursor to the nesticle mouse cursor? What is the nesticle mouse cursor? If you link it, we can check it out. Hello LG. Where is the? You've never seen the goat? I'm googling this nesticle. Oh, this is the emulator. This is pre-ZSNES. Oh, that fucks. That fucks. It's a severed hand. Yeah, it looks like it. It's got the. This is awesome. Hell yeah. Yeah, this predates me. I think I've heard of this before from Bloodlust Software. Yeah, it's peak DOS. I wonder if there is an X11 cursor for this. Their logo is testicles. That's kind of good. That's kind of good for sure. Vice. All my DOS memories are locked so far away. Bring it back. SNES movie. This kind of fucks. Try out a SNES emulator. Here's 2 free SNES indie games. Dottie Dreadnought and Dottie Flowers. Oh shit. Oh shit. People are doing homebrew these days on stuff. This is very nice. This is very quite polished. I will keep that in mind for sure. Okay, we got to determine the quadrant here. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, ultimately what this is we just need to selectively subtract Hello Chromex _ welcome. How will we do it? 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 It's concerning, isn't it? It's concerning. I mean, so I think we just need to do two conditions, right? We check, okay, if x is greater than, we can definitely do this branchless if we're trying to be clever. But I think I'm probably just going to do it with two conditions. That seems like the way to do it without causing ourselves immense pain. This seems like the way to do it sans incredible pain. Let's go over here. So we don't need to convert to byte offset. We don't need to do any of this just yet, right? Before any of this happens, we need to do some stuff. We need to modify x and y based on their current values. And we also need to compute another value. We need to compute another value that will be... Oh, we can also save a bunch of fucking time by doing this down here. We get a free register in Chunk. Hello, Viato6. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Maybe we don't call this chunky. Let's call this temp. That's maybe a more useful name. So now we can chuck some stuff in temp. What do we want to do with this though? I think we want to check if x is greater than 32. Or greater than or equal to 32, excuse me. If it is, we would like to subtract 32 from it and add 1 to temp. Let's actually say you're called something like thumb fresh constant 0. Let's make sure you're zeroed out. And then similarly for y, if y is greater than or equal to 32, then we want to add 2 to temp. And then finally, when we compute the index, we want to subtract 32 from y and add 2 to temp. And finally, when we compute the index, we want to add temp times 32 times 32, right? Because we can just do with a shift, right? It's 1024, right? So we need to just shift, take temp, shift temp left 10, and then add this. I think this does what we want and captures the intention of the thing, right? So let's check this. See it off by 1? Yeah, I mean it will be, almost certainly, right? There's no chance. These are the guys where it's like there's no way we're. Okay, if we hit him with a thumb if. What's thumb if got for us? We need a condition. Well, here's the problem. We don't have a lot of registers around here. Our space for registers is sadly limited. Some Lego methinks. Oh, this is good. This is good, maybe. I wonder if there's anything interesting we can do. Oh, we can do interesting things, can't we? I wonder, is there... We could use the high registers. This is also an option. Or we could just like be normal people and just push and pop some shit. But I don't want to like... This is kind of in the body of a loop that's going to run maybe a lot. I don't know if it would be nice to get away with not doing that if we could. If we could get away with it. I mean, we could. What are we gonna do here? Hello, Fish Jinkies. Much better, thank you. Much better. You are one of two people, Fish Jinkies, who I have to ask you a question. This maybe is perhaps a little bit invasive, Fish Jinkies, but please forgive me. Forgive me. My intentions are only good. There's another person around here. First of all, are you colorblind? Because there's another person around here who is colorblind and frequently changes the theme to that because they say that all of the other themes look like some kind of sludge. They look like some sort of sludge, and this one is the good one. Or is this just for fun? Is this just I don't know. Maybe this is a crazy question to ask, but like I mean this only with pure intention. I am. This one looks nice. I see. I'm not colorblind. It's just okay. Good. I see. Well, Viato 6 confirms our theory. This is interesting. Okay. How do we need to get the thing in a fuck. Fish Jinkies is simply tasteful. Yes, I think so. This is where we're in kind of the thick of it, right? We're getting in the thick of it, from the ring to the pen to the etc., right? Like we're getting to be in the thick of it now. I think we're gonna want to call this thumb if cons, and we're gonna say this: generate a branch based on the condition flag cons. We might be going with that a little bit this time. So for this now, instead of doing this compile, business here, we're instead going to say something closer to this. We can say something like I don't know, intern formats b%s cons. I don't know. That's kind of gross, but we're gonna do that, right? So now we can just, instead of using a register extraneously, we can just do this, right? And for this, we can hit him with we can just do some comparisons separately, right? We can say things like UGBA emits compile, and this we can compare this. We can say x, I don't know 32, right? If we're greater than or equal to 32, then this condition will perhaps we want to negate this, because this is the opposite. This condition is negated here. Well, that's sort of obnoxious. It's sort of obnoxious. We need a way to like flip the script a little bit, right? I guess I can just swap them. I guess we can just say, I can just swap my, I don't know why I did it backwards in the first place. We can just call this then. Can I do inversion on this? We perform surgery on a grape. Let's call this the else case. This is the else case, which gets generated when there's when else. Well, I guess it's not supernatural. Well, sure, it's fine. It's going to be a different kind of shape. This always needs branch done then. This always needs a branch done at the else case if it exists, and then the then case can just be fun call then, and then we are done, right? I think this is normal, maybe. This probably makes sense. And then we're actually branching if the thing is happening, so I think this is fine. If we say thumb if con greater than or equal to, we will only run this code if it is greater than or equal to. So what do we want to do there? We want to say UGBA emits. We would like to increment the thing. Temp. Bring up temp, computer. Increment temp, please. Increment temp by 1, because x is greater than 32. And also decrement x by 32. Similarly, in the y case, we would like to, if y is greater than or equal to 32, we would like to increment temp by 2. Is this the logic? Is this the logic that they have presented for us here? Yes. If y is greater, we do that. We add 2 to the thing. And decrement y by 32. And then at the end of all things, we need to, when we're assembling the final thing, we have this x and the y here, right? We also want to say LSLX temp times k trunk size, or no, this is just times 32. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. A little Machka 6. Water all over it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Did you spill? Is this a spill? Is this like a minor water spill, or is this like a hell flood? Is this hell flood? This is also wrong. This should just be 10. I'm foolish. I'm not remembering how to do anything. Multiply, like, I don't know. It's fine. We're adding this then. This is then the final curtain spells add. And it spells add of I have 20-pound bag rice prepared. I see. Is it okay? Is it the right add? Is it the right add? We have add high. Does this guy take 3 guys? This guy takes an offset as well. Oh dear. Oh dear. Is it? Are we using the wrong? Is there like is there no way to just add 2 registers? Are we limited in our ability to add 2 registers? There's got to be a way to do this. You can definitely add 2 registers in this. I know you can. There's ADC. Where are the ALU instructions? Where's the where's the fucker? Where's the fucker? There's 100% an add. They definitely make that. I know they make that. There's ADC and there's SBC. There's MCAS immediates. There's add. Okay, what is add subtract? What is add subtract? What's their deal? Okay, this guy is add subtract. I see. Okay, so we do just say add. Very cool. Yeah, ADC is add with carry, but they have a very different shape in this guy. Okay, we want to add into Y, which is our final guy. We want to add Y, and we want to add temp. Okay. Does this do the job? No SBCL. Yeah, rip. Let's hope that maybe this does the job. Will this carry our hopes forward into a new world? Hello, M18. Welcome. Hello. Okay, let's go back. It's good to see you, M18. It's been a minute. Let's hop into MGBA. If we scroll a little bit, do we see anything? Well, we see. Well, it's not right. Well, it's basically not right at all. We've fucked up the math yet again. If we go over to here, we need uke tiles. Yeah, we do. We go into games calamari and MGBA QT on this, which gives us the debugging tools again. If we look here, we look game state views, view map. Okay. Well, we've managed to offset ourselves further, it seems, and we're no longer in quite the same straits, but something poor has happened, I think. You have arm and thumb. Do they run concurrently? No, they're so the way they are Chromo Sundrift is in the processor in the GBA is this thing called the ARM7 TDMI. The T stands for thumb, and what it means is that the processor has 2 different instruction sets. It starts off in ARM mode, which is a like the instructions are 32 bits long. And then you can do a certain kind of jump. If you jump to an address with the low bit set high, you can switch to thumb mode, where it's a different instruction set that's like, it's not even quite a subset, it's kind of different entirely, but it's a different instruction set where the instructions are only 16 bits. And in general on the GBA, you want to be working in thumb because the bus width is only 16. So for instruction reading purposes, this is much faster. This is so weird. Yeah, this is just how they do it. Hello, Salad Forest. Also, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, friends. Thank you for the raid. Hello. We got Mecha Mosey in here too. Hello. Can we shout out Salad Forest, who is a dear friend, and Utter Near as well. Utter Near. Can I say something potentially embarrassing? I have to clear something off of my chest here. Also, welcome in Salad Forest. I hope you're doing well. Apparently, there's a 32 kilobyte RAM on the chip and a slower 256 RAM on the board. Is it fucking rock bug? No, I will crash out. No, I wanted to say this perhaps could have been a DM, but I see your name and I've been like, I'm meaning to say this for a while, and it's easier over voice. I think I saw when did you go to TwitchCon this year, Utter Near? Was this the case? Is this? I mean, if you did not reveal this publicly, please do not say so. Please neither confirm nor deny this information. Is this no, I'm already putting my foot so far in my mouth, it's unbelievable. Hello, how it's an OBS crash message? I see now. Don't tell us. Don't tell us, man. We're getting confused now. I'm starting to confuse myself with things even. Where is the food time? Enjoy tacos, please. Oh no, have I committed sins now? Have I done evil? Have I done evil deeds? Okay. Why is this so fucked up? Well, clearly it's fucked up because we are, like, this is writing at the very top of the X. Sin Ak. They had a cow outfit is always my question. I see. Do they have a cow outfit? Is this the case? Is this the case? I do not have this and never will. Okay. I guess the allegations have been addressed. Okay. I don't understand why we are up here. I guess it makes sense, right? This is already offset a bit into the high region, right? Like, yeah, we are. We're offset like halfway into this zone. Good night, Moon. Good night, computer. Good night, calamari. Thank you, low effort ZZZ. Good night, low effort ZZZ. Can we parasocialize more? Hey, Lolo. I don't know. I'm kind of maximal at this. We're kind of at the max that I'm feeling. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure though. Can we emulation pause? That's gonna help us out maybe. Where is only if you have enough threads. hello Tom Weil.
M18 M18.
Oh, thank you for the resub also. It's ranting in the background.
M18
why
M18.
What could cause this? Because now we're offset even more. Now we're at like a 48 offset. We're at like a 48 guy here. Can we reread this guy and make sure we know what he says? What's he up to? What's he up to on here? What's he doing? What's he doing on this? What's his function? What's his dysfunction? Are we doing the right thing? Are we doing this in the correct order? I think we might not be. That could explain a whole lot of things. This we really just have to think it through, I think. Let me pour a little more water, excuse me. let's I think we just need to like use our brain a whole lot and think about what needs to happen here and what isn't happening and what should be happening. Like it's possible that this add to situation is a little bit of a bastard. But no, that's what I think it is, right? I think that's what it is. Like, why is 0, 0? The question remains, why is 0, 0 going to fucking, like, it's 0, 0 should be going to 16, 16. For some reason, instead, it's going to, like, or, like, it's going to 48, 0, right? So that doesn't seem right to me. Why is that? What's the deal there? Clearly what I would think is that like some of these guys are a little bit off. Like 16, 16 should oh, you know what? Fuck. It's this. This is supposed to be a 5, not a 6. It's supposed to be a 5, not a 6, because we're working inside of 32 by 32 blocks instead of a 64 by 64 hole now. And I'm sure if we, yeah, it's supposed to be this times 32. This times 32 is exactly the right guy. We were doing times 64. Okay. Does that resolve everything for us? Do we solve all of our problems in one fell swoop? Let's run it again in MGBA QT, I guess, just so we can see it. Yay! Okay, cool. We solved the puzzle. We have managed... Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's cool and funky. Look at that. Look at that. Do you see what we're referring to? Oh, it's only... Oh, what the fuck? We're getting a little bit of tearing here. And I wonder, I think probably what that tearing must mean is that we're not being fast enough to put this thing. We had a shift left by 5 or by 6 rather than a shift left by 5. And the shift left by 6 was on account of we were trying to multiply by 64. We should have multiplied by 32. Because we yeah. I don't know if this is on our end or the emulator's end, honestly. It's curious, right? Oh, it must be on the emulator's end. Because it's happening mid-block, right? Like, see, it's happening only... Do you see it? It's happening only the top pixel here. I think this is just, like, my display. This must be just my display, I think. Are you doing VSync? I don't know if the emulator has VSync on. We, like, have VSync ourselves. We are waiting for VBlank. So we are trying to VSync. It's possible that we're overrunning the VBlank time, but it's happening always at a certain... If I move my screen, does it happen when small? Oh, it does. It does. Very interesting. It happens like midway through that tile here. Is it the same place here? It is. So it must be the program. Set your scroll before you start. Yeah, that's possible. The black line at the top. The black line at the top, I think that's just part of the emulator. That's not our business. That's just the emulator window, like doing letterboxing to. It's this, right? It's to maintain the same aspect ratio. This is just they're doing that. Yeah, it could be the fact that we're setting the scroll in a weird spot, but I don't know. Very curious. What if we only do this once? Like, again, we can confirm this easily because the fact that like right now we're writing VRAM every frame. So what, like, that issue could be solved by, I mean, it shouldn't matter. We're not changing the VRAM, but it could maybe. I don't know enough about how these things go. Where's engine.el? Where's render? We call this in render, right? If instead, and we also call scroll X and scroll Y in render. If instead of calling this here, we called this here. Does that do anything for us? Much more cooperative than La Mulana? Yeah. What if we were to run this? Now we're only loading the thing into VRAM one time. And that does indeed solve the problem. So it seems like doing this every frame is not the play, which makes sense, right? We wouldn't really want to do it every frame. The whole point of this is that we're not doing it every frame. So like that's good at least. But it seems like that is the case here. Cool. Okay. Okay, good. Neat. So what about other chunks then? What about other getting a little bit chunky with it in another way? I think in that case we want to only load the data that we don't remember having loaded already. Yeah, and we want to load it like the point of this is that we load this on change, right? When things change, we'll do. Which is still a little bit concerning that it takes more than one VBlank to load a chunk, right? Because like in some cases, right, like if we move between chunks, we're going to want to load like a bunch of them. We're going to want to load like 9 chunks, right? So but maybe this is just a matter of, I mean, maybe our code is shit, maybe. I'm sure there are better ways we could do this. Like this started happening when we started spending a lot more time in the body of our loop, right? Which like I don't know, maybe it makes sense, right? Like we're running like what is this? If we look over in world.el, this whole business here, this function, this is a lot of code, kind of, right? This is like, this constant thing is probably like at least one. This is at least one instruction, one 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7, 8, 9, and then this is like the if has a bunch of shit, maybe probably at least 2 more, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2 more for the if. These are also, this is like maybe 25 instructions, right? And we're running this 1024 times, right? So this is like 25,000 instructions. I don't know how long a VBlank is, but like I guess too long for this. Interrupt that happens every time there's a vsync. Yeah, that's what we do right now, Talon 1024. Although there's no double buffering here, I think. Maybe there is in some display modes. That's also an option. Maybe we just need to use like a double buffered display mode, and maybe we have more. We are more flexible then. Yeah, that sounds like the right thing to do. Like, it's really funny though. No, like I'm confused by this. This can't be it. It can't be it, right? And the reason it can't be it is we're not writing any new data, right? Even if we do call this every frame, it's a no-op, right? Because we're not. Oh, you know what it is? We're writing this after we modified the scroll. So, oh my, I see. So let's go back over here. Let's delete this again. Let's go back, uncomment this. You see, we're this whole thing is a no-op, right? Because we're doing it every frame, but it's copying the same data over itself. So like this shouldn't cause tearing just on its own right, because the data doesn't change, right? It should always read the same data. This line itself, right? This is doing is copying a bunch of data from the cartridge to VRAM, and it's always the same. But I think the problem is this gets called right after VBlank, and if this takes too long, it probably makes the scrolling happen midway through the render, right? It pushes it out of the VBlank period into the point when it's actually rendering. And this means that the scroll registers change midway through the thing actually drawing, right? Yeah. It delays the scroll, right? Which is why it's always happening on the same horizontal line, right? Like that's why the tearing always happens there. It's because we've delayed the scroll until it's rendering that line. If we move this before, it won't tear. But of course, we don't want to be doing this anyway. But like, It won't tear at least now. I'm pretty sure. That's our hypothesis at least. Let's check that. Let's check that just to be sure. Do we have tearing? We have no tearing. Back to doom scrolling, yeah. So there's no tearing now, which it's still concerning, right? We are still copying shit into VRAM after the thing happens, but like I don't know. Hello, Digby Cat, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hi, Digby Cat. I feel like it's been forever. I'm sorry if I haven't caught you. I feel like it's been 100,000 years. Please check out my friend Digby Cat, who is a dear friend from the very beginning of me doing this, and very cool, a cool British cat. How are you doing, man? We're doing pretty well. We're trying to make a Game Boy Advance game. We're kind of in the weeds today, Digby Cat. What was your stream today, Digby Cat? How are you doing? What were you up to? What D-Slug is intended to be one of the 2 standard streamer redeems. Hello, Crespian C and Bigger Branch. Also, welcome. Hi. I was playing Helldivers 2. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Good stuff. I have not played this guy yet, but it seems good. It seems good. It certainly is like very polished, I think. There's like posture check and hydrate redeems. So these are my versions of this, I think, right? Allow streamer to drink and deslug. I hope it was good. We are trying to make like a Dragon Quest clone kind of thing, or at least something where you can walk around a map on this. Okay. How are we gonna do this then? So we've now been able to load this guy. We've been able to load this guy now. De-shrimp? Maybe so. Maybe so. I think they both are kind of like some arguably have a dehydrate redeem. I guess it depends on the liquids. Depends on the fluids maybe. A much better known term for shrimp. I don't know. Maybe so. Slug. I like slug. What does Viper do? It makes you a Viper. It gives you VIP status. My dad is longer than my uncle _ Welcome in. One of the classic names of the L Colonq broadcast. My dad is longer than my uncle. We know that one well. It gives you an unvipper. It gives you or someone else VIP, and then you can take it away with unvippered. Okay. What do we do with this? We got to load other chunks now. Now I'm worried it's all going to be too slow. By virtue of the strange addressing mode, it's all going to be too... And it's not like we can DMA it, right? Because it's not contiguous in memory. We can't DMA... We can't, like, how easy is it to mess around? I think it's actually pretty easy these days, Digby Cat. It's a system that's kind of nice. It's a nice processor. There's you can build C and C++ for it. There are some good options. If you're familiar with C++, you can use something like this thing, Butano, which is like a C++ game engine. We've used this a little bit in the past. Lets you write some high-level code for it without too much suffering. We have chosen a different path, however, Digby Cat. We have chosen the path of strife, and we are writing our code in assembly using an assembler that we wrote ourselves. So rather than the easy routes of, you know, I think it is not that hard in the abstract, but we have made it hard ourselves. So yeah, I don't know. We're getting there. It's too ergonomic. Okay, we got to load alternative chunks now. We got to get the additional chunks in the thing. How do we get them? How will we get them here? I think we would kind of like to... I mean, this is basically just variations of the one function, right? It's this function, but we need to modify there's 2 things we need to change. Bonnie P. Wiggly, so true. So true. We do love Bonnie Paws. It's good. It's good. I think fundamentally we need to bound 2 things. And her pup. Yes, I hadn't realized until recently that she had her child. This is excellent news. I hope she's doing well. Yes, I hope they are both doing well. It comes down to the offsets. Do you need to get up? No, I'm well. I mean, I can get up if you like. I actually probably should. What's Vipper? It gives you VIP. DMA3 can write to Game Pack ROM. I don't know about that. That seems scary. I don't know about that at all. Okay, I'm gonna run away.
Don't run away.
I'm running away. I'm running away really fast. Okay, bye. Bye.
He said bye. Like 3 times. Hello! Hi. Hi, everybody! Hello, Raiders from Digby Cat, including Digby Cat. Hi! Hi! Yes, Colonq is getting water. Hello, hi! Hi! He's getting water. Mod minute Ooh, that seems like a fun idea, Chromo Sundrift. I think I need to do that now. There needs to be a little like jingle. I am okay. How are you, Ziona Gabo? Excuse me, I forgot the underscore. I am finally like back to like almost 100% from the cold. Colonq is still in the trenches of this though. He is still miserable. I feel very bad. Thank you. Thank you. I had a great day. I got to take a day off from work to recover from the weekend also, which was a lot of driving. Some amount of time shared between 2 drivers. Hi! I miss Buzz. And so I got to just like hang out. It was a sunny day. The cats were both out and about, so we just like had a nice relaxing day in the sun, hanging out with the cats. Yes, thank you. Hi. Yes, it was my birthday yesterday. This year it did not land directly on Mother's Day. That does happen every however many years. Thank you. Hi, hi. Thanks. Hi. Hello. Thank you. And we went out for dinner and I got a burger. It was great. Thank you. And then Colonq and I, okay, did Colonq talk about Captain Zoom? Who is Captain Zoom? But did Colonq talk about how the show that we found on the YouTube called Kaso, the Japanese skateboarding show? It's so sick. It's so sick. Thank you for the happy birthdays. Bro, Kaso is so good. That was my request was like, hey, Colonq, can we hang out tonight for my birthday? He was like, sure, what do you want to watch? I was like, can we just watch the skateboarding competition? It's so good. If anyone wants to look it up, it's called Kasso, Kasso. There's full English subtitling, which is very cool, very sick. We like it. So yeah, we did that. We just watched that. Oh yeah. How is everybody else doing? It's a weird day. It's a weird week for me since I didn't work Monday and then I did work today. So I'm like all messed up. Oh, the desk is soggy. The desk is soggy. I talked about Kaso.
Yeah, Kaso's kind of.
Did you already talk about it?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I talked about how that's what I wanted for my birthday. I was just like, Colonq, let's just watch Kaso.
Yeah, it was good. It was pretty solid. You can't complain.
It was a good day. All right, do you return? Soggy desk, yeah, classic.
I mean, I'm always
Classic. In the glass. In the glass.
I mean, a little bit of.
No.
I can't. I'm not capable of controlling that. I think. I'm about to get laid off this week. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can find something good. This is unpleasant always. Hello, Kinski Unplugged. Also, hi everyone. We're back. We're back here again. They got me here. Now I don't know how to very well. I'm very uncoordinated, Colonoscopy. I tend to drop things all the time. I'm spilling them. They're constantly breaking and reforming themselves. Am I back? Okay, we're back. I'm thinking we're back today. I think actually we probably want to do something silly. We probably want a function that generates this. Let's not do current events, please, if possible. We probably want a function that generates this guy. Render. Probably we want to call it something like render chunk at something like this. I don't know. And the intention behind this guy is maybe we pass him in like certain constants, like elisp constants for like I don't know, x and y offsets, x off, y off, and also maybe like width and height. These are just going to be like elisp numbers, and we inject these into the code, right? So maybe this render chunk at is the equivalent of chunk already in the right shape. So they are in the right shape. We just need to have multiples of them, right? So happy 27th birthday, Mod Clock. Happy 27th, says Chromo Sun Drifts. Oh, I see. You need a theme song. We could do this. This could be arranged potentially. Yeah, this is the one month of every year where Mod and I are the same age. This is the deal. I'm trying to think what limits the size of the thing that we go through right now. What's the limiter on the size at present? How do we want to handle this? Is in June? Yes. Then I get old. Then I'm old. And for VIP for myself, oh, you can do this, Sionagabo. If you have points, you can apply this to your own self. Oh, you already redeemed it. Oh, the thing is, it's automatic. I'll do it by hand here, but you can just put your name in the redeem and it just does it. The Sionagabo. It just does the thing. We do it. Unable to add. Oh, we have to remove someone randomly, which. Remove. This should happen, but we'll remove 2 people randomly. You removed Peercoin. Peercoin has been banished. Peercoin's actually here today, so you'll have to deal with the consequences. No, I'm kidding. Okay, Zionagabo has been added. There we go. Rip whoever got dead. You're not a dumb idiot in any capacity. It's only 1,000 points, Zionagabo. It's easy come, easy go here. Around these parts. Also, UC Berkeley Montana Annex has been obliterated by this. Okay, what's the big idea here? We all get old at the same rate per unit time. That rate is units. Okay, where is yes, the state is in flux, right? You can't grow too attached to these things around here. You have to kind of have a more flexible attitude towards it, I think. I'm trying to think what we want to do, how we want to limit this. I mean, really what you want to do is you want to just iterate over variable importance is not very important. Yeah. If we just limit the bounds of the iteration to width times height rather than 32 by 32, does that do the right thing for us? I think it may. It very well may. Oh fuck. Oh yes, the thing that's confusing me is there are 2 possible sets of coordinates here. Can we draw? We need to draw this out, right? So let's reestablish what we're going for here, right? Let's say this. So see, this is the background, right? This is the middle chunk. We have successfully drawn this guy for now, right? This is where the player lives. He's here. He's here. He's here. We have to add more detail. He's in this, right? There are surrounding chunks that we also need to render, right? We need to render, like, for example, this chunk, the one right above the chunk the player is in. We need to render the one directly to this side of where the player is in, right? You see? We need to render the one up here from where the player is, right? This corner. Do you see it? The problem is there are kind of a bunch of coordinates at play here, right? Rendering this yellow chunk, we need to render the bottom right corner of this chunk. But we're rendering in the top left corner, right? So there's kind of two things at play here, right? There's the offset into the destination that we render the guy, and then there's the offset inside of the chunk where we render the guy. And these are distinct. Image editor, and yes, this is Sprite GBA edition. A cute smile, thank you. Okay. Is it worth making this generic and fun? I think we would like to. I think we would like to. So where are the appropriate things that, like, where are the things to do here? We have to consider it. We have to think about this a little bit. Let's go over to world.el. This guy perhaps has more. It probably actually is more of a width, height, source X, source Y, dest X, dest Y situation. I think that's just make a lerp function. What do you mean by this? I'm unsure what you mean. This is not really to do with lerp, I guess. I think maybe but it's very possible that I'm thinking about it. You're thinking about something and I'm thinking about something different, and you are in fact totally right. That happens a lot. This is with respect to, like, do you know, like, a chunk in Minecraft, right? You like a chunk is kind of like a 16 by 16 region, right? And Minecraft, like, keeps linear interpolation. Yeah, I know what lerp is, right? I just don't know how it applies here necessarily, but I may just not be realizing it. This is a, like, we're trying to basically do Minecraft with render distance 1, right? We're trying to load the chunk that the player is currently in and also the surrounding chunks, so you can kind of see them, right, when you get close to them. That's the purpose here. Like, yeah. Okay. So how will we do it? A loop to perform linear transformations. Yes, I just don't think there's any linear transformations that we need to be doing, but I might be thinking of it wrong. There might be some useful way you can do interpolation here, but I think mostly what we're trying to do is we're trying to, like, kind of chunk something up into a bunch of regions. God damn it! What is this? We shouldn't have to load all these at one time. I mean, the goal is to put them into like, this is loading them from cartridge to VRAM real nice, right? We're going to hopefully only going to have 64 by 64 tiles worth of VRAM, right? We potentially have many more tiles worth of actual level on the cartridge, right? All of these only take up 1024, you are coming from, yeah. But, like, the thing is, if we're coming from somewhere, right, we have them loaded, but they're in the wrong place, right? They're in the wrong spot in the VRAM, right? Hello, Niche Penguin. Welcome in. Hello. Hi. I hope you are well, Niche Penguin. Okay. Where is, and so what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to make a generic function that can do any of the loads. So we're making a function that generates. This is kind of like a template function, C++ style, maybe, right? We're making a elist function that generates a bunch of different assembly functions. We're probably going to generate, I don't know. We're probably going to generate 9 of them. It does have wraparound, right? But the goal is like, we're not going for wraparound. We're going for not infinite world, but we're going for a big world like Minecraft. Yeah. This is I don't know. Maybe I'm not like, this would give us a way to tell where the thing is in its coordinates, but I don't know if like We'll have to think. We'll have to think a little bit. We'll think if this applies. Let's give this name as well. Let's pass this guy name. Let's indent this guy a bunch. Let's indent this guy a bunch. Yes, we're doing this today. This is it today, Niche Penguin. We're trying to do the Spring Lisp Game Jam. Generate a function, a thumb function called name, loads a chunk to VRAM. This function, x prime left, x prime right. This function loads a width times height region of the chunk, starting at source X, source Y, to dest X, dest Y in VRAM. Something like this, maybe. Size is what again? The chunks are 32 by 32. The background is 64 by 64. Okay. Well, this render chunk act guy can be something, right? We can define the one we're using right now. We can define, we can say, and that's easy, right? We just say k render chunk. Why are we getting OpenAI returned an error every time we move the mouse? Why do we have 600, 700? Why is this happening several times a second? Are we DDoSing OpenAI? Also, what is causing this to happen? Why is it going in a loop like this? That's concerning. Can we go to ai.el? Can we make you not do anything? Can we make you not do anything? Haha. Can we V comment you out? Oh, is it still happening? Is it still happening? Rapidly investigating. It's still happening. I assume this is because we've run out of money. Hello, Bunzel channel. Has this run us out of? Have we run out of money here? That seems really likely to me. When does it say investigate this? Oh, it happens in the post request guy also. Can we just not do that? It's probably because we're trying to transcribe and it's not. Does that do anything for us? Does this do anything for us? That's very scary. It's still going. Okay, it seems to have stopped now. We did send several thousand requests to the API. That's pretty good. Buy computer with money to run LLL locally. Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to turn that off for now. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Wasp AI. Do we have something that gives us the error? We don't. Huh. Interesting. Only 7,000. Okay, we're gonna leave that. What are we up to? We're making the guy. We're making a character today. We're working on a bit of a character. We're working on trying to make this Game Boy Advance fucker scroll around. Because we are trying to create something that is vaguely sensible. Can easily work with cheap model. Yeah, let's go back over to here. We have managed to make a guy scroll. Look at this. See, hi. He scrolls a little bit. We are trying to load chunks around him, so I don't know. We're trying to get some familiarity with the thing a little bit. We're trying to play our hand out, if possible. How do we do that? We don't need to move them. We just need to forget our human concepts of upper and lower. Yeah. Well, the thing is, they do need to be moved in VRAM, right? Remember, this is loading directly into VRAM. Normally, I'd be like, okay, we just load them into someplace according to their index and then render them appropriately. Then we don't need to move them around all the time. But this is what rendering them means, right? This is the render. This is not like the state tracking, right? This is actually loading the thing into the GPU, basically. Right? It's putting them on the screen. So like, we do need to move them around, even in, right? The ones that are in the upper left of our vision do need to be in memory corresponding to that. Just replace the ones we don't need. I mean, we will replace them, but let's say we move. Let's say we move left by 1 here, right? Let's say we move. Can I keep this guy here, right? Let's make another ace sprite. Let's just scroll further. I mean, the reason why I'm doing this at all is this is the limit that we can scroll. This is not just the screen. This is the entirety of the scrollable area. Right? So if we were to move, let's say we were to move left, right? The player character moves across this chunk boundary, right? All of a sudden, we're gonna be in this guy here, right? And now this guy is the one that's over here, who's like half in. I keep clicking the wrong palettes. Sorry. Right? This is the case, and this red guy here is over here, right? And this is like actually the things that are in memory. No, this is just 2 instances of the same window. Right? Like, and there's a new thing over here, right? So it's actually like we have to shift this around in memory a bunch, right? Even though red is already loaded partially, right? All the data that is here is already here, right? On this half of the thing. We still need to do this copy essentially, because we need to move him. He needs to be in this part of memory instead of this part of memory. I don't know. I think that's right. Don't save, please. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here with your business. Okay. Now that emergency has been averted, can we go back to Calamari World? If we were to say render chunk at we're gonna call him render chunk center. This is 32 32 0 0 16 16. Right? We're reading a 32 by 32 area, starting at 0 0. Starting at 0 0 and going to 16 16. Can't we just decide that SC1 is left of SC0 now? The problem is it's not evenly. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think it's set up in such a way real nice. As far as I understand it, like the area we have is like not right. Like there's no like I don't know what you mean by SC. This is maybe a is this like an NES guy? The way it's set up on the GBA is we just have like a big 64 by 64 tile region, right? Like, and we have no control over this. This just produces a, you know, right, 8 times 60. This just produces a 512 by 512 image, right? Or whatever the size is, right? It produces a 512 by 512 image, and then we can scroll this. Like, we have no control over the internal. Like, there's no there's no like layout we can shuffle around here. Hello Hashim Doc. Thank you for the follow. I should say also, if you like this, it's the place. It's the place. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I gotta say it though. Okay, can we make this actually respect their intense hardware limitations? Yeah, I mean, it's quite different from the SNES, right? Because it's a whole different architecture, but yeah. Doesn't it wrap around to the other side of the image? Ah, I see what you're saying, maybe. I think this is perhaps too limited to be reliable for the things we want to do, though. Maybe? Because the thing is, we're already using the entirety of the image, right? We will arrive on the left. Yes. But like relative to everything else, like right, the thing perhaps I'm not conveying the thing we're trying to do, right? But what we're trying to do is we're trying to make a world that can be infinite, right? A world that you can walk along, that can scroll smoothly, that can be of arbitrary size, right? And we do this by loading and unloading different like chunks, basically, right? Based on the player's position. Right? The goal is to make a thing that does not wrap around, to make a thing that can scroll and show new things forever. Maybe what you mean though is you can use this wraparound behavior to avoid reloading things into VRAM, even if they've moved. But I don't think this is possible either, because like we need the whole thing potentially, right? I think or at least we'd have to be doing, I don't know. Maybe I need to think about it more. So like, what would, for example, I mean, the most aberrant case possible. Okay, please enjoy 0x539. I'm sorry if you have to, if you're being subjected to more than usual nonsense on the Tuesday. Do not permit me to forget deodorant. Please do not do this. So this X and Y here, I mean, this is obvious. This is just dest X, dest Y, right? That's easy. That's easy stuff here. I remain tuned in. Okay, we'll just have to say it every 15 or 20 minutes from this point on. The problem is this width and height and this source X, source Y. These present challenges, indeed. These present dire challenges for us, because right now we are not considering the X and Y coordinates of the source in any capacity, right? We are not dealing with that at all. We don't care. We don't care about him. He's been, right? Like he's irrelevant to us. All we are doing is just reading a raw index, right? And that's not the right thing to do. We need to do the same sort of X and Y extraction in order to make that happen. It makes me think almost that we should not be iterating with just one index. It makes me feel as if this is the wrong approach. It makes me feel like we should instead be maintaining two separate counters, right? We could do much the same with a nested for loop instead, right? So right now we're doing a single for loop, right? So to loop over a 32 by 32 region, we are looping from 0 to 1023 inclusive, and then we are doing appropriate, divisions, and we were extracting appropriate bits from the thing in order to get the X and Y coordinate. I think maybe we would be better served if we were to instead loop from X, like loop X from 0 to 32 or 31, and loop Y from 0 to 31, and then just use these things themselves. It'll be a little more awkward though, because if we're using these as our like loop counters, we won't be able to mutate them inside. We won't be able to mutate these registers inside the loop, at least not freely. So we'll need to have some temporaries for this. But like, I think this is maybe better. And we really want more registers, but like, I don't really want to switch to ARM. Put the X loop on the ins. Yeah, that's probably the thing to do, assuming we are row. And it doesn't really matter. But like, it's fine either way. So I'm trying to think, like, what's the alternative? If we keep doing it this way, we just need to have a whole separate set of things where we do this same kind of X and Y abstraction based on different sizes, right? So given we'll instead of looping from chunk size to chunk size, we'll loop from width times height, right? So if it's, for example, if we're doing a 16 by 16 corner, we'd be looping from you know, 0 to 16 squared, right? Just 256, 255. I'll strip above, below, and one to right, left, right at most. Yeah, I mean, you only need one at a time. This is true. But the thing is, it's easy to load all of them because you can just do it very infrequently then, right? Like, we'll see how it goes. Either way, we want this infrastructure. The toroidal buffer, yeah. I think we want this capability regardless of how the eventual scheme we use for which ones are loaded at a time and when we load them, right? This is a useful capability to have in terms of like, I would like to put this here, right? I don't know. It's potentially good. So I think I agree with you in that you probably only, because they're bigger than the screen, you probably only have to load 4 at once at any given time, right? The worst case scenario is if you are in the top left corner of one chunk and you're in the corner of one chunk and you move to the corner of the diagonal chunk. Is then in these cases you're seeing 4 at a time, right? You're seeing all 4 surrounding the corner. But I don't think you can ever see more than 4. But at the same time, like, this is certainly a simpler representation, right? Because we don't need to manage, we need to juggle slightly less stuff. So we'll see what we're doing. I think probably what we'll do is we'll have sufficient space in the buffer, right? Because it's 64 by 64. We'll have sufficient space in the buffer to keep 9 chunks loaded partially. We already have this. But then I guess it does become easier if they're screen block aligned, huh? Skill-based glitch involving crossing chunk boundaries in rapid succession. I see. I know. I'm not actually aware of this. I know there are definitely some weird ass Gen 4. Is this an out of bounds guy? Thank you for video. What is this? What is this fellow? Super Mario Advance title. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I think we can maybe be cooking a little bit here. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, I've decided. We'll need one other. Are we at our limits? Can we have any other temporary variables? Is this possible? Is it possible for us to have any other temporary variables at all? We cannot. We cannot fit another register here. Is it worth the squeeze? Is it worth the freaking squeeze? I guess we can control. How do we want to do it? How do we want to? Oh, we can do it in a really evil way. Oh man, we can do it. We can do it in a horrendous way, can't we? I don't know if I like that though. We could do it in a way where we add additional values. We add a bunch to the loop counter to skip the stuff. That's gonna be horrid. I don't want to go so far, computer. I think we're just gonna use. We're gonna consign ourselves potentially to. Are we wasting registers anywhere? Like, how many registers do we get in thumb function? Without making any claims, we're being given the callee saved registers, right? Because we're saving those. We have R4, R5, R6. R7 contains the frame pointer. We're not going to use. Do we need that though? Do we use the frame pointer in this in the header? In the function header? Where's CodeGen? .el. Do we use thumb FP? Oh, we do. You know we do, of course. A ton of arithmetic in each iteration is wrong. Yeah, I think it is. It is for sure. It is for certain not the right thing. But we need to like, yeah. Happy VHS Tape Tuesday. Hello Hexadigital. Welcome in. Happy VHS Tape Tuesday to you also. I hope you're well, my friends. There we go. We've gotten there. I think probably that you're right, and it's probably the way to go is to think about this in less in terms of like we need to make the problem less 2D, right? We should think about this less in terms of like, okay, here's one given tile that we are going to compute the coordinate that it is written to and write it there, and think about this more in terms of here is one contiguous section of memory that we want to copy, right? And the contiguous sections of memory, like it's like horizontal lines basically. We want to copy, and like we can like once we've computed the coordinate for like the start of a given horizontal line, we can just like, you know. Oh no, it's not the case though, because this could intersect the weird boundary, right? A given horizontal line is not necessarily contiguous in the destination because it could be spread across multiple of these 32 by 32 blocks. Man, this is so fucked up. It's so fucked up. I wonder what like is the way you are supposed to do this. I wonder if there is a way. Okay. Well, regardless. Because like as it stands, like I think we basically do need to. I mean, we could do it differently by. We just have to have a bunch of different loops. That probably is better. Ugh. This is so gross. This is so gross, man. It's nasty stuff. It's like even in C this would be kind of annoying. I was sushi. Hello Tiny C. Welcome in. I hope your sushi was good. I had an opportunity. We got sushi in Boston. It was good. We went to like a small sushi spot. It was very busy and it was very, very excellent. I got a big pile of sashimi, and it was good. Have Boston. I don't really go for rolls typically. I don't. You guys had rolls. Were there Boston rolls? I'm a freak, and I go to the sushi, and I just get straight raw fish. Glitchcity.wiki wiki tweaking. Learning about tweaking now. An abyss has appeared due to tweaking movements. I see. I see. They are in fact even using the same chunk size as us. Possibly for similar reasons. They are in fact doing the exact same thing. When players move out of this region, the next 32 by 32 tile square is loaded in order to replace the tile's two areas behind them. I see. And they have bugs related to this. Well, this is good. Kind of a good way to go about it. Yes, I figure I don't know. It's good. Because most of the sushi places, they'll just have like some kind of combo. Where it's just like, we'll just give you a bunch of fish and you don't have to make any decisions. And this is usually what I go for. We have to think. We have to use our brain a little bit here. Computer. I think we certainly don't want to be pushing and popping every iteration of the loop either. That seems quite trying. I think that seems horrendous. In fact. There's probably a case to be made. You have actual breathing room here though? Do we? I think we have exhausted the registers that we have. Array of pointers, each to an array of pointers. I'm not sure what this would do for us here, Code Toil. In fact, we can't really do this because we're trying to populate VRAM, which just needs to be an array of just straight up values. I don't know what this level of indirection would achieve. Perhaps I'm missing something though. Fuck. Is it possible? Are we wasting a register? Let's determine that. We have we have R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6. We got 6 of them. 6 registers. I'm counting on my fingers. 6 registers to use, right? What are these registers devoted to, right? One register is holding IDX. One register is holding temp. One register is holding X. One register is holding Y. All of it RAM with no limitations. Yeah, the problem is like the thing we're trying to load it into, it cannot be spread over RAM, right? Like we're loading it into VRAM, which is the thing that the hardware knows about. The hardware just knows that like you put specific values at these specific addresses, and that causes things to be drawn to the screen, right? So it's kind of like we kind of have basically no flexibility about how it's represented on the hardware end. We have 4 registers here, right? Are there other registers in use? Are there must be 2 more in use somewhere. I think that like where are they? Where are they? Does thumb 4? Thumb 4 Thumb 4 is a fucker. He is a bastard. He has a bastard nature. And thumb 4 is, we are putting the max in a register. And he stays in a register the whole time because we have to compare against 1024, and we cannot naively compare. Oh, maybe we can. Is there a barrel shifted version of Colonq? Can we go shifting style on Colonq? I think I recall that. Where is MCAS? Is the C Colonq? There's also Colonq high. We could do this against a high register potentially. I think that's maybe good. Yes, there is an immediate version of Colonq, but I think he only has a. You can only compare against 1 byte worth of stuff. But but Colonq high is, he has a little bit of an appealing nature to him. Can we find that? Bring that up, please. Bring up the thumb instruction set, computer. Conjure up the thumb instruction set. What's the deal with Colonq high? We don't. They don't call him that. They don't call him that. He's probably going to have a different sort of nature. This is 2 registers. This is 2 arithmetic values in the high registers. Oh, very good. In this case, it compares the value of a high register to a high register, or compares the value of a high register to a low register, or compares the value of a high register to another high register. I see. Like 16 stripes from one address to another address. Yes, and it's worse than this. It's worse than this because the stripes can span across the boundary of the different char blocks real nicely. So the destination for the stripes is also not contiguous, right? And it's based on where they would start being placed, right? So it's kind of like taking 16 stripes potentially and turning them into, like, kind of splitting them in half along some point based on where they're being placed, and turning them into 32 stripes, and then placing those 32 stripes in different places in memory. Why would they do that? They do that because this is a hell console. It's a hell machine. We can demonstrate what it's the thing we found before. If we look at, just don't do that. It's what the hardware does. It's what the hardware does, right? Let's find an example. Let's find a tile here. This is like halfway through, maybe, right? Right? Where's the boundary here? Here it is. Yes. So this tile right here is, you see, this is the address of this guy I'm clicking right here, right above this. I'm clicking this tile. It tells me his address, right? His address is 600 E43C, right? If I click the next one, it's E43E. It's 2 greater, right? That makes sense. There's 16-bit tiles, right? If I click the next one here, It's EC00. So this line here, consider just these 4 tiles. These are not contiguous in memory, right? There is a break midway through both horizontally and vertically, only in the 64 by 64 mode, and also in the the modes where it's greater than 32 by 32. It is not like the contiguous representation you would think of. It's more so just like there is there are 4 individual 32 by 32 things, which is why we're doing all that arithmetic every iteration of the loop in order to determine like which of the quadrants we are in and where to place it, because it's not contiguous, right? Like we could not just do a straight mem copy for every row. Like if this was just a 64 by 64 like region of memory, right? If this was just, okay, it's this row and then this row and then this row and then this row, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. Fuck. We could just copy all the rows, right? Because then it's just each row. It's each row is just, it just has enough space in between it, right? It has whatever is at the end here and whatever's at the beginning of the next row. But yeah, just copy blocks that don't span tile areas. Yeah, and that's what we could do. But I think it's going to be kind of tricky it's going to be annoying, right? It's going to be a tricky piece of business, I think, potentially. I think it's gonna be more trouble than it's worth. I think like we'll see, right? Because we have to determine that okay, where are we where is the block, where is the break, and then we have to do like a bunch of copies basically. It's not that tricky, sure, but like, because we know where the breaks are. The breaks are always in at global coordinate, 32 is the start of the next thing for both X and Y. So we'd have to copy what we would do is we would break the thing up. It uses far less regs. Yeah, it probably does. So what do we do then? We could kind of switch to thinking about it in terms of like a stride. This is specific to the GBA, Asriel IO. We can switch to thinking about this in terms of like rows with a stride in between them for each pixel. You can't do pixel by pixel. We're doing a copy for each tile, but this is the problem. This is sort of cumbersome due to the number of registers it uses. But I think like all our registers are not accounted for. We should consider that before anything. We are not accounting for all our registers here, and we would like to do so. I mean, we do have like beyond anything, we do have 6 registers to fucking work with, and it seems to me like perhaps some of them are not being right. Like we know we're using 2 in the loop. Maybe we could be using 1 instead if we use the high registers. Oh, hello and good night, Piet290106. Thank you for the resub, my friend. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, Code Toil. The problem is it's kind of inefficient because we're doing a lot of math for every tile, and also kind of register heavy. Almost 3 a.m. Good night. Sleep well. So here's 5 registers. Where is the 6th register? What the hell is he doing? What's his problem? Where is register number 6? Right? We have these accounted for. Can we look at the actual code for this also? If I go into here, right? If I restart the debugger, and I type break render chunk center, I go here and I look at the code a little bit. Where is QID? Can we look at this? We're using R2. We're using R3 and R2. And R1 also. We're using R5 and R4. Are we ever using R6? I mean, we can do that, but the thing is that's expensive, Code Toil. This is an expensive operation, right? Reads and writes to memory, this is costly. We would like to avoid this if possible, especially within the body of the loop. R6 is used down here somewhere. What are we doing with R6? We're writing to it as a base address. What's his problem? Where do we use? Oh, we load it here. I see his problem. We use R. The problem is it's failing because we're using R6. Just do 16 mem copies in a loop. Well, I mean, we're doing 16 to 32 mem copies in a loop, basically. But yeah. Well, it's actually 16 to 64 mem copies in a loop based on how many where the cuts fall, right? Because you could be copying 32 lines and they could all span the middle, right? Which would mean that you have 64 contiguous regions. But yeah, this may just be nicer. I want to just do it like the easiest way possible first. So we're this is what we will try. Don't use a loop for that part. Yeah. Just manually do the mem copies, sure. But the thing is, like, yeah. End of the method. I mean, we need them all. So the problem is this is using a register. And at this point, we don't actually need all of those registers. We can burn some of them, right? We don't need some of them anymore. We don't need X, for example, at this point. We could say, for example, yeah, you could unroll a lot of this. We can say burn. We can hit him with burn. Well, that's not what we want. We want claim. We can reclaim X. And that'll give us a register to use. Okay, so we do have another register. And I think with another register, we probably get there. Right? This runs now. If we were to get another fresh here, if we were to say, what do you call this? Source IDX, something like this? Yeah. Yeah. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Okay. So what do we do with this? Now we could just, do the thing raw. We can just do the thing plain straight up, right? We could say I think I'm gonna write it like this. I'm gonna get it working, and I'm gonna rewrite it real nice in this way. I think that's my current what I'm going to do. Because that way does have its charms. It has a great appeal for sure, and I think it's probably better. And I do like it. Kind of uses some of the advantages of the eLisp thing a little bit, in that we can do a lot of the math on the eLisp, and we can just use it to generate a bunch of mem copies. Basically, I think that's probably the right way to do it. I'm going to do it like this just for funsies, because I think it's pretty close and achievable. But then we will go from there. For this guy, we're gonna start off by doing different stuff to X and Y. Let's extract. Or no, is it the same? I guess it is the same, right? Like, this width thing should be log base 2 of width, right? Does this work? Does this give me a good number? Is this distinct from... Can I make this be not floating point? Is there like truncate in this? Yeah, there is. Yeah. And is this should this be width? Should this be width? Maybe. Let's think for a moment. Let's think for a moment here. We're shifting this right. This is supposed to be division, right? They should both be width. Yeah. And this should actually be, instead of this should be width -1. Right? Why are we logging? To compute the appropriate shift to do the division, given the size, right? Because this could be a size of either 16 or 32. We would like to compute this, right? We would like to This guy should always be 5, because the larger thing is always that. It's always 32 by 32. Okay, let's continue to think hard. The new thing here is just getting the base address, right? The base address we just get by adding, you know, like, this is not very hard, right? We just add source X, source Y here instead, I think. And then we can use that to compute the source ID X, and we can use that to read from the thing. The problem is we need to undo that later. It needs to be undone. Let's say source X, source Y, right? How do we I mean, I guess we can just subtract it later. That's kind of very awkward. From one address to you can just write one nested loop that always copies 16 by 16 from one address to another address. Yeah, you cannot, unfortunately, right? You can, because it could overlap the boundary, and it could, yeah. But you could break it up into two. Well, yeah, it's very awkward. It's very awkward. Okay. Now we can get the source index. We can get the source index by reassembling this, like, I guess we can just extract it twice from the index. It's quite a lot of duplication, but like maybe we can just do that. Let's have this remain dest y, dest x. Let's copy all of this. Let's copy all of this. This whole business here. Let's say source X, source Y. It only copies a quadrant though. Oh yes, you're correct. Ah, yes, you are 100% correct. But of course, this region is not contiguous, right? This region is. I mean, but of course, you can't just quite memcopy it, but you can do it if you add the appropriate thing at the. Yeah, you can do this. You can do this, I think, because we're only ever. The problem is more limited than we're making it out to be, because you can only ever actually copy. Like we're only ever copying 16 by 16 regions aligned to multiples of 16 offsets, right? So like I think you can get away with breaking the whole 64 by 64 region up into 8 16 by 6, or excuse me, rather breaking the whole thing up into 16 by 16 chunks, right? I think this does do the job. And then you never have to place them in an awkward way. This might actually be I think this is the way. This is the way. We make a guy that, yeah. We'll do this after we've done it this way. I want to do this just to clarify my understanding that the thing works. But then once we do, let's call this source IDX. Source IDX. Let's call this source IDX, maybe. We don't need this shift. We don't need this shift. The source index in the chunk. And then the final business here is we just want to say instead of loading from R0 or IDX, we want to load from R0 or source IDX into temp, and then we load. Yeah. Is this right? Yeah, it is. It is, I think. Okay, let's run this. Let's go back to Calamari. Does this still produce sensible results for us? That's another question to ask. Does this still produce something that at least vaguely resembles the level that we intended? No, it does not. No, it does not. It produces something very horrible. It produces something somewhat horrible. We're just copying clearly the wrong bytes, and also there's some kind of hell thing here. There's some sort of hell situation in the corner. Well, that's no good. That makes me think that we're copying like a bunch of, I don't know what the hell we're doing here. This doesn't seem right at all. It doesn't seem right at all. It's soccer. It's the far lands. Hello, Cubert 3. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Let's just be smart about this. Can we just be like vaguely smart here instead? Let's just do the right thing. Let's write a macro like this. Let's greatly simplify what we are doing. What we would like to do instead of any of this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy all of this shit. I'm gonna call this render chunk corner, right? Render chunk corner. How is that corner getting? I don't know what the fuck is happening there. That is, I assume there's, we are doing, I don't know. We should be, I assume what we're doing is we're reading from fundamentally the wrong address. That seems likely. We're reading from the wrong address, and we're reading from the address of something that's changing every frame somehow, and therefore we are actually updating that every frame. That's my best guess as to that, but probably because we're computing the thing wrong. So here, like, what we really need is we need something that copies 16 by 16 regions, right? With customizable stride. That's really what we want. This is the appropriate thing, right? We would like something to. So what does the interface to this look like? Still, the only argument it's going to take still is the generated function takes is the address of the chunk, right? The things that this macro takes, we take a name, of course. We don't need width and height. These are always 16. Do we need source X and source Y? Possibly, but we only really want to support a couple of combinations of this, right? We want to support, I mean, I guess dest X and dest Y are also sensible. So let's think about this. Let's think about this. And we're going to assume here with this function that there is no overlap. There is no crossing of the boundary. This thing should never cross the barrier. It should never cross the barrier. It should never cross the point where... What if we just make the chunks smaller? If we're already working with 16 by 16 chunks... Good night, 0x539. Thank you. I hope... did you get deodorant? Did you purchase deodorant? Did it happen? Did you get it? I hope you did. Why are we working... If 32 by 32 makes this so cumbersome, why are we not just working with 16 by 16 chunks? Like, we can just make them smaller. At least, like... And instead of writing 32 by 32 contiguous regions to memory, let's just write 16 by 16 regions. And then suddenly this becomes... a bit simpler because we only have to do the thing on one end again instead of on both ends. I did. Very good. Very good. I think we're going to do that. Let's chop them. 0, 1, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's chop these. We chop those. We chop them. Let's chop them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And we chop those. You know we're chopping those. Okay, the chunk is now substantially smaller. Let's say chunk size 16 instead. It's only 512. This guy is going to be tiny now. And now we just load more chunks. We just load more of them. Let's adapt our existing thinking to this end. We stride differently for source and dest. The simplification here, real Nyston, is now we have to do no stride at all in source, right? This is the complexity that is reduced by changing the chunk size to 16. Because if we are copying 16 by 16 regions, now we just iterate one at a time over the source region, right? And we can perform some kind of stride situation over the destination region, but for the source region, this is quite easy. And furthermore, if we're only copying these at multiples of 16, we can do a lot of the arithmetic regarding, you know, which quadrant we put this thing in ELIS. We do this at compile time, right? Because we're just going to we're going to generate a bunch of different functions for these, right? We're going to generate. We'll see what the exact trade-off is, but like we'll generate 16 functions, right? I'll generate a different function for every possible position you could put the thing, and then we just have 16 functions that we call hell yeah, templates, baby. I don't, and if this gets to be too much, maybe we'll actually add some, you know, parameters and do it at runtime. But it's not like it's not too bad, I think. Okay. Let's think about this. I mean, first of all, let's just do it the natural way. Let's think. We don't need this source IDX business anymore. None of this. Get this out of here. We don't have cache. I guess that could be fine. Yeah. I mean, there's no cache, so it probably is fine. We still need to pull X and Y out. For now. For now, we need to do this. We don't need to do any of this bullshit. None of this. Get this out of here. Be gone. We don't need this notion of this anymore. We don't need this anymore. This is very good. Thank you for Lime's Jam. Thank you, Niche Penguin. Good night to you as well. Thank you for Niche Penguin. Thank you for Lime's Jam as well. It's good. If I can stop being silly, it's really good to have you, Niche. Thank you so much. Please rest well. And everyone for real. I really appreciate everyone for, especially when we're deep in the meat. Like today has been a meaty ass day. I really appreciate everyone for keeping me company. It's very kind of you. I'm having so much fun. This is a good one. This is a good ass project. Okay. Where is we can get away with not doing this. Hello, close paren, colon, close paren, colon. Wait, is this a, are you a lisper? Is this a lisper? Is this a lisper we have here? Damn. Hello, close paren. Hello, I'm a lisper. Oh, you are? Is this true? We click the thing. Go Wico. Hello. Good night control also. So we want to pre-compute a bunch of this stuff, right? I'm a sexpression addict. Yeah, we want to say things probably like we probably want to say some things that smell like I don't know. What do we want to say? We want to say things that smell kind of like, there are quite a few lispers these days. We want to say things like quadrant, right? This is something like UGBA, thumb, fresh, constants. We can just compute this on dest x and dest y, right? Like The sexiest thing allowed on Twitch. The sexiest, at least. You just got an erectile dysfunction ad from Twitch. What the fuck? Hello, Solid Styon. Solid Sty 1. Welcome. Is there a today? There is a today. We are putting together the pieces, close paren, of this Game Boy Advance fucker for the Spring Lisp Game Jam. Which is yes. We are mostly trying to write a bunch of assembly. Do I know you under a different name, close paren? Is this the case? Hello, Sense Millie High. Welcome in. What's good? It's good. It's good mostly, I would say, Sense Millie High. It's good. Things are largely pretty nice these days. Can we say what do we want to do? I don't think evil is needed. I've always been closed. Oh, I see. You've always been this. Well, this is good. It's good to see you either way. I didn't. Hi. Hi. Hello. I never know, you know, because people are always changing these things around, and I'm always like, I have to maintain my delicate mental model of how the world works and who is who and all this. We need to keep track of a bunch of shit. I guess these things can mostly be. Oh, we're cooking so well now. Actually, now these can just be constants. We're doing so freaking well. Let's call this dx. Dx is if greater than destx greater than equal to destx 32. We can do it all, and we can do it all at compile time now. If this is greater than equal to 32. Then we want this to be minus destx 32. I mean, this can just be mod, right? All of this shit can, right? This can just be mod destx 32. dy is mod desy 32. This stuff though, this quad guy, this is a fresh constant, and it's going to be something times something else. Going to be something times something else. Something times 1024. In fact, it's going to be. I think this guy wants to be made an ad. Check Discord. Oh, very good, very good. Source address probably needs to be. Yeah, I mean, the source address is in by right. Oh, emask lips? Yo, this is crazy. This is fucking nuts. That's so good. Can we damn, what does the Japanese text say? This is kind of nuts. This is a little bit nuts. I will get this. It's sort of annoying to extract from Discord at the moment because it's on another PC because I have to SCP it over. But it's the Japanese says emask. Oh my god. Okay. How do we load them up? We want to load them up kind of like so. Times 1024 plus is nullery plus 0. It should be, right? Just like this is 1. Yeah, good. Give me your identity, please. Show me your identity, please. Reveal your identity to me. Let's indent like so. We're gonna say plus if greater than or equal to destx 32, you are 1 else 0. And similarly, greater than or equal to desy 32, you are 2 otherwise 0. Okay, this should represent the computation of the appropriate quadrant. And this guy is in an actual register. Basic 3D environment with NPC interaction and tank controls. Yo, we love thingy. This is good. Hell yeah. Is this Godot, Crazy Kitty? Okay. So here we're going to compute the x and the y in a very similar way. These will now be immediates. These can be inc i's, and we're going to be adding dx or dy. We know they always fit because they are always less than 32, so they always will fit in the immediate. Then we can we don't need any of this comparison anymore. We can cut all of this out, and then we can just reassemble the thing. And instead of this LSL x, we add temp. This can just be this guy. This can just be inc. This can just be inc I. Or I guess it doesn't fit in an immediate, right? But it can be add y quad, right? This is very good. This is very good, in fact. I think so, at least. So what are we loading? I mean, this can just be IDX again. We load this into temp at the end. We don't need x after this point. Does this do it for us? Let's try and follow the logic. Does this do the right thing? Right? We're just saying, okay, extract x and y from the index, right? These are the x and y in the destination, right? Increment them by the appropriate value that is like our destination offset, right? So this number is in practice always going to be 0 or 16, right? So increment them by 0 or 16, right? Then rebuild that back into an index, right? Into a single number. Put them back together again. Add the quadrant offset to that potentially. To put them in one of the 4 quadrants, right? And then multiply this by 2 to convert it back to a byte offset. Read the value from the chunk itself in memory at the index, right? These are 16 by 16 chunks, so we just loop over all 16 by 16, right? And then we write this back. We write this back. We no longer have width and height here also. We're just gonna say it loads a 16 by 16 chunk to that. These are now gonna be k chunk size. I think this is right. Potentially. Where are we? We're missing a parenthesis somewhere. We're missing something. Our let is good. It doesn't. We don't have the parenthesis for the. Okay, good. Indent this a bunch. Run this. Does this run? Wrong number of argument. Oh, we're calling, of course. Now we just have. We no longer have this. Let's call this like. I guess we just make these for each coordinate, right? We can say things like render chunk 0, 0. Yep. We can say, I mean, the advantage of doing this in a bunch of different functions, right, is like, right? We should actually generate these as well, honestly. Let's do that potentially as well. Let's say each iota 03 each iota 03 lambda cx, I don't know, sure. Each iota 03 lambda cy, and for all of these fucks, for all of these little guys, we're gonna say let x equals times cx16, y times cy16, and for all of these guys we will say k render chunk at in turn, but from Italian. Oh, this is good. A big plate of spaghetti. You can't complain. You can't complain. Render chunk %s, %s. And this looks a whole lot like x, y. And then this, in turn, also looks like x, y. And this will cause us to be generating many functions, perhaps. If we look at the symbol table, perhaps we'll see them. We can actually probably look at the symbol table quite easily if we go over to good. And we say render. No, that's gonna be the wrong. We gotta render the. We gotta regenerate the whole thing. Regenerate this. Oh, of course. Now we're trying to call render chunk center, and we're getting incorrect information about this. It's not appropriate anymore. When are we loading data chunk? I mean, we load it from. I guess it makes sense. If we go back to engine, let's call this render chunk 00 just to start with. I think that's appropriate. Go back to Calamari. Could not find simple render chunk 00. Well, that just won't do. This won't do. I thought we were making him. What's your problem? Are we not doing the right thing here? We're passing in name. Is this not the right fellow? Is this not the right fellow for us? We're being told nil. I mean that makes sense. What if we say message this string every time? Is it evil? Where's the messages? We're not calling this at all on anything? Doesn't seem right. That certainly doesn't seem right to me. Oh, does IOTA do the wrong thing? IOTA does something different than what we suspect it does, doesn't it? IOTA does something, it's a little more like this, I think. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, very good. Okay. Now this should do the trick, but it's going to tell us void variable w. And that's going to be a problem as well. It's right here. It's right here. Void. And this in this case, and this makes more sense now. It can just be chunk size. Is not so bad. And this can also be chunk size. It's all easy now. We go back here, then you'll see that we are generating render chunk for all combinations of the numbers 0, 16, 32, and 48 for both x and y coordinates. If we go back to calamari.el, we obtain while assembling thumb code unknown opcode inc I R516. Well, that's a difficulty. That is certainly a difficulty. What's the problem with that? I don't see a problem with that. Thumb assembler, inc. Is there no inc I? Or inc is already inc I. That's already how he is. He doesn't need any further instructions. I guess. Why did this even work before? I guess we will not know. Okay, successfully linked ROM. Back over to good. Can I look at we have all of them now. You see we have render chunk 4848. Ooh, we got a whole bunch of functions here. I don't know how much this takes up, but probably not that much. It's probably all less than a kilobyte by a lot. Yeah, it's like it's not that much. It's like a couple hundred bytes here. We're doing okay. If we go back here then and we restart, let's start the emulator and see where the winds take us. If we run this, go back to MGBA. Oh, hey, wow, we have a little quadrant. It just worked. What about placing them in different places? What if we were to place the quadrants in a different kind of configuration? What if we were, in fact, to try every possible, I don't know, placement within a given guy, right? So what if we go back to engine.el and we were to do a bunch of different rendering? What if we were to say we want to render the same chunk 0? We also wish to put this in, I don't know, 32.0, or maybe let's say something else. We want to put it also in 32.16, and we also would like to put the same chunk in, I don't know, maybe what's a good option here? 32, 30. We want to put this in 1632. And we also want to put this in 4848. Maybe like this does the job. Back to calamari.el. Run this once more. Go back to good. Restart this. Cindy is sick of tacos. I see. I think, yeah, I guess this makes sense. I was going to say I don't think I could get, but you can probably get sick of anything pretty easily. Okay, if we scroll over a little bit, oh, we're seeing them. Does that look reasonable to us? Do these all look cogent? I don't know. I don't know about the 4848 guy. I don't know if we're seeing him. I think we're scrolling off the edge of the screen here. I don't know if we're getting him. Where is he? Where is he at? Okay, let's try and measure our wits here a little bit. Oh, we're fucked. Is this the ones we expect to exist? Okay, let's keep track then. Let's go back over to engine.el. This guy is 00, right? This guy would be 16.0. This guy would be 32.0. This guy down here would be 32.16. We're not seeing him. Unless I'm offset somehow. Right, we gotta restart. We gotta restart the emulator so I can start from a position of understood. You know what? Actually, instead of doing this, why don't we just look at the whole thing at the same time like reasonable people? Does that make a little more sense if we just open the fucking map? And that seems way better for everyone. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's right. Nice. So we can fill this thing now. We can fill the guy with chunks. The question is, we're in a state now where a 16 by 16 chunk no longer fills the screen, right? So we need to think about which chunks need to be loaded at a given time and when they need to be loaded, right? Like right now, you see we're always going to have, like, in order to fill the screen, we need 4 chunks minimum, right? We need 4 chunks minimum, and it could be more. You could be seeing up to 6 chunks on this fucker. More than that, we could have it positioned like this, and this you're seeing 9 chunks at the same time here, right? You're seeing this guy, a guy in the middle, a guy over on this side, a guy down here, a guy here, a guy here, a guy here, a guy here, and a guy here, right? There's so many, right? So I think it might be still worth us considering, like, we still want to like do the same kind of scheme probably, right? Where we load them in 2x2 blocks, maybe. I don't know. We'll think about it. Kind of like this, right? So it's sort of the case that like when I kind of do like that, thinking of them as 2x2 blocks a little bit, but I don't know. Where do we want to? It's all about just like what is most convenient for us and how we consider like the player's coordinate, I guess. That's really what it comes down to. How will we go? How will we fucking go? Is there I think, I mean, we could probably just like, let's think what we got to do. I mean, really, if we consider the simplest possible case in being that like, we just always need the, I mean, this might even be simpler in any case, right? Just always load we can maybe just get away with that, right? We never need more than 9. Right? So what if we just don't use part of the background and we just only load these? Right? Like we just only load the 9x9. Like you can kind of think of it as we have a 16 by 16 region of 16 by 16 chunks. What if we only load like the top left 9x9 region and we just do the same logic we were doing before of unloading things based on movement, right? Like it's never like if we move up to this tile, right? we'll never we necessarily can't see the one below us, right? Assuming the player is always in the middle of the screen. Hello, big thumbnail. No one will ever need this, surely. Welcome in, big thumbnail. Hello. I think that kind of makes sense. I'm inclined to believe that. Cool. I guess what comes next then is logic for moving the player. And given the logic for moving the player, how do we like so right now we're just controlling the camera directly and we're just scrolling the camera over the entire background. This is not what we want to do in the real world, right? In the real world, we want to scroll this based on, we want to have a player position that is like a tile position. We want to move the player between tiles. We want to smoothly do this, right? We don't want to just like jump the camera. We want to like smoothly follow the player as he like kind of animates between tiles. And then we also want this to be like, we want to handle the loading and unloading dynamically. So I think let's just do that. Let's just fucking do the thing instead of yapping about it so much. Let's go to state.el. Let's, instead of having scroll X and scroll Y, let's maybe have let's maybe just have player, I don't know, CX and CY, and we also will have PX and PY. I don't know. Let's just call it XY, CX, CY, and X and Y, right? Like let's say this is player chunk coordinates, player intra chunk coordinates, right? It's kind of like this, right? So like you have a chunk that you are in and you also have coordinates within that chunk, right? And when you go over the borders of these things, right, like we just, yeah, we don't need to unload any bytes. See, we never have to unload anything, of course, right? We just overwrite them. Okay. So let's think about what this entails then. So instead of modifying scroll X and scroll Y, if we go over to engine, maybe we'll just say that when we press these keys, we're going to set I don't know, PX and PY. Although I'm trying to think whether it might be nicer to have these be kind of derived things, right? That probably is more sensible, right? Player coordinates, global coordinates. Let's say that instead, right? We can have just global coordinates for the player, and then we can extract from those pretty easily the chunk coordinates. It's easy to do because it's the same exact process that we're doing, right? we do a shift and we do a mask, right? It's the chunk coordinate is effectively the high bits of the guy, like someone very incisively said earlier. So that's not bad to do. I think. Then all we need to do is we need to derive the scroll X and scroll Y from those. Right? So instead of those just being like, let's get var X, for example, and var Y, right? The scroll X and scroll Y are the positions such that the player's position will be at the center of the screen, right? So this is more interesting then, right? What is this? What is this? If the player is at 0, 0, that means we want 0, 0 to appear at the center of the screen. And we want it to be centered on the center of the screen, right? The screen is 240 by 160 pixels, right? What that means is, and I think these horizontal and vertical scroll things, the Game Boy has like weird shit where there's like it starts like the 0 value is off the edge of the screen. I think this just starts at 0 0 from what we've observed so far. If we want 0 0, we actually want the coordinate, the tile coordinate. If the player is at 0 0, we want the coordinate, the pixel coordinate 4 4 to appear at the middle of the screen, right? So let's think, right? If we add 120, if we add 120 to the x coordinate, right? If we shift in this direction, if we shift negative 120, right? This I think it's a shift of negative 116. This is the thing, right? So it's probably just in general just var x. I mean, okay, this is again our coordinate in tiles though, right? So we have to divide this by 8 as well. Shift this by 8. Right? Something like this. I think no, the opposite. We need to multiply by 8. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's consider that, right? So this is a coordinate in tiles. We can convert this to a coordinate in pixels by multiplying by 8, right? So we can say LSLX temp magic spell. Magic spell has been counterspelled. We shift this left by 3. And then so this is now the coordinates of the tile, the X tile we are on, but in pixels. If we then we gotta think a little bit. I think we just subtract from this, right? Like it's not like we just subtract a big constant based on the screen size, right? This is just like deck temp. I don't know, like 116 or something. I don't know what it is exactly. And like this is something like it's the same. It's very similar for Y, I think, right? It's this thing is the same, and then this is like 76, something like this. 80 minus 4. I think that's maybe the right thing. I might be going the wrong direction, but like we might be off by some, but like this seems believable to me. So now we should be moving by tiles if we compile this. Compile this stuff. Are we still running it in MGB-QT? Let's try this again. Right? If I move, yeah, you see we move really fast now. That's because we're moving by tiles. Wow. And we also started in the middle. We also started. This is 0 0, right? We started with this, and this is also not correct though, right? Because we have to consider, in fact, the chunk. The chunk is worthy of consideration. This presents some difficulties. I think we can't just. Right now, we're still just going in absolute coordinates, right? We need to consider the chunk. The chunk demands action. I think actually we don't need to consider the chunk even. We need to consider just the. Let's think. Let's think. So let's get the chunk. Let's extract the chunk coordinate from this thing, like the inter chunk. What does that look like? What does this guy look like? What he looks like is something like it's like this, but we're gonna and it with something, right? It's the low bits, right? This is like the intra trunk thing, right? If we say and temp, we gotta mask. We have to actually load a constant for the mask, right? We need to say like, we need to say mask is UGBA fresh or thumb fresh constant, right? And this is minus 16.1, I think. Oh, this mask just fits, I think, but there's no and with immediate, so we can't. We have to do it anyway. This is mask, right? And this mask it. If we do this, this gives us the coordinates we're in within the chunk. Because remember, we always want the middle, like just that middle chunk to be. It might be shifted around a little bit, but it's like, if we're at 0, 0 in that chunk, and that chunk is being rendered starting at tile 16 by. What's 16 times 8? This is 128, right? So there's perhaps an additional. I'm gonna get this math so fucked up, and I really should not just hard code these numbers. This is stuff I should be writing out what the where this shit comes from. Probably that seems like a sensible thing to do. Maybe at least, right? So if we're at 0, 0, right, in a chunk, like we need to think about it like this. If we're at 0, 0 in the middle chunk, we're at 0, 0 in the middle chunk. Where do we need to scroll? We need to scroll such that the top left corner of the middle chunk is at the center of the screen, right? The top left corner of the middle chunk is 128. It's a pixel 128 by 128 in the background, right? So we need to offset things such that 128 is placed at 116 instead, right? So I mean, is this just a matter of going? We need to go positive 12. Is this what we're doing here now? We're going 12. And similar the other way around, we need to make sure that 128 is going at 76, right? Is this like is this 52? Is this 52? Maybe it is. We'll see. Let's and this with the mask as well. It's the same mask. Back to calamari.el again. Run this fucker. We're in an evil state. We've been placed inside of an evil state now. Okay. We run this whole thing. Go back over here, run this. Okay, that doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't seem very correct to me. We are doing the proper scrolling now. You see. But it's not. This middle chunk should be a little more centered, perhaps. You always in the evil state? Yeah, true. Yeah, true, largely. He's definitely not in the right spot here. Let's think. I'm having trouble with brain. I'm having trouble with brain. We need to bring brain back up to speed here. What's this gotta be? What's this gotta be? We're trying to put. Let's restart it so we can see what it looks like with 0, 0, right? Clearly this is not correct, right? This should be here. This guy should be here. This guy should be here. That's where he should live. He's got to be over. This guy got to be over here. Magicnumbers.html. Wait. Playing Tidy does this. Yes. It's probably good to not do this in general. We should explain at least. We have to think where we want this guy to be. Maybe I can think of it in a different way. We want the camera to be centered around the position 130, 130. Right? That's our thing. How do we need to offset the thing such that the camera is centered around 130, 130? That the position 130, 130 leads to Mitz-cord the oven. Yeah, true. Yeah, true, largely. Fuck. What is... Thank you, S. Lou, for the follow. Hello, welcome in. Thank you. Hello. We are beating our head against the Game Boy Advance until something falls out, I think. That's our objective at present. If we shift this guy, if our horizontal scroll is -116, I thought this was We're still off. I don't know what it is. That thing will be 2 batteries. Yeah, probably some AA batteries are gonna fall out, realistically speaking. But like, there could be other things too. Is the vertical correct? Is the vertical looking correct here when we start this guy up? Not at all. We should also only load the one, just so we're also not loading the right guy even. That'll explain it. That's gonna make this harder to visualize, given that the one that's we're trying to center is this guy, right? He's him. If we run him, what do we look like here? We look like nothing. We look like we're way off the edge of fucking nowhere. We're in some kind of hell state. I don't even know what the cursor is anymore. Something. It's no good. He forgot that he was him. Yeah. It's below us. It's beneath us. He's beneath us for sure, for real. Well, that's no good. This is no good. It's like we're off by a bundle. We're off by a freaking bundle. How do we get there? He's also not. Okay, let's try some things. If we were to say 128 by 128, go back over here. We run this guy. This guy is at the limits of our capabilities here. He's at the limits of our capabilities here. He's going to be really struggling over there. That doesn't seem good. Why is that the case? What if we were to say 0, 0? We go back to here, right? What if we don't subtract at all? What if we go for sort of a no subtraction paradigm? That's not gonna be good at all, is it? That's not good at all. Oh, it's like this. Am I misjudging the width and height of the screen? That seems possible. Are we horribly misjudging something? Yeah, I am. Maybe I am, in fact. This sure looks like it's roughly in the middle. It's not exactly in the middle, but it's roughly in the middle by virtue of the fact that 128 is like a little over half of 240. As far as the vertical goes, hello Pete's Eater, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Hello. We know that person. We know that person around here. Hello, how's it going, Pete's Eater? How was your stream? Welcome back. We are still staring at the magenta screen. But sometimes you must. Sometimes you must. What is the appropriate offset here? How goes the codes? It's going pretty well. Also, it occurs to me we may be subtracting rather than adding, to our peril. To our peril. We subtract, I don't know, 40 from this. We were to subtract 40 and run this thing and run this thing again. In fact, I think we are subtracting rather than adding to our peril. I think our assumptions regarding the state of things are in fact reversed. We may have inverted our assumptions about the world. It looks like the fight. Yes, we've resolved this. Pizza Eater resolved this to satisfaction. I think. It's been quite good. So now it occurs that perhaps our 5612 sort of numbers were correct, but we needed to simply add them rather than subtract them, and that was the source of our error. If we were to say inc temp 12 or 52, does that place this squarely in the middle? Are we going to be placed squarely in the middle? It looks like it may be. That kind of feels like this is the plumb center of this window, maybe. Or Miku is here. I don't know. It seems believable. Can I scroll? Yes, and you can scroll and you can see the maximum limit that we can achieve. Yes, good. And this corresponds roughly with the edges of the screen. Good. Good. Very good. Okay. Nice. Fucking nice. Okay, cool. So I guess all that remains is to load in the other chunks as we reach them. How do we easily detect if we are reaching chunks? Xenoblade Chronicles X also I see. I have not played any of these games, these Xeno. I know there's Xeno Gears that is kind of well loved. I haven't played any of them. I have some friends who like them, I think. But I have not done it. This is like a this was like a Wii game originally, right? Like something like this. I don't know. There's so many games that have this. I'm not sure. Like, is Xenoblade Chronicles one game, or are there multiple games with the same name that they've been doing remakes of, or is it like what is the chronology there? I don't know. Okay, I mean, first of all, can we show where the player is? Can we get a little sprite on the screen that says, "Hey, I'm here"? That seems like maybe the early thing to do. Can we make a guy? Let's get a guy. Let's before anything else, we gotta get a guy. A sprite assets. Let's call this player.png. Oh. We probably need to make a new. Let's make a fellow. He's gonna be 8x8. We're gonna fill with black. We're gonna make him very simple for now. He's gonna be kind of like this, maybe potentially. That seems like a pretty good fellow. Let's maybe give him a background color as well, so we can distinguish him from non-being. Let's call him player.png. Let's kill. Let's move player.png into assets. Okay, good. Very good. Let's load up player.png. Let's go over to the assets. Let's do the little dance. Do the little dance that we are inclined to perform. Where we load a guy and also his palette. We're gonna call this source player. Source player. We'll probably make this like entity or something in the long run. I don't know. We might only just have the player here. Player. We have a player palette. We have source player. We have source player, we have image player, we have palettes player, we have tile data player. We are putting these in data palettes player and data tile data player. And in load assets, we should also copy into the place. We should copy into the place the appropriate things. We should copy palette BG. We should, instead of this, should be palette sprite from data palette player, and here we should copy say tile data player. We should copy this into from tile data player into, I think there's sprite char block 0. Yeah, let's put it in sprite char block 0 for now. A palette Dr. Pepper kind of guy. What is this? Palette sprite. Oh, this is in reference to soda. This is in reference. This is a reference to carbonated drinks. Oh, this is good. This is kind of good. I think. I don't know what I am. I don't know what Pilk mentioned. Is this Pepsi? This is Pepsi milk, I think. Let's go over to the engine again, and we need to enable sprites. We need to enable sprites. That's going to fuck us. We don't have sprites on. That's going to cause a real problem for us really fast. Let's say we have video mode 0, object 1D, BG 0. Is it? Can we look at some helpers? Dr. Pepper is a soda. Is this? It's just called sprites. Okay, that's good. If we rerun this and we run it like so. Okay, you can see the little guy. He's up here. Hello, way too dank. I just had a Dr. Pepper. It was awesome. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's currently fucked up because he thinks he's 4 bits per pixel, but he's in fact 8 bits per pixel. That's his main dysfunction at the moment. Is there a way for us to rectify that dysfunction? Like if we look at sprites, you can see if we go up to, if we increase the magnification, he's fucked up because of this. And if we were to say, where's the way, how do we tell it to do the appropriate bits per pixel? I guess it's like set as a sprite attribute, so like we don't really have a we did this in previous projects. Hello, I'm well, thank you. Oh, NTSC/Pokemon, yeah. Where did we do that? We set the sprite attribute on this guy somewhere. We called sprite adder 1. And we called this on. What do these control guys mean? Modclonk, she disappeared quickly. She fled. She fled the zone. She has fled the zone at great speed. What does this mean? What bit is this? This is bit 15, 14, 13. Oh, it's 13 that sets the palette index size. 4 BPP if 0, 8 BP if 1. Very good. Very good, very good. I guess we can just, like, do the same shit. That seems appropriate. If we go over to engine.el again, I'm gonna just plop this here. I'm gonna say this is a thumb set 16. This is K-sims. We need to turn this into something a little more like these above things. Trying to capture an aircraft. Yeah, I don't know if she's trying to do this right now. She has been doing the plane stuff so much. It's kind of cool. I like this thing. Oh, there he is. He's on here. There's a lot of different sprites though, and they're kind of getting drawn over each other probably. If we look at view sprites, the rest of them are still visible and also fucked, but the first guy, we're lucky they're drawn in this order. If we start drawing him instead at the appropriate position, do we have a thing that's doing that elsewhere? I don't know how we actually control that. What controls the position of a sprite? He's in like something. Where does he live? Where does he fucking live? Where does he go? He goes. The Y coordinate is bits 0 through 7 of the first attribute field. Okay, well that's fine. And the second attribute field it's bits 0 through 8. That's not bad. The guy appears. Yeah. Do we have the emote that's like the XD? Oh, we do. We do have it. Very good. Very good. Where is... So we just need to control these things. I mean, it's going to be in a constant position, right? It's going to be in, like, whereas it's, if we just want the guy to be in the center of the screen, this is not very hard at all, right? We can just say, we can just set it once, right? And the position at the center of the screen is, again, we've already established this. It's 240 divided by 2. 240 divided by 2 is 120 minus 4 is 116. This is 116, perhaps. And then, similarly, if we set sprite adder 2, which I assume exists, and this can just be 76. I think that should be good. If we go here, we do this whole shit. If we go back over here, we run the thing again. Does it go? Well, that's not right. Well, that's not right. Well, clearly our math is a little bit wrong here. Put the first sprite behind the background and the second sprite in the foreground. What happens? I don't know if the priority system allows you to place a sprite behind the background. I think sprites may always be drawn in front of the background. There are different background layers you can use. So maybe, I don't know actually. I am unsure. I'm unsure how the prioritization system works with respect to different layers. You think you kind of would want there to be able to. You would think like foreground layers would be kind of useful, right? I think the multiple background layers are mostly for like parallax shit. I don't know. There's also like window layers for UI. Welcome spine, thank you. Hello. So why is he all fucked up? Why is his position off like this? That doesn't seem right to me. Certainly that X coordinate doesn't look right to me. Like that doesn't seem like what 116 be. What's his problem? Why do we only get? Oh, it's reversed. I think I got it backwards. The Y coordinate goes in the first field and the X coordinate goes in the second field. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm hanging out. I'm mostly hanging out these days. I would say that I'm mostly hanging out. I would guess. If we change this to 76116, go back to Calamari, run the fuck, go here, yay, wow, he's there, and he moves around. He moves really fucking fast because we're not limiting the input at all. Because we're running this every frame that the thing is held down instead of running it every time the button is pressed. Because we're not checking for new input, we're just checking for any input every frame. Okay, but he does run around really fast, and he does scroll off the edge again and again. Wow, he can run left and right in his little world, but his chunk does not change. His chunk is fixed and unchanging forever. Move faster going diagonal. He cannot move diagonally. He in fact, the control pad only admits. I mean, this will not be a. I mean, he can move diagonally by holding them both because it just goes the same. You know, it's gonna do both every frame. This will be a tile-based game in the long run, so there's no. I will just disallow diagonal movement. I will just prioritize one of them. Okay, cool. So yeah, what comes from this? I mean, the next thing is to actually have tiles be loaded in. I think I will do this next time, or perhaps I don't know. We will. I think I will pick this up on the next time because this feels like a good place to stop. We have done quite a lot today. This has been a very meat heavy day. We kind of just like dove into this from like minute 30 or something and just have been doing this for hours. I'm John Snowboarder. Same maybe. Let's raid someone, I think. Where's the beef? Whole stream? Yeah, true. Let's raid somebody. Who are we raiding on this today? What's today's spice? Who are we saying hello to? Who's on this today? Who's on this today? Is Nova Liminal online? Oh, Nova Liminal is online. We gotta head over there, I think. Nova Liminal. We'll go say hi to Nova. As always, thank you everybody. We'll be back again on Friday. More stuff happening. Please join the Discord IRC if you're so inclined. If you care to. Hi. We'll talk on there. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm shaking my. Yeah, this is good. Okay, we are gonna get this game done by 5 days from now. I believe in it. I think it's gonna happen. So we'll keep trying our best until then. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, keep it real. Good night. Take it easy. I'll make a newspaper. Paper. Wait, Nova Liminal rated us. Wait, fuck. We were actively rating Nova Liminal, and we got Uno reversed. Oh fuck. Oh dear. We had the raid was in progress. I was like 4 seconds from clicking the button. Shout out Nova Liminal. I mean, you both just go to an empty channel, Chromo Sundrift. Hello Stargate Blues. Look what we've done today, Nova Liminal. We have a little guy. He moves around an area. I don't know. This is on the Game Boy Advance. Hello Raiders. Hi, I'm LLLL Colonq. I'm the guy. I'm him. We're gonna raid someone else. Do we have any recommendations? Who was your second choice, Nova Liminal? Did you see someone else and you were like, damn, we should raid them? Uwo is live. We could raid Uwo on the GBA. Yes, it is Game Boy Advance program. We are generating this from assembly. Oh, Fluffy is live also. We could raid Fluffy. This is an option. Thank you for the follow, Retracted Fluff. We're gonna do that. Okay, we're going on to the next one right away. Right away, we go to the next one. Oh wait, no. Also, no. QB is doing Godot. She never does game dev. We want to see. We do Godot. Let's go in the direction of Godot stuff today. I think. Okay. Let's raid QB. How's GBA stuff? It's going pretty well, Retro Boy. We made a lot of progress today. We're trying to get a bunch of stuff done before within the next 5 days, because we're making a game for the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2025. And we have our time is limited, and we are working in a hellish environment. It's this guy. It's this guy here. Okay, thank you everybody again. I will make newspaper. If you like this, back again, Discord IRC. Okay, I'm doing my little thing. I'm doing my little nonsense. Thank you, Curious Elites. Discord IRC didn't work because the database died. Everything is over. DB connects. Holy shit. It's all over. Okay, I'm clicking it now. Thank you. Love you, computer. EXO. Bye. Thank you.